Hey, everybody, and welcome to day 8 of the Real Truth About Weight Loss Summit. I am your host, Chef AJ. This has been the greatest week of my life. I don't know about you, but I've learned so much, and we've made so many wonderful connections with people and are just receiving so many beautiful comments and shares and emails, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. So we have a great day planned for you. Every day's been a great day, but this is especially a great day because what you're going to learn today from our first speaker, Dr. Lisle, is why you can't do this. You can. Everybody, I think, knows what to do. Most people, let's face it, have lost weight, know how to lose weight, but there's something that makes it really hard to sustain that weight loss. And he's going to talk about what you really need to do if you know what to do, but can't get yourself to do it. And so Dr. Doug Lisle, who is just so warm and engaging, is going to be our very first speaker of the day. And I don't think any of this would be possible without him, because it's through talking to him and learning from him that I learned what it is to do so that I could even create something like this to help you guys. And I hope you will share it in real time with your friends, families, loved ones' pages. There's all kinds of share buttons on the pages you're watching now. It's absolutely free. Unless, of course, you'd like to upgrade to the digital package or the physical transformation package, in which you can share it with a buddy so that we can continue our work and help people that maybe can't afford this. So we do appreciate those of you that have been supporting us. Right after Dr. Lisle, we have a wonderful physician in New York named Michelle McMacken. And one of the things she's really going to discuss is why not to do the keto diet. We understand that it results in fast weight loss, and a lot of people are attracted to it for that reason. But as all of our speakers said, you don't want to mortgage your health just to lose a few pounds, when you can have both health, longevity, and weight loss by doing what all of our speakers are telling you to do on this summit. She's also going to be talking about what the surprising common denominator is for long-term weight loss, and sharing with you a very inspiring story from one of her patients that you would never expect to be able to embrace this way of eating and living and be successful in reversing their lifestyle disease. Our next speaker, I don't think, needs any introduction. He was Time Magazine's Man of the Year one year. He was an advisor to President Bill Clinton, and this is Dr. Dean Ornish, without whose work I don't think it would be possible for any of us, truly. He was a pioneer, the first person to successfully reverse heart disease. He was doing it before anyone, and as a matter of fact, wrote a best-selling book where the title of the book is basically what we're telling you to do for success. And I had that book on my bookshelf. Unfortunately, I didn't read it. I read it. I've since read it, but brilliant man, very compassionate. And he's going to be talking about how we actually, in just 3 short months, can change the expression of our genes, and 4 things that everyone needs to do in order to not just lose weight, but to live well. Because he doesn't want you to just be the skinniest person in the coffin. He wants you to have a truly joyous life. And then we'll end with an inspiring story by somebody who, like me, really didn't figure this out until his 50s. John McMahon had a very serious case of diabetes, had a heart attack from his diabetes, and because of the neuropathy, he burned his feet without even knowing it, and yet he went on to lose over 100 pounds and help inspire so many people along his way. He's going to tell you never to give up and what to do, even if you think you've tried it all. Now, today is the last day of formal speakers, but we're going to reconvene tomorrow at the same time, 10 a.m. Pacific time, day 9, not only for a wrap-up, but for a summit finale where I'm going to be telling you, from my perspective, not only what I've learned on this summit, but the real truth about weight loss. So let's hear it from Dr. Doug Lisle. Dr. Lisle, and welcome to the Real Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
It's a pleasure to be here, AJ. Great. Well, Dr. Lyle, so many of our experts have talked about what the best diet is for weight loss, and they've all agreed that it's a whole food plant-based diet, unprocessed, free of oil, and either none or minimal amounts of sugar and salt. So a lot of people already know what to do, but they're not doing it. So what is the fundamental challenge that people experience when trying to lose weight?
Well, the first challenge they have is when they have these arguments with their friends. Like I had an argument with Dr. Goldhammer about whether you can add a little bit of sugar or salt to the food, and the argument got heated, and then this is what happened. All right. So what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about a few fundamental misconceptions. People are looking for usually a few secrets to how it is that they're going to translate healthy intentions into healthy action. And the most important principle to understand here is going to be energy conservation. So energy conservation is, there's actually two constraining resources for life on planet Earth, and ostensibly anywhere in the universe. And that's going to be time and energy. So we've all heard about these as kids, you know, as adults have complained about time and energy, I'm out of time or energy. But not too many people have ever thought deeply about the notion that time and energy are literally the two constraining resources on life. Okay, so you only have so much time to do so many things before you pass away. And you only have so much energy within that time to take the actions needed to be a successful biological entity, which in that case would be survival and reproductive process. So what animal brains are is they're actually computers that are designed in order to optimally use time and energy. That's what a brain is. And so brains of animals and people have extremely sophisticated systems in order to help them utilize their time and energy wisely. Let me give you an example of the use of time and energy. So let's suppose that I'm an elephant seal and I'm a young male elephant seal. I'm not quite as big and strong as Alpha. And so I know that Alpha is older than I am. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep eating fish and I'm going to kind of wrestle around with my buddies, but I'm not ever going to take on Alpha, not until Alpha is either injured or whether or not I get bigger and stronger than Alpha. So I will know that I've got a time advantage on this guy, that he's aging and he's likely to get beat up in some other fight. So I'm going to essentially take my time and use it wisely. If you didn't have a clock in your head put in by biology to tell you essentially how to play the game of life, you wouldn't know how to play it. So you have to have some sense that your time is constrained, and you have to know about how it's constrained. And then from within those time constraints, what you do is you use your energy. So one thing that goes on with weight loss and weight issues, AJ, is that people fiddle around because they know they still have time. Okay, so they know I can still get there. I can still get my attractiveness back to where it was. And so they'll do a lot of procrastinating on this issue behind the notion that they've still got time, interestingly enough. Now, energy is the other constraint. So what animals do is they move. And so they move in ways that are optimal for their biological success. So they're designed by nature to figure out how it is. So this guy doesn't just swim around in the ocean and turn flips all day long. That's not what he does. He actually moves with very concerted planning. And that concerted planning that animals do to move. So a gopher doesn't decide to try to climb a tree. Gopher's going to burrow into the ground because that's going to be the smartest move for a gopher. So what creatures do is they actually have a plan for their movements, and that's going to be what we call motivation. So animals don't just move randomly, they move with motives. And those motives involve a target action, something that they want to accomplish. And when they hit a target action, they're going to have a reward for it because that's going to be good for their biology. And one way or the other, they're going to win. They're going to beat alpha, win the females. They're going to get a hole dug so that they can have a den with their little critters in it. In other words, animals have motives, and so do people. It's going to turn out that what people want more than anything is they're going to want what we're going to call esteem. So they want to be valued by other people. So one of the driving issue in weight loss is to be esteemed more by other people. That doesn't mean we want everybody to sleep with us or want them to want to sleep with us or anything like this, or just admire us. But the truth is that we're designed by nature to essentially be in a competitive process with other people, that we want to appear fit, we want to appear as attractive as we can. These are just basic biological motives that are inside every creature in the animal kingdom, including us. And what we want to do is we're designed by nature to try to optimally use our time and energy to get there. Now, we're using our time and energy for all kinds of motives: getting the kids to school, getting the oil changed in the car. Some of us are more diligent than others at these things. Going and getting our hair cut, having a fight with our friend about whether or not there should be sugar and salt on the food. There's sort of no end to human agendas. So if we look at anybody's life, their life's pretty complicated and they have a whole bunch of different goals. And getting your kid to school, you actually don't know this consciously, but what you're attempting to do is you're attempting to aid your own biological success through the process of them getting to school on time, getting their homework done, doing well in school, getting good grades. Then they can maybe, get better job in high school. And then maybe at the end of high school, they go to a good college. If they go to a good college and they do a good job and have good habits, maybe they get a good job. They get a good job, then that puts them in a position with better finances to be more secure, to get better mates, and therefore raise your grandchildren more effectively. There's no end to it. So literally, in Susie's desire to hustle little Matt and get him into the car and get him to school on time, she doesn't know it, but behind this is an entire orchestration of her life's agenda, okay, being driven by the need to be biologically successful. It's an incredible orchestration of which people are almost entirely unconscious. Now, behind all this, what we have is the energy conservation is a constant whispering dynamic that sits inside of animal minds. This is why predators throughout the world go after the weak, the sick, the slow, the isolated, and the injured. They aren't taught to do this. These are automated computational mechanisms that reside inside of predators to do this. They are ingenious at it. Okay, so they literally, out of an array of 300 possible prey animals, they'll pick the one or two that is the most likely to be compromised. This is how sophisticated animal motivation is. The motives are all about, can I save energy? Okay? So you will have heard all of your weight loss experts sort of lamenting and frustrated about how it is to get people to make the right dietary choices. The reason why it's difficult for people to make the right dietary choices is because they are designed by nature to seek out the most energy out of the food with the least possible effort. That means they're designed by nature to approach food and remember which food has the most calories per square inch or per pound. Okay, so that's what we call calorie density. So of course, the motivational systems, which in this case is going to be driven by pleasure mechanisms, the motivational systems are going to be designed by nature to not only have you be able to smell when the food is higher calorie density before you've ever tasted it, but also once you've tasted it, to enjoy it more when food is of lower calorie density. And not only that, to remember the specific food and have it called up in your memory circuits over the next succeeding days to try to repeat that process because it was so extremely valuable. So this is what Dr. Alan Goldhammer and I call the pleasure trap, that you are designed by nature to be constantly circling around, essentially like a vulture, always looking for the richest food in the environment. So how are we going to fix this?
May I ask a question, Dr.
Sure.
Lisle? Because what you said, if we really are biologically driven, designed by nature to always seek the richest food in the environment, wouldn't it make sense for somebody wanting to lose weight to not have those rich foods in their environment?
That is exactly right. So it's going to turn out, not only do you not want to have the rich foods in your environment, you also want something else. And that is that you want the healthy food in your environment that is of appropriate calorie density for our species. We want that food. We want you very good at putting that food together. So it's going to turn out that cruelly, that the beginning is always going to be the hardest. This is how it's going to work. So if you think about the reason why this is true is you actually have to learn the orchestrated movements involved in something as simple as opening up an avocado, okay, and then taking the pit out. You don't think anything of this. This seems unbelievably simple. But if you watch an experienced cook that has done that 1,000 times do it, they are much more efficient in their movements than somebody who's just doing it for the first time. You get more efficient at cooking your oatmeal. It seems like that would be impossible that would be true, but it is true. You get more efficient at it. And the more efficient that you get at essentially producing and organizing healthy food in your environment, from the decisions that you make in terms of when you're in the grocery store, to how it is that you store the food in your refrigerator and in your kitchen, and then how you put it together. All of these issues of energy conservation, the more effective that you get at this through the more practice, what's going to happen is it starts to become the default programming of your existence. You just do it over and over again because this is going to be what we call the learning curve. Okay, so the learning curve was a concept essentially invented by Ivan Pavlov more than 100 years ago in the concept of animal learning. And so it's going to, everybody remembers Pavlov's dogs. Well, Pavlov's dogs went through a learning curve process as they learned something new. That's what learning is about. It's about learning, it's about new information and new connections. And so the new connection that Pavlov's dogs learned was that if you ring a bell, then there's going to be food. Okay, ringing a bell doesn't necessarily mean food in the animal environment at all, but it did because Pavlov educated them that that was going to be true. The same thing is going to be true for you in your own kitchen. If you don't have to be looking for things, if you've got things super well organized, if everything that you need for your week is already in the kitchen because you have a shopping list on your phone or in your head that is so simple and you know exactly what it is that you're going to do, then you're going to make it much more likely for you to be able to repeat these actions over and over. And of course, the first week that you do this, you're going to be pathetic, okay? That's how it works. This is, we can't stop this. You've been through this many times in your life. You just haven't recognized the process. So for example, this is how you learn to walk. So you didn't just learn to walk, and anybody that ever tells me, oh, my kid could just learn to walk without any problem, I know that the person is not telling the truth. And the reason they're not telling the truth is that it is required that you fall. It is required. You must actually make mistakes in order to learn when you're making a mistake, and then you get a correction process. And when your kid falls and they cry, that's an important part of the process. Okay? It's actually a way that the mind records what kind of error it just made so that it won't make that error in that degree the next time. It's the same way you learn how to talk. Okay? You babbled away and nobody could understand what you were saying, and you slowly triangulated on being able to formulate words and get them right, pretty much. All right, so this is how this works. The way you learned how to walk and the way you learned how to talk was going through the process of learning curves. And the same thing is going to be true for everything. Riding a bicycle, absolutely a treacherous process by which you had to fall a few times. You had to have that sinking feeling of that you overcorrected, and now it is that you've lost your balance. This is the learning process. And the very same learning process has to go on when it comes to changing your diet, with one exception. Remember that when you fall off a bicycle or you fall as a little kid, it hurts. All right? So the system says, careful. What you just did was you just made a mistake. When you make a mistake here, it rewards you, for God's sakes. Okay? Okay? So now we start to see the psychological challenges we have, and now we start to understand more broadly why it is that this is such a difficult process, and why we have to have educational processes, that we have to have support systems. As people have a motivation among many motivations, and one of them says, I want to be thinner, I want to be fitter, I want to get rid of my type 2 diabetes, I want to be prettier, I want to be beautiful, I want to be proud of myself, I want to just be more fit and have more energy. Those are all worthy goals, but against them, strangely enough, are the two major constraining, motivating processes in life: time and energy. Both of these constraining resources, both of them are against you. Okay? You're already up the learning curve in how it is to get rich food. And not only that, it's everywhere. Okay? It's everywhere, and it's unbelievably easy. And healthy food will never be as easy as rich food.
Right.
Literally, corporate America understands intuitively about energy conservation and time. That's what, quote, fast food is. If you notice, fast food has an interesting characteristic. Not only is it hyper palatable, in other words, it's super rich in calories, vastly richer in calories than our species was designed to eat. Our species is designed to eat food that's about 500 calories a pound, more or less. Your stomach is going to hold 4 or 5 pounds of food a day. If you're a man, you're going to burn about 2,500 calories, so you're going to need to eat on average about 5 pounds of food. If you're a woman, you're going to eat about 1,900 calories a day. It's about 4 pounds of food. So you're essentially designed by nature to eat this few pounds of food a day. You can imagine what happens is if the food that you eat on average is 1,000 calories a pound instead of 500. If you do that and you eat that same 4 or 5 pounds of food a day, we're going to be eating massive overeating in terms of caloric intake, and we're going to get people that are overweight. So if anybody wants to know why people are overweight, it's not because they eat too much food.
Right.
Okay, they're not eating too much food. They're eating the appropriate 4 pounds of food, but the food that they're eating is richer than was designed for the organism. And as a result, they're systematically overeating the calories, and that's putting extra weight on them. Now, there's two ways that the calories can be rich, artificially rich. One way is for literally the chemical density of the food to be high. So that's going to be, your other doctors will have talked about this, that it's high fat food, that's really rich, and even carbohydrate and protein. If there's not the appropriate amount of fiber along with the food, then the food is going to be calorically too rich. The other issue, though, is how soft the food is. Okay, so it turns out that when you soften food, it turns out that it requires significantly less calories to digest the food. In fact, about 12% or so. So when you take the very same food naturally, for example, let's suppose we had carrots and we put carrots into a blender and we made it into carrot soup. Now, this is not a tragedy because carrots are so low in calorie density that if we do such a thing, the fact that our soup just went up in terms of its calorie density by 12% is not a crisis because carrots are only 200 calories a pound anyway. But when you look at the modern food supply and what people are eating, what they're eating is rich food that has also been made very soft. Okay, so this is fascinating.
Like peanut butter.
Like peanut butter. A great example also would be hamburger. So there's a reason why hamburger is the national food of the United States. And that's because it turns out that, of course, when it comes to commercial ease and storage, etc., the appropriate thing would have been steak burgers. If you got a bunch of people that want to eat a bunch of animal food and they're going to eat a bunch of steak, then of course you would just slice it into chunks and put it on bread. Okay, that would be what you would do. And then you put your ketchup and your mayonnaise, and, i.e. oil, all over the food, and that's what would be reasonable. But that's not what we did. What we found out is that everybody wanted to eat hamburger with cheese on it, of course. And what are we going to see there? The hamburger, because it's been ground up by a machine, it is much softer. And that softness makes it 12% more calorie dense, effectively, than had we had exactly the same amount of meat, except that it was in a steak burger. This is extraordinary. So when you look at fast food, not only is fast food designed to be fast and designed to be up the learning curve so that you, incredibly simple learning curve. All you have to learn to do is to drive through the drive-through. Okay, that's all you have to do. I remember, as a kid, it's a little scary talking to the little guy behind the thing for the drive-through, but you get up that learning curve and you find out it's like magic. Okay, so all you have to do is talk to the guy. All right, so then you go up that learning curve, which is pretty simple. Not much simpler than opening up an avocado and getting the pit out of it without making a mess. Okay, so you go through the drive-through and you get your order, and then you find out something interesting about your order. Not only was it very fast, it was also very soft. Okay, it was also, of course, very calorie rich. So essentially, we see everything about the modern environment and how food goes from the farm and then winds up in people's stomachs. It's going to turn out that this is going to be an extremely easy, energy conserving, very energy rich process of procuring energy for individuals. That's why we have the weight problem.
Yeah, it's incredible. The foods you mentioned, these high fat, high calorie, hyper palatable foods, they really, like, when I think of that, I think of like Cinnabon, for example. It's like 1,200 calories. They almost require no chewing whatsoever.
Almost no chewing. And it's going to turn out that that's the reason why you have orthodontists, is because little kids, if they don't have to chew their food, then they don't have to stress the jaw. And if they don't have to stress the jaw doesn't grow wide, and therefore there's not enough room for the teeth to go in. That is specifically why. I did that. I had to have braces. It turns out that a computer guy found that had my jaw, looking at my jaw, had my jaw been properly formed, it would have looked much more, the whole face would have looked much more like Brad Pitt.
See, so there's ramifications beyond our health and weight loss when we don't eat the proper diet. Yeah.
All right. So energy conservation. So where do we take this concept? It means that at the beginning, you're going to fumble and you're not going to be very good at it. And it's going to be frustrating, and it's going to be not very many calories and not a lot of pleasure out of those calories for a whole bunch of effort. See, so we have quite a formidable set of obstacles that is going to stop people from actually getting over these hurdles. But if you know that what's going to happen is that these hurdles are all going to get better, that you are going to, number one, your palate is going to become more sensitive to the lower density foods and you're going to like them better. That's an important thing for you to know. Number two, it's going to turn out that you are going to get more effective at actually getting the food put together. You want to keep things generally quite simple. As you go on in your journey, you can add things. That's why we have people like Chef AJ that can actually coach you in terms of getting more, a wider repertoire of food. But we want people to start simple. We want them to know of a few simple things that they can do essentially every day. And we want them to do those repeatedly so that they get their kitchen organized and get their life organized so that they essentially can start on this process. And that's what we need more than anything. Is most important part of the process is usually the first couple of weeks, where they need to really get themselves organized and do things in a repetitive enough fashion that they start to go up the learning curve and it starts to get easy. So that's step one. Energy conservation is it weaves its way through the chewing of food, it weaves its way through the ease of procurement, and it weaves its way through how it impacts the pleasure centers of the brain, that if the food is of higher calorie density, that it's more exciting and hyper excites the dopamine pathway. So energy conservation winds up being this very important principle that sits on the other side of the chessboard between you and your weight loss. Okay, it's the master of the chess game. So it's going to encourage you to eat the richer food, to get the food that's easier to get, and to stop you from going through the process of going up the learning curve to do things differently. It's the past master of the survival arts. And it's basically saying, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. Don't go to the trouble. Don't get some list together. Don't chop a bunch of stuff. Don't get knives together. Don't get some Tupperware together so that you can save the food. Forget about it. Just go get something that's really rich and easy to chew that you don't have to think about. That's exactly what's sitting on the other side of your life's chessboard. You have to understand that that creature is there, that creature is embedded in you. It's an ingenious device to save your ancestors from starving, okay? And unfortunately, that very same device, that very same coach, is now coaching us in exactly the wrong direction. So that's step one.
That's why I'm such a stickler, Dr. Lisle, for people who are serious to clean their environment, because even if they prepare the healthy food, that richer food that they have for their families, it's always going to call to them.
Yes. So these are, that's why cleaning your environment, getting your environment organized is the fight. It's 75% of the fight. Okay. Now we're going to talk about a second part of the fight. And we're not going to be comprehensive in this, but I want to introduce a concept for people that haven't heard it, and just get a very significant component of their understanding sort of stoked, because this is very important. What we seek is we seek a feeling in life that's called happiness, and this has a mythical aspect to it. Like, oh, there's going to be some place like Shangri-La or where it's all just happy all the time and somehow laced with pleasure too. Somehow this is just this magnificent, moment if we can capture it. That's a misunderstanding of what happiness is. What happiness is it's a signaling device to tell you that things are in good circumstances. That's what happiness is. It's exactly the same kind of signal as the hunger drive, thirst, temperature regulation. It's all emotions and all sensations are simply devices to signal to us whether circumstances are good or bad or somewhere in the middle. So if I've got a wood table here at the desk, if I were to sniff it right now, which I'm not going to do, I would not have any response. I might actually even be able to smell the wood a little bit, probably couldn't, but if I did, it wouldn't be strongly positive smell. It would be a little bit positive, but it wouldn't be anything like, for example, the smell of a ripe peach. And that's because the smell of a ripe peach, that smell is a sensation that is indicative of calories that I can really use. If I were to smell, if my cat had sat here and then I smelled some cat poop, which is okay. But the point is, if I did, I wouldn't like that smell, because that smell is the smell of bacteria that's potentially harmful. So sensations are either positive, negative, or if they're neutral, it's because they're neither here nor there in terms of your survival and reproduction. The peach is very good for my survival and reproduction. It increases my likelihood of survival. The cat poop decreases my likelihood of survival, okay? And the smell of the wood is in the middle. So our feelings, our moods of happiness or unhappiness, or our sensations of pleasure or pain, what these are is they're simply signaling devices that tell us whether or not we're in good circumstances or bad circumstances. And not only do they do this, they're also very sophisticated in terms of attempting to signal to us what aspect of the environment it is that is either in trouble or good. So when I smell cat poop, I don't suddenly feel anxious as if I'm being stalked by a predator, okay? It's a different negative feeling. I don't suddenly, or if I smell a peach, I don't suddenly fall in love, okay? In other words, your feelings are sophisticated. They're signaling devices to tell you not only is something good or something bad in your environmental circumstances, but how it's good and how it's bad. So it's going to turn out that what human beings want very much is a feeling that we're going to call esteem. It's a feeling of being valued. There's many good feelings in the world, like eating that peach or soaking up warm sunshine or looking out at a beautiful vista or hearing birds sing. There's a lot of things that can cause people to feel like, hey, I'm in good circumstances. But the most important one that people seek the most is a feeling that other people value them. That's because more of human survival and reproductive variance is dependent upon what other people think of us than anything else. So if I'm a gopher, that's probably not true. What counts most is, did I get the gopher hole deep enough to keep my kids away from the foxes, okay? So gopher feeling is probably more dependent upon the gopher hole. Human feeling also depends upon your environmental circumstances, but the most important part of those environmental circumstances are, what does the village think of you, okay? So we're designed by nature with what I'm gonna call an esteem meter. Esteem meter, I'm not just making this up, it's been called sociometer by Mark Leary at Duke University. It goes by other descriptions in history. A big one would be what we would call Freud's ego. So I don't like using Freud's ego too much because it comes with so much baggage from other ideas in Freudian psychology that it becomes instantly convoluted. But let's just use it for a minute, like the word ego. And we're going to put that aside, and we'll go back to using the concept of an esteem meter. It's a device that tells you what other people think of you based on what it is that, how it is that they're behaving. So if you apply for 5 jobs and you get them all, you come home and you tell your mom, boy, that was sure good for my ego, okay? What that meant was a bunch of different organizations esteemed you, and they signaled their esteem for you by what, you know, they found you valuable and they wanted to trade with you, okay? Or a young guy asked 5 girls to the prom and all 5 of them turned him down. And he comes home and tells his mom, boy, that was tough on my ego. And what that meant is that he did not get good esteem signals from those 5 young ladies. All of them rejected him. So essentially, the process is one of acceptance or rejection. And when we are accepted, we're receiving esteem, and that creates moods of happiness inside of people. And when we get rejected, we feel depressed. We feel essentially it's bad for our biology. We got kicked out of the village, or we got rejected as a partner, or is it a friend, or is it a trade person? In other words, any of these sorts of relationships that make up human life, we are sensitive to cues about whether or not we are being accepted or rejected. This is what I call esteem, and it's the center part of life. Now, we also use another term other than ego. We call it self-esteem. So if the guy goes and gets those 5 job offers, he says, boy, that's good for my self-esteem. He'll use the word self-esteem pretty much interchangeable with the word ego, okay? Now, I don't, and there's a reason why I don't. And I'm going to be battling this the rest of my life as I try to get people to use the language the way I want them to use it. And that is that I want us to be conscious of the fact that there are 2 different esteem processes. One of them is esteem coming from the outside, about what other people think of us and how they signal whether or not they value us. That's what I call esteem. That is not self-esteem. That is esteem. Those people are the ones that esteem you, okay? And they are esteeming you, and you feel good. It causes you to feel good. You are not esteeming you. They are esteeming you, and they are signaling it, okay, with their behavior. That is the loudest signal that there is inside of human nature. There is nothing more tantalizing and nothing more satisfying than have other people signal to us that they find us valuable and that they want to include us and accept us in their lives. That's what falling in love is someone that you find really valuable finds you really valuable. There's no more intense positive experience than that. Okay? We have many of those experiences where it doesn't have to be with people, it could be with our animals. So when our animals interact with us, they signal to us that they love us, and we signal it back, and there's a reciprocal process of esteem signaling to everybody's esteem meter, okay? Now, when we go on a weight loss journey, we are seeking esteem. We want other people to think more highly of us. Maybe because we're overweight, they think we're not very conscientious or not very smart, or not very emotionally stable. So they have a bunch of negative stereotypes. They also think we're not very physically attractive. And so there's a lot of negatives that we carry into the social world as a result of being overweight. Yeah, and so therefore we're motivated. We know that this is costly. And so guess what? Our motivational system says, maybe we should spend some time and energy in trying to fix this, okay? And so we have to go against the pleasure trap. We have to go against energy conservation programming, but we feel the motivation. And the motivation that is driving us is our imagination as we say, boy, would my esteem meter love to have positive feedback from other people. That's what we seek. That is the goal that human beings are seeking when they start their weight loss journey. Now, what I try to do as a psychologist is I attempt to get people to alter this goal. Because what I want them to do is I want them to discover that there is another source of esteem built inside of human nature. That source of esteem is going to be what I call the internal audience. Now, the internal audience doesn't have an easy name that fits. So in the history of philosophy, they'll call it consciousness or self-conscious. Freud sort of called it the superego to some degree. It starts to be muddy. The modern neuroscience hasn't come up with a universal name for this, but I have a name that I think works very well, and that's an internal audience. And what that internal audience is it's essentially a set of observers that are made up inside your own mind that are watching you. And you can see this all the time. So you see a little kid shooting baskets in his driveway, and he's calling the game as if thousands of people are watching him. And he'll say, you know, Jimmy goes back for the shot, you know, and he's calling it as if, and then when the crowd roars, he pretends the crowd is roaring. This is his internal audience. His internal audience is watching him. When you decorate your home and you make it look nicer, you're looking at it, and what's looking at that home is your internal audience. And your internal audience is commenting to you, okay? And it's commenting through the esteem meter. It's sending you an esteem cues just as if it's real live people on the outside. And it will say, what a beautiful home. And you'll feel what? Proud, just as if real people said it, okay? This is an extraordinary characteristic, and I'm sure utterly unique to humans. That this device that I call an internal audience has been seen as a curse and pesky and something nasty that we have to fix or that we can program through happy talk. In other words, people will say, well, look in the mirror and really say with meaning, you know, you're a beautiful person. This won't work. The internal audience is way too smart, folks. You don't bluff the internal audience. The internal audience is watching you and knows everything about you. So it's watching everything you do. I mean, this is the ultimate Santa Claus. It knows whether you're sleeping and knows whether you're awake and knows whether you've been bad or good. Okay, it's watching the whole thing. And it's there to actually give you a signal into your future as to what other people would think if they were to see what you're up to. So that's the point of it. So the point of it is that if your house is a mess and you start to clean it up and it starts looking better, your internal audience says, hey, this is looking better. And if they saw what it looked like now, they would say you're doing a good job. Okay? This is if a gal tries on a dress at Macy's, and she's looking at it in the mirror, she's looking at it through the eyes of her internal audience. She doesn't care what she looks like. She's not attracted to herself. Like, what difference does it make? You're not looking at yourself. No, other people are looking at you. And so your internal audience is the one that's looking at you. And it's looking at you and it's giving you feedback as if it's outside people. And if it thinks that that dress looks good on you, it says, hey, that looks good. This is what we call self-esteem. This is entirely generated from within your own mind. And so it's a funny thing because it's kind of not you that's doing it. It's somebody else. It's these mythical people. But it's your neural tissue. It's you. But it's watching. This is why people can have very funny language. They'll say like, I'm so disgusted with myself, or I'm so mad at myself. Really? How's that possible? That's telling us right there that there's more than one social psychological entity inside the person's brain. And that's what it is. The internal audience watches you do something and it says, that's disgusting. What a lousy job you did. But that's what it is. It's an outside entity commenting. Now, when it comes to weight loss, this is such a long journey. It's such a journey against your instincts. It's against the energy conservation programming. And if you're going to make esteem from other people the goal of doing this, it's probably not going to work very well.
Wow.
Okay? So even though esteem is, of course, the ultimate goal that we're seeking, the truth is if we make it, if it is the conscious directed goal to this entire thing, then we're going to miss out on the most important part of the process. And we're going to be a little bit lost. So let me tell you what happens to people. People will, through great self-discipline and determination, often lose 40 or 50 pounds and look much better. But once they start to get esteem cues from other people, that other people say, wow, Sally, you look really good. Wow, you look great. Okay. Then they start thinking, let me now refigure my energy conservation programming. I'll start thinking about this. I think I can have a chocolate bar now, and it's not going to make much difference as what I look like. So now I've just enhanced my day because I now just got this self-indulgent 400 calories. But nobody saw. My husband didn't see. My friends didn't see. The cute guy at work didn't see. Nobody saw. Okay? I got away with it. All right? So I still have the same esteem that I had earlier today before I did this. And what we noticed, though, is that the self-esteem says, well, that was pretty mediocre. But it's quiet. The self-esteem audience is not loud, folks. It's meant to be quiet. It's a quiet coach and audience. It's considered by some other schools of psychology to be inherently punitive and inherently critical. It's actually called by one group the internal critic. This is incorrect. It's actually an audience. And so if you do a good job, it will give you a thumbs up. And if you do a bad job, it will give you a thumbs down. That's how it works. And the feelings that go with that are the esteem feelings, because that's the device that it's operating through, because it's essentially social psychological entity sending esteem cues. So if you do a very fine job, there will be a quiet applause. It's not going to be loud. It's not as loud as the cute guy at work saying, wow, what have you been up to? That's an esteem cue. That's real live people signaling real live esteem. That's the music is on full blast. That's like the amplifier for a guitar player. Okay? A self-esteem, the internal process, is more like he's picking at that guitar with no amplifier. It's very quiet. Nobody can even hear him. It's just in his garage or in his room, and he's going through the fingering. But if he hits those fingers really well and he practices hard and he learns a new sequence, he feels really good about himself. That's self-esteem.
So it's almost like you're saying that your internal audience is never not looking. And with every bite you take, they're either cheering you or booing you.
Yes, or neither, because it's not, your performance is fine and it's not wowed by your performance and it's not disgusted. You're doing a decent job. Okay. This is the self-esteem mechanism. And this is the mechanism that people need to become sensitive to and understand how it works. So we can't talk it into anything. All it's doing is it's watching our actions. Okay, it's a beautiful judge. Now, so what I need people to do is I need them to understand that the self-esteem mechanism is dynamic. This is why I call my approach to psychology esteem dynamics. It's because we've been taught that our self-esteem is entrenched, that it happened in early childhood. Freudian psychology would say that it's set in stone in early childhood interactions with our parents. It turns out this is a huge mistake. That's like saying you ate a big meal once and you're never going to be hungry again, or you got cold once for a week because you got trapped up in Alaska and now you can never get warm again. It's you just can't get warm enough. That isn't how it works. Esteem processes are inherently dynamic. Every sports hero knows this. 1 minute they're the hero, the next minute they're the GOAT, 15 minutes later or 15 weeks later they're a hero. Changes. Esteem processes are dynamic. And the self-esteem process is dynamic. And the hardest battle of weight is actually the self-esteem mechanism watching you. And if you, and essentially the suffering that a person is doing because they're coming into the problem of losing weight with a self-esteem mechanism that is disgusted. The self-esteem mechanism is disgusted with a person who wants to do a better job and isn't doing it. And the self-esteem audience simply watches this and watches behavior that is in the pleasure trap, that isn't taking the time and energy and the actions to do things properly, even though they know the right direction to go. And the self-esteem mechanism isn't, the internal audience isn't that sophisticated to know how hard this is. And so it can be pretty punitive, and it can be a pretty unpleasant place to live inside your own house with your self-esteem mechanism giving you thumbs down every day.
Wow.
And people look to shrinks, they look to psychodynamic thinking, they look to where they've had abusive situations in their past. They look to all kinds of explanations to try to slash the Gordian knot of confusion as to why it is that their self-esteem is so low. Okay? My message here is to explain that the self-esteem mechanism is inherently dynamic. And if you take the bull by the horns and you do this in the direction that you and I, AJ, try to coach people to do, that the self-esteem mechanism can turn around, and it can turn around very, very fast because it's dynamic. So it won't turn around in a day, because one day isn't enough to impress yourself. Your audience is not going to be impressed in a day. In 2 days, it's not going to be impressed. It's not going to believe in you. But in 5 or 6 days, it starts to believe. So if you do an excellent job for 5 or 6 days in a row, and I don't mean a pretty good job, but you do an excellent job for 5 or 6 days in a row, your internal audience starts to take notice. It starts to know that you had many times when you could have gotten indulgent and gotten back into the pleasure trap, but you didn't do it. Okay? And it thinks, wow, Sally, you mean business. Maybe. Okay? Now, it can still get overwhelmed looking in the mirror and feel like, oh, what's the use? What's the point? The success is so far off, etc. But what we want to do is we want to have people focused on happiness. And I want you to know that there's 2 ways to happiness. One way is through the self-esteem mechanism, and the other way is through the esteem mechanism. We want to park the esteem mechanism. It will come. If it's not coming today, and it's not coming next week, and it's not coming the week after that, and it's not coming the week after that. Because this is a long-term trap, and you've been in it a long time, and to unwind the mess, this is like having a house that's a mess. We're not going to have it cleaned up in 8 minutes. That's not how it's going to work. It's going to take a while, okay? And to clean up this mess is going to take a while. And we're going to need support, okay? And we're going to need education, and we're going to need to go up the learning curve. But most of all, what we need to know is we need to know that within 2 weeks, our self-esteem can be very high, okay? And therefore, we can get to happiness a hell of a lot faster than we're thinking. And once you've tasted this, once you know what it feels like to have your self-esteem mechanism say, hey, I'm doing really well, okay? You are doing a good job, Sally. You are doing a really good job. Now, if you run and measure to the scale, we could get into trouble. Because it could be that you're down 2 pounds and you're like, oh, what's the use? I'll never get this esteem. I've got 80 pounds to go. I don't want people doing that. I want them looking at their esteem process. I want them having a simple set of fundamentals that they know they need to do every day, the things that you talk about in your groups. We want to have simple processes that we go over, and when we do them at the end of the day, and while we're doing them during the day, our internal audience is watching us. And when you go to sleep that night and you wake up the next morning and you didn't indulge, the internal audience says, you put together another perfect day, okay? You do that 10 days in a row, folks, and you have happiness. How about that? We can get there way faster than the 6 months it's going to take to lose the 50 pounds. And when we get there, we will know what got us there, which was the self-esteem mechanism, honoring that and protecting it and wanting to have that feeling of having done things well and done it right. Okay? That's the most important magic that there is in this process. Of course, once the crowd cheers and the confetti comes down and you win your happiness trophy from Esteem, you will have those moments. But folks, that's not as important as we think it is. When they win a Super Bowl and there's confetti, the young men that have done this are extremely proud and they are very happy to have won. But if you had told them, guess what, you can buy a Super Bowl trophy if you're rich for $100,000, just go buy a trophy. Like, what is that? Okay, that's not the same thing. What we're looking for is the happiness that's generated from a self-esteem process where you earned it. That's what makes it special. Okay?
It seems like if somebody were to have gastric bypass, they really kind of bought the trophy. They didn't really earn it.
They bought the trophy. And the truth of the matter is they won't defend it, which is why it's such a mess. This is why I call all of this the slow, fast way. Okay? We're only going to do this once. We're going to do it right. We're going to be paying attention to the right things, which is the self-esteem processes that give us a thumbs up when we do well and give us a thumbs not so up when we don't do so well. So you make mistakes along the way. That's okay. You're going to slip and fall sometimes as you're learning to walk. But as you learn the dance of self-esteem, then you're going to know how to always find your way back and how you're going to want to defend it. Okay?
This makes so much sense, Dr. Lisle. When I think about it, I'm 7 years into losing 50 pounds. And, for the first 2 years, people do give you lots of compliments. Oh my God. But it doesn't go on forever. And
Yes.
if it wasn't for these internal processes that you talk about, I think that's what keeps me motivated, because it's so funny because I didn't know you were going to talk about this, but I remember last night I've eaten dinner with you and you always leave food on your plate. And so does my husband, Charles, because you guys have really sensitive satiety mechanisms. And I came from the full plate club. And even though it doesn't affect my weight, I have a tendency to sometimes overeat or eat later than I want. But when I don't do it, which was last night, I remember brushing my teeth last night, like having what I think of as a perfect day where I didn't overeat and I remember saying to myself, God, I feel really proud going to bed tonight because I'm not overly stuffed and bloated. And I think these quieter processes, these are much more sustainable, because after you lose your weight, it's not going to be forever where people are going to every day at work compliment you.
Absolutely. This is what this is all about.
Yeah, it seems like after learning calorie density, the littlest known secret to weight loss is to impress your internal audience.
Yes, you bet.
Yeah, this is mind blowing.
Yes, there's three. There's many folks that can help us. So my favorite place to send people if they want to join a group and get group support is your group, AJ.
Oh, thank you.
Not weight loss. Chef AJ is one of a kind when it comes to organizing and orchestrating group process. If you are somebody that needs to get away and just take a break and have essentially a retreat, obviously True North is where we are, but it's hard to get into. But Dr. Nathan Gershfeld now in Southern California has Fasting Escape at fastingescape.com, which is a beautiful facility where people can come and take a time out and really get their palates reset through a period of water fasting or juice fasting to get them on their way. And when it comes to one-on-one counseling, I don't know anybody better than Vanessa Sardi at Nutriception, who I just met in this last year, is a terrific individual for supporting people's self-esteem on a one-on-one basis. So this is one of many. There's a lot of good support systems out there, and people are finding them here on this summit, I'm sure. These are three of my favorites. But however the process goes, I want everyone to be alerted to their internal audience and to understand that this is not a pesky negative thing that is a curse of humanity. Now, believe me, it's been painted that way, and you can beautifully see why people would feel that way. they would feel like, boy, do I not like the negative messages I'm getting from my internal audience. Can't you help me get rid of these? Okay? So here is a phrase that is disturbing. I need to be happy with myself just the way I am. Well, a person that's 40 pounds overweight that is attempting to have their internal audience be okay with them being happy the way they are is wishing for something that will never be. Okay? Because the internal audience knows that you could do better, and it knows when you are not doing a good job, and it will continue to signal its irritation and frustration as it knows that you're undermining your biological success and ultimately your esteem, the esteem that you could be gaining. It won't give it to you. It doesn't matter how many times you stare in the mirror. It doesn't matter who hypnotizes you. It doesn't matter how many people sit around in a group and chant to try to get you to feel better about yourself. It won't work. Self-esteem is pitiless in its judgment. Okay? If you earn it, it's going to give it to you. It's going to give it to you. If you earn it, and it's a beautiful thing and there's nothing like it. If you don't earn it, it's not going to give it to you. And so the beauty of this is that it does not take spectacular success from the world to give you self-esteem. All it takes is for you to do an excellent job in an intermediate term situation in a matter of days, and your self-esteem will turn around and you will continue to have that self-esteem for as long as you earn it.
That's incredible. This is something I'm going to have to listen to over and over because it's just mind-blowing. So just to summarize, Dr. Lisle, what is the real truth about weight loss?
Truth about weight loss is that it's a very important thing for people to do. It's important for both their self-esteem and their esteem. The price that's paid by being overweight and out of shape isn't just a few little health issues. It actually goes down deeper than that into the nature of our happiness. And the truth is that anyone can do this. So no matter how lost a person is or how hopeless they have felt, what we need is new information, new ideas, and support that gives you better insight into how it is that you can solve this problem. This problem is solvable. There are many obstacles, but it's very much like learning to walk. If you're determined enough and it's important enough to you, this success can be yours.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Lisle.
It's a pleasure, AJ.
So what you guys think? I'm reading some comments that this is your first introduction to Dr. Lisle, and I certainly hope it won't be the last. He is probably one of my favorite people to interview, and I interview him almost every week. You can check out my YouTube page, Chef AJ. Probably there's at least 30 interviews. He is so kind and generous with his time and amazing speaker, and he's not the kind of person you just listen to once. This is one reason that a lot of people are getting the transformation package, because the transcript that you get with the 450-page book, it's for me, it's very helpful to be looking at that while I'm listening to him, because he is just so highly intelligent that I don't always understand everything he says the first time. And you know what they say, repetition is the mother of skill. And what he said in this summit is, he's never really said that before, certainly not in that depth or in the same way. And he's just such a nice person, such a wonderful human, you know. And you know, my takeaways, well, so many of them, is like that your internal audience is like Santa Claus, knows when you're getting your hand in the cookie jar. Can't fool your internal audience. You can't bluff your internal audience. Incredible. That whole concept of the internal audience is so helpful, which is why it's so important to do things like our other speakers say, like John Pierre, exercise in the morning, so that your internal audience is like, yeah, I feel proud. You know, if you wait till the end of the day, you've lost that opportunity. That, you know, what he talks about in terms of caloric density, a lot of it he'll talk about from an evolutionary standpoint, that the foods that are making all of us fat and sick didn't used to exist, guys. We didn't always have oil. Oil was a prize that was given to Olympic athletes in Greece, the old days, that they used to put on their body. They never put it in their mouth. We never had processed sugar. We never had flour. We never had alcohol. When we had animal products, it wasn't these factory farmed and cage fed, high fat, high protein kind of engineered animals that are given mass doses of hormones and antibiotics. Our ancestors did eat some animal products, but they didn't have refrigeration. They couldn't have been eating them every day. They ate the weak, the sick, the slow, the isolated, and the injured. But animal products have a caloric density twice as high or 3 times as high as what he says our caloric density is supposed to be. He said that our species, the human species, is designed by nature to eat food that's about 500 calories per pound, more or less. That's your fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and legumes. And that the reason people are overweight and obese isn't because they're eating too much food. I had a morbidly obese mother that didn't eat too much food, but because they're not eating the right food. They're eating food that is artificially rich, that is of too high of a caloric density. And that is the reason. So when you understand calorie density, which I think you will after my talk tomorrow, you'll understand that it's not how much you eat, but what you eat. And that when there's not an appropriate amount of fiber, the food is always going to be too calorically rich. And when we soften the food and think about what Americans eat, Cinnabon, chicken nuggets, that it's about 12% more calorically dense, which is why that I don't recommend smoothies for weight loss. They're healthy, but for weight loss, just too calorically dense when you reduce the volume and the bulk and blend your food. So much to learn from Dr. Lisle, and we're going to be giving away some prizes based on the comments you made. As always, we love when you make comments during these talks and tell us what your biggest takeaway is, and click that little box that allows you to share that comment publicly on Facebook, which is Sharing the Summit. And always tell us where you're from so that we can hook up people in various parts of the United States and the world. Now, yesterday, because it was my birthday, we gave away so many bonus prizes of just extraordinary value that we didn't get to really make comments on the Chris Wark module, which was absolutely fabulous, or at least we didn't get to comment about what your comments were. So I'm going to read some of those right now and give a few prizes retroactively. So, and make sure that if you want a prize, a lot of people haven't been contacting us, that you email Toby at hello@betterlifesummits.com. If you have a tech question, many of them can be answered on the FAQ page. Okay, so let's see. From yesterday, we have from Sedona, Arizona, Yvonne Boutel, who says, as I really don't have any illnesses, I was thinking I don't have much to learn from Chris Wark. Boy, was I wrong. Loved him so much, and he was super inspiring. I had to write down what he said at the end. You have to point your ship toward Healthy Island. Point it toward Healthy Island, and if you get knocked off course, point it back toward Healthy Island. Waves and storms are going to come at you, but you keep pointing your ship toward Healthy Island, and before you know it, you get there. Thank you for this wonderful summit. And of course, happy birthday, Chef AJ. Thank you, Yvonne. I love that idea of pointing our ship toward Healthy Island instead of pointing it toward Camp Stop Kidding Yourself, which where most of us are right now. So to thank you so much for your kind comment, Yvonne, we're going to be sending you a bottle of my favorite salt-free seasoning, Benson's Table Tasting. All right. So from Germany, all the way from Germany, we have a tremendous comment from Ramona Stein, who is basically saying she had a gastric banding since she was 18, which isn't working anymore. And they're telling her to eat, meat and eggs and fish, etc. And she was going to go to the clinic for a second opinion to have another procedure done Monday. But as of listening to these recordings, she's really reconsidering it. And we hope you will, especially listen to Dr. Garth Davis and reconsider it and know that you can have success with this way of eating. Just give it some time, Ramona. And to thank you for commenting and for being brave enough to not go through with that surgery, at least right away. We'd like to give you a year's subscription to Veg World Magazine. Okay. Let's see. Sherry Bargery, and again, I apologize if I botch your names, guys. Happy birthday, Chef AJ. Thank you so much for putting this summit together. I've just bought How Not to Die, and I'm a quarter way through it. Between this summit and Dr. Greger's book, I think this time I'll make it to healthy and happy, especially if you point your ship towards that way, as Chris Wark said. Not maybe. I will make it. Thank you so much for your inspiration, love, and compassion. Thank you, Sherry or Cherie, for your kind comment. And to thank you, we are going to be gifting you with Kathy Hester's Instant Pot class, which you can watch online from wherever you are. For some reason, I think you're from Australia. So, thank you. All right, so we have a very nice comment about Chris Wark from Donna Dutton. She says, Chris Wark was the most inspiring and easy to understand and assimilate into one's lifestyle of anyone I heard in the symposium. Thank you, AJ, for including him. I have to go on my morning walk now from Three Oaks, Michigan. This is Donna Dutton from Michigan. And how about another bottle of Benson's Gourmet Seasonings, Benson's Table Tasty. So when you get back from your walk, you can eat your vegetables and put a little delicious seasoning on them if you like. All the way from Ireland, Denise Cox. We have people watching from all over the world and had the most amazing comment that this weight loss summit is the Woodstock of whole food plant-based living. Thank you so much for that very kind comment. And she ends with, to quote Invictus, I am the master of my fate. This baby boomer now promises to always take full responsibility for her health, and to help you along the way, Denise, we're gifting you with a 1-year subscription of Veg World magazine. And thank you to the folks at Veg World, of which I am a monthly contributor, for these wonderful prizes that you've given every single day. Okay, so let's see what else I can give away. This quote is short and sweet, but it is so true. Kalamazoo, Michigan, Judy De La Garda, we are always looking for the richest food in the environment. Don't have them in your environment. Have healthy food choices instead. I gotta say, as succinct as that was, that really is the heart of what him and so many of the other speakers are teaching. And the secret to my success, I don't have crap in my environment, but I always have healthy food, and I've been able to maintain my 50-pound weight loss for over 5 years now, just doing those two things. So to thank you so much for that comment, Judy will also be sending you some Benson's Table Tasty so that you can put that on all the healthy food that's in your environment. Okay, so what else have we got here? So many nice comments. Let's see. Rick Milanazzo. What really hit home for me was the calorie density part of the talk. We need to eat about 4 to 5 pounds of food a day to feel full and satiated, and that food needs to be of a caloric density that our bodies are designed for, 400 to 500 calories per pound. Eating high calorically dense food will cause weight gain. You're absolutely right, Rick. So let's get you a wonderful ebook that will not cause weight gain. If anything, it'll cause weight loss with 35 delicious potato recipes and 15 sauces. Enjoy the Potato Reset book from Janine Elder. From Orange County, California, Colleen Dunbar. Your environment is at least 75% of the fight. Absolutely. People get upset with me when I say if it's in your house, it's in your mouth. A clean environment filled with whole plant foods make eating this way so much easier. Preparation and planning are the key. You open your refrigerator and everything is there waiting for you. You almost don't have to make a decision. There is no struggle. And that is so true. And so that you don't have to struggle with what you're going to make for Thanksgiving this year or anytime, we're going to be sending you the wonderful ebook from Elspeth Feldman of The Speedy Vegan called Pardon My Turkey, or Your Turkey, or somebody's turkey. But we're going to definitely pardon your turkey. Okay, so from Salt Lake City, Utah, Carl Davenport. When we learn new skills in life, mistakes hurt. That teaches us to avoid making the mistake again. But with learning to eat healthy, making mistake feels good. No wonder it's so hard to a healthy way of eating. So to help your healthy eating, we're going to be sending you my 2 favorite samples of California balsamic vinegar, Simply Lemon, and Sweet Heat. Thank you, Carl. Okay, Reagan Williams from Virginia. Dr. Lyle's discussion of the voice on the other side reminds me of a morbidly obese woman from a British TV show that looked at the lives of anorexic and overweight women. She said the voice inside your head telling you to put off exercise, to start losing weight another day, is trying to kill you. She sadly passed away due to her illness, but I'll never forget her story. So thank you so much for your comment, and we are going to be sending you, how about some Beet Boost? That is a yummy, yummy product, and it's from Rick Perry at our friend at NutriGardens in Portland, Oregon. Let's see. So did I read this one yet? I got to find it. I have her name written down, but I don't have her comment. I could read it next time I could do it next time. I wrote somebody's name without a comment. Let's see if I can find it here. If I can find it quickly. Oh, here it is. Okay. Cheryl Beckwar. Chef AJ, you are having a big impact at my house. While I was at work this week, my husband threw out all the food cupboards, fridge and freezer, he deemed inappropriate and said, Chef AJ made me do it. He has been watching every day. The takeaway he got thus far is he needs to eat more greens. Dr. Lyle taught me that it is okay to make mistakes at this way of eating. This is a process, and if we keep on going in the right direction, we will learn and we can get there. It is a challenge and not easy, but the goal is still there. So thank you, Cheryl. And to make it a little bit easier for you, we're going to be gifting you with Tammy Kramer's Mexican Fiesta class. And is there one more person? I love giving stuff away. I should have been a game show host, because this is like so fun. But like so many people have said, just by watching this summit, you're a winner, because you're getting this information for free and you can share it with all of your friends and loved ones. So now some more great information from Michelle McMacken. And I know that it's not easy, guys, and we have reasons, or what some of us like to call excuses, of why it's too hard. When you hear about one gentleman that was able to do this despite a very, very difficult circumstance, hopefully you'll be inspired to know that whatever challenges you are experiencing, you too are going to be able to adopt this lifestyle, and to understand first and foremost why the ketogenic diet is going to mortgage your health in the long run for some weight loss in the short one. So, Michelle McMacken with surprising common denominators for long-term weight loss.
Hi, Dr. McMacken, and welcome to the Real Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me. I'm excited.
Oh, me too. So as the director of Bellevue's Hospital Adult Weight Management Program, what interested you in this field?
I got interested in this field mostly because I really like talking to patients and communicating with people about how they can change their lifestyle. And honestly, I got into this back in 2005. I was right out of my residency training, and I really just enjoyed the connection with my patients on a one-to-one level. And that led to a few years of talking to patients about things like very traditional approaches to weight loss, like portion control and counting calories, and things that at the time I thought were the right thing to talk about to help people lose weight in the short term and keep it off. And then as I matured in this field and learned more, I started to develop other approaches. And I learned about sort of what the science shows about the most effective ways to lose weight and keep it off and promote long-term health, which of course as a doctor is my number one thing that I'm looking for. So I started changing my approach, and that really for me engendered this incredible personal reward as a physician, and it made my patients happier too. So I'd love to talk more about that as we move on.
Please do, because I love hearing what your clinical experience has been with this.
Yeah. So I at the hospital where I work, I take care of a very diverse patient population, people from all over the world. So I'm often either speaking Spanish myself or using an interpreter phone for Polish, French, Bengali, Russian, West African dialects. The list goes on. And so I have this incredibly rich cultural experience about talking about food and lifestyle with people. And the key thing that I've noticed is that the message has to be individualized. So every person who comes into my office is different. And even though my overall message is always going to be about eating foods in their less processed form and focusing primarily on plants, how to actually help people change the way they eat is a very different story, especially when you factor in cultural traditions, socioeconomic issues, families, and so forth, as you well know.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned socioeconomic issues. People seem to think that eating plants is expensive.
Yeah, I hear that a lot, and it's interesting because, as I said, my patient population is not only culturally diverse, but I do have a fair number of patients who are actually living at the poverty line or below. And what I have found is that some of the healthiest foods on the planet actually are the least expensive. So foods like legumes, beans, lentils, chickpeas. Some of the whole grains, especially oats or even brown rice, the root vegetables, sweet potatoes, some of these foods that are among the most health promoting actually happen to be the least expensive. Now, that does not, I don't want to discount the fact that there are certainly access issues for a lot of people where they may not have access to fresh fruits and vegetables or even some of these healthy foods. And so that's where I work with people to figure out how they can get more access. But I think if depending on where you're shopping, if you're buying a lot of gourmet, sort of plant-based alternative foods, that can really drive up the price. And those are great and delicious. But the foundation of the diet being in the simplest healthy foods is really where it's at.
You have a 99 cents only store where you live?
We have a few, yeah.
Because I found that I did an experiment, and I found that at least here in Los Angeles, I could eat pretty darn healthfully for about $3 a day at these stores, because they had a lot of produce that, bags of oranges and bags of potatoes for 99 cents, frozen vegetables. True, not everything was organic, but like you said, beans and rice. I mean, when you cook them yourself, they're practically free.
It's true. It's true. And, as a side note, the great thing about my recommending those foods is that my patients have been told over and over and over that those foods are not good for them.
Because they're carbs, right? Carbs are banned.
Carbohydrates. And so my patients are so excited when I tell them, like, people's faces light up when you tell them, no, if you like rice and beans, that's fantastic. That's actually something you should be eating more of. But yeah, we in New York City, where I am, we actually have these green market carts. So they're fruit and vegetable vendors who are out on the street most of the year, not in the worst parts of winter, but and they have very, very inexpensive fruits and vegetables. And I also do recommend the frozen vegetables for people if they're unable to find fresh, especially during the winter months.
Absolutely. And sometimes frozen can be as nutritious as fresh because they've been picked. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. So where do you think this came from, this notion that so many people think that carbs are bad and that they cause weight gain and that they turn to sugar and that we should be on a low carb or paleo or keto diet? I'm sure you hear that a lot.
Oh, I never hear that. No, I'm just kidding. I hear it about once an hour. And it is really interesting. I hear it from patients. I hear it from friends. I hear it from family. I hear it from other doctors. I hear it from medical students. It is just an unbelievably prevalent notion in our society right now. And I think part of the issue is that the term carbohydrates is actually just not accurate. So obviously carbohydrate refers to a type of macronutrient along with protein or fat being the three big macronutrients, but it's not really correct to refer to foods as carbohydrates. We have foods that are rich in carbohydrates, but they're not. Every food for the most part contains some protein, some fat, and some carbohydrate. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is that when I hear people talk about carbs, you know what they're referring to. They're referring to muffins, bagels, white bread, candies, and on and on and on. And foods that we all know, everybody knows are not necessarily health promoting foods. And they tend to lump those in with other carbohydrate rich foods that are health promoting. So it's very confusing when people use the term carbs. It's really like lumping, as Dr. David Katz always says, lumping lentils with lollipops. Carbohydrate is a term, talking about carbs is a term that just promotes more confusion. So I actually, when I do a lot of lecturing and speaking on nutrition to physicians. And when I talk to medical students and residents and practicing doctors, I tell them, never use the term carbs. when you're talking to patients. And don't even use the term fat or protein if you can help it. Just talk about foods, because that's what makes it really clear.
Yeah. Oh, that's brilliant. So what are the risks of these low carb paleo and keto diets that are so popular right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that these are diets that appear on the surface very attractive to people, because people do lose weight initially on these diets, and they're obviously, like any fad, they're popular. People post things on social media. It keeps gaining attention. But it's important to know a few things about low carb or keto diets. The first is that we really don't have a lot of science on these diets. It might feel like we do because they're so popular, but I think that the enthusiasm for these diets is really far outpacing the amount of evidence that we have. So to put it in perspective, we have a lot of science on other eating patterns like Mediterranean or vegetarian / plant-based. We have lots of science for many decades. We have observational studies, we have interventional randomized studies, we have metabolic ward studies. With ketogenic diets, we have some of that evidence, but we don't have it in as much volume, and we don't have it long term. So when you adopt a ketogenic diet, you're really taking a risk, because we don't know even the medium term and certainly not the long term side effects of eating this way. So that's the first thing, is that you're kind of going off on a little bit on the diving board there. The other thing I would say is, what we do know about the short-term side effects of these diets, we can look to actually the pediatric literature, because as many people know, the ketogenic diet was originally developed for children who had refractory epilepsy. So kids that have seizures for whom drug treatment was not working. And in that setting, ketogenic diets have been shown to be effective in some studies. And that's a very narrow indication. But when you look at the pediatric literature as far as side effects of these diets, the list is incredibly long. So we're talking about everything from kidney stones to bone loss to vitamin and mineral deficiencies, constipation, pancreatitis, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, anemia. We have electrolyte problems and therefore cardiac problems from these diets. And we also have problems with cholesterol. In fact, recently, about a month ago, a study was published looking at young, healthy volunteers who were asked to follow a ketogenic diet for about 3 weeks. And what they found in the young, healthy volunteers following a ketogenic diet is that their unhealthy form of cholesterol, their LDL cholesterol, went up 44%.
Wow.
In just 3 weeks. And the interesting thing to me about this study was, it wasn't just that the LDL cholesterol went up, it was that the genes changed. The way our gene expression functions to regulate cholesterol, that also changed in a negative direction. So we have a lot of reason to be concerned about these diets. And when you look at the data on low carb diets overall, so ketogenic is obviously a form of a very, very low carb diet, but low carb diets in general, we have a huge amount of research on what happens to people long term when they follow low carb diets in general. And probably one of the biggest studies of all, published in 2010, showed that it's about 130,000 people, showed that people's risk of dying of anything, all-cause mortality, went up about 23%.
Incredible.
A low-carb diet. Their risk of cancer went up 28%. The risk of heart disease went up about 14%. So I can't really get behind a diet that might help people lose some weight in the short term, but has extreme potential long-term consequences.
And yet they're so popular, and all you see is the people that are losing weight on them, promoting them for weight loss, and nobody's talking about what you just did, all the deleterious side effects of these diets, which you don't get on a plant-based diet. Everything you mentioned that was a problem with the low-carb diet actually improves on a plant-based diet. Why is that?
That's right. And I mean, the other big piece to point out is that the science on 1 or 2 year studies on ketogenic diets do not actually show that much weight loss. It's I think the biggest meta-analysis showed 1 kilogram difference in weight loss between people following a ketogenic diet and controlled diets. So, so this is a short-term phenomenon. So when you see your friends adopting a keto diet and they lose weight at the beginning, that is because they are eating fewer calories. It's as simple as that. And when you eliminate an entire macronutrient category from your diet, you're going to be eating fewer calories. The way people lose weight at the end of the day is having a negative calorie balance. And so when you eat fewer calories, you're going to lose weight. Also, people lose a lot of water weight, at least at the beginning when they go on a keto diet, because they lose their glycogen or carbohydrate stores, and that carries water with it. But at 1 year, the science shows that people aren't that different. And it might be because people can't stay on a ketogenic diet that long, or it might just be because it balances out. No one's really clear on that yet.
Wow. Well, on a whole food plant-based diet, you can actually eat more food and still create a calorie deficit. Can you talk a little bit about why it's so effective, not just for health, but for weight loss as well?
Absolutely. So the really cool thing about a plant-based diet that's based in whole foods is that, just as you said, the studies and the science actually show that people in general don't have to worry as much about portion control, and they don't have to count calories to lose weight. Now, again, I always individualize this message. There are some people for whom it actually works to continue to track calories or to look at portions. And there are some people for whom that does not work. But the real science shows that when people are not asked to count calories or measure portions, they can still lose weight if they're focusing on nutrient dense, less calorie dense foods, which are basically the whole plant foods. And as you pointed out, ends up being a large volume of food. And for many people, that's very freeing to be able to say, you know what, I am going to fill my plate with foods that are healthy, that are rich in nutrients, that make me feel good. And I'm not going to worry about how big my plate is. I'm going to worry about how nutrient dense my food is, how it tastes, and how I feel when I eat it. And I think that's very freeing. And the science really supports that.
So is there scientific evidence that a plant-based diet is effective for weight loss?
Absolutely. So we have data from observational studies, which are basically studies looking at groups of people over time, that show that people who eat plants, plant eaters, vegetarians and vegans, happen to have across the board in every study consistently healthier body weights than omnivores. So we know that already. And then when you look at studies where people are asked to follow a plant-based diet, they start out on an omnivorous diet, they're asked to follow a plant-based diet, meta-analyses show that they actually tend to lose more weight on these plant-based diets than they do on control or omnivorous diets. So we have very strong science that this works. We actually have science showing that this is acceptable to people, that people always say, my doctor colleagues always say, oh yeah, I know a plant-based diet will work, but nobody will ever do it. Well, I beg to differ. I have lots of patients that love it. And the science shows that this is very acceptable to a lot of people. A lot of people really like being able to not have to worry about measuring portions in the same way and just pick healthier foods. And then they lose weight without necessarily consciously having to track calories.
Right. That's terrific. And what are the effects on things like disease reversal for things like heart disease or diabetes compared to like following a low carb, high protein diet that's often recommended by physicians for weight loss?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So we have extremely strong evidence for plant-based diets in across the board in several areas. The first and probably foremost is with heart disease. So across the board, people following plant-based diets tend to have a reduction in the risk of heart disease dramatically. And we've seen in the work of numerous physicians, including Dr. Ornish and Dr. Esselstyn, that even for people who already have heart disease, that can be reversed with a whole food plant-based diet. And so for me, there is no low carb strategy. There is no keto strategy that has ever been successful at doing that. So if that were your only reason for adopting a plant-based diet, that'd be a great reason, since heart disease is the number one killer. Number two is cancer risk. So we know statistically vegans and vegetarians, so plant eaters, have lower rates of cancer. And that's probably for a lot of different reasons. One is that a healthier body weight does translate into a lower risk of cancer. And we know plant-based eaters tend to have healthier body weights. Number two, when you're flooding your body with micronutrients, nutrients from plants, with fiber, especially fiber from whole grains, this is a strategy that works through gut microbiome, it works through your genes, it works through stress at the cellular level, antioxidants. All of this works together to lower your risk of cancer. So that's very potent as well. And I think my personal favorite is actually diabetes. So I cannot get enough of treating my patients who have type 2 diabetes. Asking them to try a plant-based diet is the single most effective thing that I've seen. It is, I honestly, it's unbelievable when people start shifting especially their protein sources away from animal foods and more into plant foods, so more beans, more whole grains. The benefits in terms of glucose in people with diabetes are astounding. And then when people have pre-diabetes and they're at risk of getting diabetes, switching to a plant-based diet has also been shown to be extremely effective. So I think that the interesting thing about high protein diets, particularly, there was a study that was published, I think, in 2016, where they took two groups of women, both groups were overweight, and they had both groups lose 10% of their body weight. And one of them did it through a high protein diet, and the other group did it through a regular level of protein diet. What they found after the 10% weight loss is the women who worked so hard to lose 10% of their body weight through a high protein diet, they still did not have any benefit in terms of inflammation or insulin resistance. So they had just as much metabolic disarray despite losing 10% of their body weight as they did when they started.
That's incredible.
So, yeah, it's really incredible. So this is why I think a plant-based diet is the most powerful thing you can do as far as leveraging your diet, not just for weight loss, but for overall health.
Yeah. It's pretty common now for people to be overweight or obese. More of our population is than isn't. And I wonder how you feel about this health at every size movement. And of course, we never want to shame or blame people for being overweight, but can we articulate that there are still risks being, even, 20, 30 pounds overweight to maybe motivate people to want to do this, not for looks, but for health, that why it's important, even if we look like everybody around us, that it is still important to have, some weight loss if you are overweight, even if you're not currently experiencing a problem like diabetes or cancer or heart disease.
It's interesting with there's a medical term called metabolically healthy obese. And that's a scenario where if you check sensitive markers of blood sugar, blood pressure, fatty liver, and all that, there's less of we can find fewer problems. And so metabolically, you don't really find as much of an issue. But I think that what we do know that is clear is that as body weight goes up into the much higher ranges, into the more what we traditionally consider unhealthy ranges, there is a higher risk of cancer. There is a higher risk of sleep apnea. There is a higher risk of some of the other long-term health consequences. Now, I think it's very, very important, as you pointed out, to approach every situation with compassion. And I want to get to the fact that losing weight is extremely complex. And I'd love to sit here and say it's just as simple as going on a plant-based diet, and then you're going to lose all the weight that you want and get to whatever body weight you want to weigh. But I think one of the things that I have an incredible humility about is that patients respond to changes in lifestyle differently. And two people might be eating the same amount of calories, or what they think is the same amount of calories, and one person will lose more weight than the other. There is so much we don't understand, and that we're still learning about the biological control of body weight. And I tend to look at it as it's no one individual's fault. We live in an environment of foods that are plentiful, calorie dense, honestly, almost addictive for a lot of people, hyper palatable. They're engineered to make us keep eating more. They're in bigger sizes. They're everywhere. It's hard to avoid. And so it's really an issue. It's a societal issue. It's no one individual's fault, which is not to say that people can't individually make changes with support and help and guidance. But I have a lot of compassion around celebrating people where they're at. But yes, I think you're right. We also do have to acknowledge that there's still health risks, even if your blood sugar appears normal or your blood pressure appears normal.
Right. Well, what are some of the biological and environmental factors that affect people's ability to lose weight?
So I think that some of the things that we've learned in the past 10 to 20 years or so about the mechanisms that regulate body weight is that there is a very, very strong genetic component. And we don't fully understand what all the neurotransmitters are, but we do know that people respond differently to differences in calorie intake. So, for example, we also know that there's this concept called metabolic adaptation. So, if you gain a lot of weight over your life and then lose weight, the amount of calories that you need to stay at that new lower body weight is much less than someone else who who's always weighed that same weight for a long time.
Wow.
So yeah, so it is very, very, it's almost harder to stay at, to maintain the weight loss than it is to lose weight in the first place for a lot of people. So
that was going to be one of my questions. Why is it so much harder to maintain weight loss? And now what you're saying is because you need a lot less calories than somebody else that weight that has never been overweight. That's mind blowing.
Right. It's exactly right. And so again, I have a lot of compassion for people who have lost some weight and are maintaining that body weight. There are definitely behavioral strategies that people can go to try to maintain that weight loss. And I'm sure, you have seen, and I have seen lots of people be successful at that. So it's definitely possible, but I don't want to make it sound like it's easy for everyone. So we don't fully understand why that is, but we do know that the body metabolically tends to adapt and wants to drag you back to your previous weight once you've weighed more. So
that really sucks, actually.
I know. This gets to why, as a society, we have to work towards prevention. But again, I have patients who have lost weight, and we all know people who have adopted a whole food plant-based diet who have lost a lot of weight and have successfully kept it off for a very long time. So it is absolutely possible. And part of it is that the big studies that we have on people maintaining weight loss have not always used whole food plant-based diets. They're expecting people to be able to eat small portions and count calories and weigh themselves every day and do all these things that are honestly pretty tedious, can be psychologically harmful for people, and may not be able to be maintainable behavior changes for the long term. So I'm hopeful about the idea of eating a diet that's less calorie dense, that's rich in fiber, that's filled with micronutrients, and once you get into the routine of eating that way, you don't have to do some of the other more tedious activities of, like we keep talking about. Right. And so that, we've seen it work anecdotally. I'd love to see a large database of people following a whole food plant-based diet and how they maintain their weight loss long-term, because I do think it is possible.
Gosh, I would love for you to do that study, and I'd be the first one to sign up, because I am a success story of somebody that was obese, that using the whole food plant-based diet without weighing or measuring myself or my food or counting calories, carbs, or points, I can eat large volumes of food, delicious food, to satiation every day. So I feel very lucky. But what you're explaining makes sense why it's so hard for so many people to do it. If people vary genetically in how many calories they can eat and lose or maintain weight, especially after a weight loss, do people also vary genetically in how much fat they can eat and be lean or fat? Because I know that some people seem to do well on a larger percentage of fat and are able to maybe lose or maintain weight. And other people I've met, especially overweight women, it's like Jack Sprat can eat no fat. So, and that's why I get concerned when we have when we're painting everyone with the same brush and saying everybody must eat, this amount of fat a day. And I'm like, I haven't seen that to be possible in everyone.
Right. I agree. It's not possible in everyone. I think, again, when I look at the published research, there was actually a very interesting study that came out earlier this year called the Diet Fits trial. And they looked at, they took people and divided them into two groups. One group was asked to follow a lower fat diet, which was not low fat by the definition you or I might use, but lower than the average American diet. And then the other group was asked to follow a lower carb diet, which was not a ketogenic diet, but in the lower carb range. And both groups were asked to but primarily focus on eating whole foods. Whatever strategy they were assigned to, they were just asked to eat more whole foods, less processed foods, and not to count calories or measure portions. And everyone at the end of the study lost weight, and everyone lost the same amount of weight. They also looked at genetic markers. So there is some thinking that some people may be more sensitive to carbohydrates or to fat in terms of insulin resistance or other metabolic changes. And what they found in the study is it didn't matter. As long as people were eating more whole foods, they tended to lose weight. Now, again, I think that might explain physiologically what's going on, but we all know there are some people who, for whatever reason, when you eat a certain type of food, it triggers you to want to eat more of that food. And there are people who exist on that spectrum of susceptibility at different places. So someone who exists way off on one end of the spectrum where they're very susceptible, if you eat, say whatever that trigger food is for you, that's gonna derail you and it's gonna set you off. And there are other people who can eat that food and have it once and then move on. And so you have to know where you sit on that spectrum. And for every single person, what I tell people is we have to figure out what's going to work for you. And it may not be the same as the person next to you. I don't like to say everybody should eat, low fat or low carb or this or that. But I do know that the common denominator is people need to eat more whole foods, less processed foods, and their diet should be founded in plants. That should be the absolute foundation of their diet.
Right. That's great. Well, have you noticed that your female patients might say to you that they have more trouble losing weight than, say, their husbands, even though they're following the same diet? It doesn't seem fair, but maybe you could explain why women seem to have a harder time losing weight.
I can validate that is something I've seen. And I think it's pretty frustrating for women who want to lose weight to see their friends or their partner to change their diet and make small changes and lose a lot of weight. And women seem to have more of a struggle, particularly around perimenopause or past menopause. We don't fully understand it. I will be honest, at least I don't fully understand it. I don't think the science is really clear on what happens, but we do know that hormonal changes that happen around menopause tend to make women store fat in different places, like around the belly fat and so forth, where men tend to store it in the first place. And it's not something that's that well understood. But I can validate that it is an issue. I think that again, this, to me, one of the strategies I've seen really work with people who are trying to lose weight and who are getting frustrated around it, especially women, is not to focus on the number on the scale. A lot of times in my weight management program, I will tell someone up front, when you come back in 2 weeks or in 1 month to see me, I don't really care what that number on the scale says. And in fact, if you don't want to be weighed, we don't even have to weigh you.
Wow.
What I want you to track is your behavior changes. And what we're going to sit down and do today is come up with a set of very specific, very granular goals that you're going to work on that work for you in your life with your situation that you're in right now. And we're going to track whether you're able to meet those goals. And if you can't, we'll set some new goals and figure out why. But we're not going to track the number on the scale because you're not in control of that. You're more in control of the changes that you make, not the number on the scale. And so I want to take the burden and the shame and the frustration out as much as I can, because it's a really hard process.
Oh my God, that is incredible. I mean, I would love to have you as my doctor. If I was willing to go to New York, could somebody actually be in your program? Because you sound amazing, incredible. A doctor that doesn't weigh you or doesn't insist, because I mean, I never understood why certain doctors you go to, that you're not even there for weight loss. Like, you're at the dermatologist, like, why are you weighing me? What does that matter? Right.
Yeah, I think we have to be sensitive to individuals. And I do think, we don't want to go off on the other end. I mean, doctors, there are plenty of doctors who never talk about issues of weight with their patients. And I've never, it's very rare for me to come across a patient who is very overweight and doesn't know it. Okay. I'm not going to say, hey, did you know you're having an issue with your weight? I mean, you have to be sensitive about it, but for some people, checking the weight once a week is a great idea. For other people, it's a horrible idea. And we just have to figure out who you are. And you may already know who you are in that process. But yes, you can come see me anytime.
Oh my God. That's so funny that you said that, because I remember what my impetus was to finally lose weight and keep it off. When I had, right before I turned 50, I broke my knee and I was 50 pounds heavier than I am now. And I was too fat to use the crutches or the walker. So I had to be in a wheelchair for 3 months, and I had to have my husband, help me with my you know what I'm saying, going to the bathroom. And that was really embarrassing. And that's when I decided that I'm going to do something about it. And I'll never forget the orthopedic doctor said to me, have you ever thought about losing weight?
Oh, come
And I
on.
wanted, and I looked at him and, I wanted to punch him. And I said, no, that never crossed my mind, so I know what you're saying. It's
That's like what not to say 101.
that is so funny. So what about thyroid? It seems like so many people now are being diagnosed with hypothyroidism, Hashimoto's. It seems to be really common. Is there anything you can speak to about why that is so prevalent and how that might affect somebody's ability to be healthy or lose weight?
Well, I do think that there's a growing prevalence of autoimmune conditions in general. And of course, the most common cause of hypothyroidism is an autoimmune condition called Hashimoto's. But autoimmune disease, whether it's inflammatory bowel disease, lupus, all of the autoimmune and multiple sclerosis, these are all on the rise and nobody really understands why, but it's pretty clear that it probably has something to do with our gut microbiome and our microbiome in general. So the gut bacteria that live the bacteria that live in our intestines. And obviously we know that's very closely shaped by what we eat. And that's another reason that I recommend a plant-based diet, no matter what a person is, whether you're healthy or whether you're living with chronic disease and wanting to get healthier, is because it helps optimize, we think, the type of gut bacteria that you have so that they can protect you against autoimmunity and other issues. So when it comes to thyroid, I think what I hear pretty commonly that my patients, they want to get their thyroid checked because they're thinking my metabolism is so slow and it must be my thyroid. But the reality is that there's so many other things that govern metabolism. Yes, if you have an underactive thyroid, you're probably going to gain some weight, but you would be surprised. It's not the major factor in terms of people gaining a lot of weight or losing a lot of weight. It's a minor factor. And so if you have an underactive thyroid, we're going to want to correct that. And that might help a little bit, but it is really not going to make that big of a contribution.
Wow. So a lot of people say that because they're menopausal or perimenopausal, that they just cannot lose weight.
Well, that there's probably more truth to that. Not that they cannot lose weight at all, but that it does become a little bit harder.
More difficult, right? So just be a guy if you can, because it's a lot easier. So how important are things like sleep and exercise, especially lack of? So many people just don't exercise, and so many people have poor sleep. Can this affect our ability to be healthy and lose weight?
Yeah, those are great questions. I will say that I did not fully appreciate the role of sleep in terms of maintenance or of body weight and prevention of weight gain and loss of weight. I did not appreciate this until recently, but there are incredible studies showing that when people are sleep deprived, they actually tend to have a really hard time losing fat from their bodies. And it decreases the amount of fat you lose, even when you're eating a lower calorie diet. And it actually promotes you losing more muscle mass. So exactly the opposite of what you'd want. And so sleep plays a huge role. And one of the things that I think is, it just really highlights the fact that it's not just about food. It's about so many things other than food, and how they all interact. So I definitely, when I have patients who are really struggling to lose weight, and usually at the beginning of our conversation, one of my first questions is around how are you sleeping, and trying to improve the sleep environment for people so that they can optimize their chances of being able to lose weight. Exercise is interesting because if I had to pick one myth that I hear people coming to my office saying all the time is, the reason I can't lose weight is because I don't exercise. And exercise is fantastic for so many reasons, but it has not really been shown to be the thing that makes people lose weight. It tends to be very important. Once you've started to lose weight, it tends to be really important for preventing weight regain. Sort of that phenomenon that we talked about before, where you need fewer calories to stay at the same body weight. Exercise does help at that point. And I mean, I don't think this has been well studied, but I think probably most of us would agree that when you're exercising, for some people, it tends to make you feel like more motivated to actually take care of the rest of you too. Some people have that effect. So you're working out regularly, it tends to make you want to eat healthier foods. Other people might actually unconsciously overeat when they exercise. So exercise is great, but I wouldn't count on it to be the single thing that helps people lose weight. If you want to lose weight, at some point you're going to have to change what you eat.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Great. Do you have any success stories from any of your patients that you could share with us that, that would maybe inspire the people watching this summit?
Sure.
Me too.
Yeah, sure. So one of my favorite scenarios is a patient who I met, it's probably about 3 or 4 years ago now, who came to us weighing, he was in the 300s. So he was very overweight. At that time, he actually was homeless, did not have a place to live, and was relying on shelter food for his sustenance. And he also had a heart failure condition. So he had problems with his heart function. And I remember meeting him and thinking, I'm not sure, how I'm going to be able to help this person. He has so many odds stacked against him, but I'm going to see what I can do. And so we worked together for a period of about 2 years. And a few months into our process of talking together, he actually got housing. He got an apartment. And once he got an apartment, he was actually able to start doing some cooking on his own. And we gradually got him to move towards a 100% plant-based diet. And this is someone who had never heard the term plant-based. He'd never, he probably had barely heard the term vegan. He was completely naive to all of this, but he's someone who really took the reins and went with it, and just started cooking in his apartment and actually started exercising more. And over the course of about 2 years, he lost about 70 pounds. And his heart failure actually improved. His blood pressure improved. He came off some of his medications, and he was able to maintain a lot of that weight loss for an extended period of time. And this is someone who really, this is not someone who came in saying, I'm going to shop at this fancy grocery store and go on diet pills, do all these. This person was completely naive, had some of the fewest resources I'd seen in many of my patients, and yet managed to go on a fully plant-based diet, lose a lot of weight, and reverse some of his conditions. So I have a number of other stories like that, and it is the most rewarding thing to see people get healthier. I know that sounds trite, but it's why I keep doing what I'm doing.
It must be so inspiring to go to work every day knowing you're affecting change in such a positive way in so many people's lives.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, that is so cool. So, we talked a little bit earlier about the low carb diets not being favorable for health and only being favorable for weight loss in the short term. But how do you get people over that hump psychologically? Because it's been drummed into their head that I know we're not supposed to use the word carbs, but these are their words, that carbs are bad. And that it's so hard to get people to eat things like potatoes, especially, or rice. How do you get over that psychological hump with people? Because I find that they're just so afraid to try, because they think that they're going to gain weight. Because if they've been on a low carb diet, initially they might gain a couple of pounds of water, but not fat. But so how do you get over that carbophobia in our society?
Yeah, I think sharing with people success stories that are out there, and there's so many out there now where people can read about people who are following a whole food plant-based diet and seeing what their approach is, demystifying it for people. I think that people, you're right, that it really feels like an uphill battle when someone comes to you with this incredible fear around eating carbohydrate-rich foods. And so I usually test the water by having them just read more and get exposed to it, watch documentaries, just start the process of building awareness, especially if someone's very, very concerned about gaining weight, where I don't want them to, I don't want this to backfire. I want them to gain the information, get inspired, and then when they're ready to try it, I want to guide them so that they do it in a way that's most likely to help them achieve their goals. So if they're suddenly they're saying, okay, I'm ready to try eating, potatoes or brown rice, even though I'm so afraid, I want to make sure they do it in a way that's going to support their goals. So if they're going to go out and get, fried rice and takeout, or French fries or whatever, carbs that are prepared, carbohydrate-rich foods prepared in an unhealthy way, then it's all going to backfire, as you and I know. So I really want to support them in making the transition healthfully. And And that's what I've actually seen work. There are people who it's very hard for them to switch, and they really need to be in almost an immersion environment. Those work great too, where you just go all out for 3 weeks or however much time you have, and people can really see changes in those in immersive or kickstart environments too, rather than the gradual approach. But that's not for everyone or possible for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you work with people individually or do you put them in groups? And if so, how important do you think support is for someone on this journey?
Support is probably the most critical thing. It is the most critical thing, and not just support from your medical team, if you have a medical team that's working with you on it, but probably more importantly, support from your friends and family and having some kind of community around this. So I work with people individually, but I refer them to whether it's, I have them bring a family member in, whoever's important to them in their life. I invite them to come to all of their appointments if they're comfortable with that, so that we're unified around the plan together and we can openly talk about what the concerns are and how they can change. I encourage people to join online kickstarts, social media groups. We know, you and I both know, as much as plant-based is growing, there's excitement around it, it still feels like you're swimming upstream in a lot of circles. So you need that support. And it's really important to be around people who normalize it, who celebrate what you're doing, who can share recipes and ideas. So fortunately, this is one of the great things about social media, is that if you surround yourself there, you have an instant community, even if you live in a place where there's not a lot of people around you. That said, there are plant-based community support groups all over the United States. And so looking around, I think there's, if you get creative, you can probably find one in most places. So, but to answer your question, support is probably the most important predictor of long-term success.
Wow. I would agree with that. So what about the environment though, Dr. McMacken? Because sometimes people want to do this, they want to get healthy, but they're living with other people that still want to eat a lot of meat and oil and processed food, and they have to have these foods in their house and maybe even prepare them. So how critical is the environment for someone affecting permanent dietary and lifestyle change?
And the environment is critical, because I think that one of the things we know very clearly is that if you rely just on willpower, that extinguishes by 1 p.m. I mean, it's like you can last half the day or a third of the day with willpower, and then the rest is going to be what's around you. So you really, really need to change your food environment for this to work. And that's, again, why I have people bring in their family members to help support. And if you can't get support from the people around you, you have to get really creative in how you change the food environment in your house. I've had people say, they're for whatever reason, their kids or their significant other does not want to get the snack foods, the unhealthy snack foods out of the house. And I say, well, you know what, maybe let's find a locked cabinet, put it somewhere else. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. But right. Listen, I and you and probably everybody else we're no different from each other. We are biologically destined to eat these unhealthy foods if they're in front of us and we're used to eating them. So you have two choices. You can either clench your fists and try really hard not to eat them, which is probably not going to work, or you can get them out of your environment or find a creative way to not see them in your environment if that's your last resort. But right. You have to.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. What would you say to somebody who's given up hope that they would ever be able to lose weight?
That's really tough. And I don't blame people for getting frustrated, and I don't blame people for feeling hopeless about it. But I do think that it actually probably starts with acceptance, and I don't mean acceptance of, I'm going to always be unhealthy or something like that. I think it starts with acceptance that you are capable of making choices that are healthier for you. And you are going to love yourself and forgive yourself if it's hard, because it is. I don't know any other way to say it. And so it has to start with, and again, I know this sounds so trite, but it has to start with compassion towards oneself. And whether we are struggling with our body weight or struggling with other habits that we don't, things that we don't like about ourselves, if you fight yourself all the time, it's actually going to make it harder to change. So I guess that's really the first thing, to be a little bit touchy-feely about it, is really starting from a place of acceptance and not anger with oneself. And then I guess the second thing, again, it would get to just focusing on um, really minute goals. Pick something really small that you know you can do and you can achieve, and then build on that. I use that strategy all the time. Does it mean, if you get rid of, say, get that candy bowl off the desk in your office, is that going to be the thing that makes you lose 50 pounds? No. But is it going to be the thing that in 2 weeks you can look back and say, wow, I did that and I survived and I feel good about it? Then pick the next thing and keep building on it. If you're the kind of person who weighing yourself and tracking your weight is going to make you feel worse about things, then don't do it. Focus on the behavior changes, like I said before. I think there is a lot of room for hope. There are in fact, I could say I've never seen a person who could not lose some weight. But not everybody lands in the same place for the reasons that we talked about. There's a lot of variability, but I've never seen anybody who could not lose any weight through making lifestyle changes.
Right. I find that women have, I don't know if it's the magazines or television, because I work with a lot of women who are beautiful, but they have different body shapes. Maybe they're short, for example, and they just don't look like a string bean, and they beat up on themselves when they're perfect the way they are. And that's, to me, the hardest thing, is to say, listen, you didn't make Dr. So-and-so's, weight chart, but you're perfect the way you are. That's to be the hardest part.
I could not agree more. There's a great film that came out. Did you see that film, Embrace?
No, it sounds great.
That's a documentary about women and their bodies, and I thought it was very positive. It's a really great film.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So, Dr. McMaken, what is the real truth about weight loss?
AJ, I think the real truth about weight loss is that even though it's not a straightforward process, it's a very complicated process for a lot of people, that it is possible to lose weight. It is possible to get healthier. It's possible to do it in a way that promotes your health long-term, medium-term, short-term, and also promotes just general planetary health. And that's through a diet that's based and rich in plant foods that are less processed. It's actually conceptually very simple. It's hard for people to make the behavior changes, but get the support that you need, learn about it, go on to all the different websites that we know of that support this way of eating, learn a little bit more and give it a try, because I've seen it work for lots of people.
Wow, beautifully said. It's been such a pleasure talking to you, Dr. McMaken. Thank you so much for being here.
Likewise. Thank you.
She's amazing, isn't she? If a guy in a homeless shelter can do it, guys, you can do this. You can. And to help you do this deliciously and easily, our friends at Forks Over Knives they are generously donating 2 weeks free of the Forks Over Knives meal plan. You can find that link right on this page that you're listening from live today. And you can get a 2-week trial. It's going to have delicious recipes. It's going to have a shopping list, tell you step by step what to do. And if you have allergies or intolerances or just don't like certain foods, maybe you don't include soy or gluten or nuts, you can customize that meal plan. But give it a 2-week try. It's absolutely free, and you can sign up right here, right now. So amazing. What about all these takeaways from her? Gosh, I really want to watch that documentary she talked about, Embrace. It sounds fabulous, and it just feeds on what so many of the other speakers say about loving yourself, like Chris and Hannah and all the other speakers that talked about how that important is to your journey. Again, I sound like a broken record with if it's in your house, it's in your mouth, but these are medical doctors that are doing this every day with hundreds of patients a month. You must get the tempting foods out of your environment. And if you can't, you've got to find a creative solution so that you're at least not looking at them. And how sleep-deprived people have a harder time losing fat and actually lose more muscle mass when they diet. I was so close to having a sleep expert on this summit, and at the last minute, he was not able to do it. But it is so true. It is so important. Sleep is one of those legs on the stool of health. It's Dr. Goldhammer talked about. You got to eat right, you got to exercise, and you got to get enough sleep and a little bit of sunshine too. And And that's about it. The support from friends and family and friends are critical for long-term success. And that's why we're doing our best to build community with this summit and in the future. And that's why we ask you to share where you're from, because 2 of the prize winners on this segment both happen to be from Brooklyn, New York. So I'm going to hook you guys up right now. If you hadn't put where you're from, I wouldn't have known. You know, I love that she talks about behavioral change, that even small changes like moving the candy dish off your desk, building on these small successes. You know, maybe you have a job where the boss says you got to have candy, but maybe it doesn't have to be on your desk. Maybe it could be a few feet away where at least it's not in your line of sight. And how she talks about carbs being a misleading term, protein too, all of it, as our speakers all talk about that you don't eat carbs, you don't eat protein. That whole food plant-based diet, you can lose weight without having to count calories. That's what all our speakers are telling you. And you can reverse your heart disease and your diabetes and your autoimmune disease and same time. She says there's been no evidence that a ketogenic diet or a paleo diet has ever done this, or that it lowers your cancer risk the way that a whole food plant-based diet does. And she talked about how in the study the 2 groups lost 10% of their body weight and with these diets, but had no less inflammation and had complete metabolic disarray. So one of the things she talked about that Dr. Rosanna Alviera talked about yesterday, which I know you ladies are upset about, but I'm going to tell you, if you understand what I'm teaching tomorrow, calorie density, you can still do it, even if you have only 10 pounds to lose, is this metabolic adaptation. Your body wants to drag you back down to its previous weight, but not forever. It's at the beginning, because after you lose weight, you need fewer calories at your new weight than somebody at your weight that's never been overweight. And yes, that's unfair, but it won't stay that way if you stick with it. I promise you, as somebody who, after being fat for 52 years, even obese at times from the age of 11, has now been easily slender for 5 years doing this. Do about what Dr. Lyle talked about the last segment, about when you understand the food you're meant to eat and the appropriate calorie density, you don't have to eat less food. And I love how she said that although it's true that menopause does make it more difficult, she's never seen anyone who couldn't lose weight. And that thyroid is not a major reason for people to lose weight. I know everybody wants to blame their thyroid, but I'm telling you right now, I was very hypothyroid during my weight loss journey. I did not take the medication until years after I had become slender. And yes, it took me a little longer, but I still was able to lose weight. So let's see what you guys had to say about this wonderful lady. I've got some nice comments right here. So Anne Marie Kemp from South Carolina, Greenwood, South Carolina. She said, support is the #1 predictor of long-term weight loss. How true. It's a lot easier to swim upstream if you have others cheering you along the way. And so, what can I give you to make your journey easier? How about some fantastic eye cream from Kaylin Harwell? It's cocoa espresso, and it'll make you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed so that you can get to the gym the next day, because if you have any dark circles, it's going to completely take care of them. All right, thank you for the comment. Phyllis Foster Healy. She says, thank you, Dr. McMacken. I am a 1966 graduate from Bellevue School of Nursing, and it is wonderful to know that someone with your caring and background is working with Bellevue clients. As my mantra bracelet says, my story is not yet over. We are never too old to change our lifestyle, and that's absolutely true. And so to give you some delicious recipes for your healthy lifestyle, we're going to be gifting you with Kathy Hester's Instant Pot class. All right. Who else? Jan Hedgepeth Wright, who says, I'm just beginning my whole food plant-based journey. Have already stumbled and fallen, but have picked myself up and dusted off more times than once. Now that I know to quietly listen to my internal audience, I feel better equipped to continue to make positive strides. 7 pounds down, enjoying the food so much, and just feeling better in general. Thank you for the invaluable information you and these incredible panelists are sharing. What a support group. I'm really looking forward to listening and re-listening to the interviews again and again. Happy belated birthday, Chef AJ, from Jan in Elsa, Illinois. Now, for those of you that want to listen and re-listen, consider upgrading to the digital package. You can listen to this summit for life. You'll get lots of incredible bonuses. And if you get the transformation package, you can own a hard copy of every single interview DVD, an audio CD with every interview, and the summit, the takeaways in between, plus the bonuses. Plus you get a buddy pass, which means conceivably you could actually be giving it to 2 people. So, Jan, you're saying you're beginning your whole food plant-based journey, and what most people seem to struggle with is the dairy. So we're gifting you with that wonderful gift pack from Nut Pods with all the delicious flavors like French vanilla and caramel, so that not having dairy will be not the challenge for you. Okay, I'm from Chicago, Illinois, so hello there. Okay, who else? Oh, Dina asks if anyone is in Oklahoma City. So I don't know, but if you're from Oklahoma City, maybe you could say if you are. And there is a website, Plant-Based Docs. I can't remember if it's .com or .org, where you can find plant-based doctors in your city. And if anybody is listening live from Oklahoma City, maybe they can help out Dina and let her know. Many of our doctors actually do consults, but that doesn't mean that they can practice and treat you in their state. Okay. So Tamra Honia says, Dr. McMacken explains why low carb is high risk for health. She also dispels the myth that eating healthy has to be expensive. With the socioeconomic diversity of her patients, she manages to help people, even with limited means, improve health and reverse chronic conditions. Even people living in food deserts can afford rice and beans and save money and their health. Chef AJ makes the practical point that one can eat this way even if they shop at the 99-cent store. And that's so true, Tamara, because I've actually never done a video, but I should, but I've taken photos, and it's amazing. You can get a 20-pound bag of potato for 99 cents. So to thank you for saying that low carb is a high risk for health, we're going to send you something that's high carb, that's a low risk for health, or meaning it's good for your health. And we're going to give you the wonderful Potato Reset book with 35 high carb, low fat recipes and 15 sauces. Thank you for the comment, Tamra. Okay. Stephanie Archie from Kansas City, Missouri is saying, I appreciate Dr. McMacken's approach. I am learning there are so many factors to sustain weight loss. One is to know thyself. And that is so true, because it's like, we don't want to argue about nuts. If you can eat them and be healthy and happy with your weight, eat them. But the thing is know yourself. If there's a particular food that is hard for you, then maybe don't have it in the house, or maybe just even eliminate it while you're trying to lose weight. Are you anywhere near Springfield, Missouri, where Bob Andrus is from, Stephanie? Because maybe we can connect you guys. Okay, so from what we're going to give you is the Pardon My Turkey ebook with wonderful, delicious plant-based recipes. Okay, so from Biglerville, Pennsylvania, Sherry Masser is saying, again, this way of eating sets us free. I hated counting and measuring. So does everybody, Sherry, really. I was always hungry. I joined Weight Watchers so many times it was ridiculous. I feel so much freedom now. I keep plenty of veggies on hand. I actually get a high when I go to the produce department. I eat simply, and I just don't have to stress anymore. It's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for saying that. And how about some California balsamic vinegars to make your eating even more delicious? We have Simply Lemon, and we also have Sweet Heat. A few more prizes before we go to the next module. Well, he could be a model. Dr. Dean Ornish is a model for good health and longevity. Diane Neary, who is from Brooklyn, and Leota Green, you're also from Brooklyn. Why don't you guys hook up, because you both won prizes? Diane Neary says, oh no, once you've been overweight and lost weight, the body wants to drag you back to being overweight. That just sucks. Maintaining weight loss is harder than losing weight in the first place. And that is so true. It may be harder, but it's doable. And when you understand calorie density, it's completely sustainable. And like Dr. McMacken said, exercise isn't going to necessarily help you lose weight, but it's one of those things that's going to help you maintain your weight. And so how about for you, my dear, what can I give you? Let's see, we've got lots of things here. How about a $28 gift certificate to the local spicery. This is the only prize that doesn't include shipping. However, with $30 of delicious salt-free and sugar-free spices, we feel it will be well worth it. If you don't want to pay the shipping, give it to me, because I love their pepperoni spice and I love their gingerbread spice as well. You can get sweet without sugar or flavor without salt. Thank you, Diane. And let's see, next we have I'm a Green Diva. I love that your Facebook name, North of Boston. But when you email us, please tell us your real name if you don't mind, so we can give you your prize. Lifelong yo-yo dieter here, low-fat vegetarian, about 17 years, gained about 20 pounds thanks to low-fat processed food with hidden added sugar. Went bad, sad a few years, gained another 40 pounds, lost 25 pounds in 2 months while undergoing cancer treatment. Returned to vegetarian diet over the next 2 years, gained 30 pounds. I needed to make a change for my health. Following a lot of due diligence, I opted for a whole food plant-based SOS-free diet. As a bonus, I lost 50 pounds and maintained it for several years with almost no effort, including dining out. It was like discovering the holy grail for health, wellness, and weight management. That is terrific. I'm a Green. And so, since you are SOS free, I thought you might like to try one of my favorite salt-free spices, the Benson's Table Tasty. Okie doke. And this is a wonderful comment from Christina Gardner, who says, for anyone thinking keto would be good, then for anyone they know with epilepsy, I am here to testify that as a petite mal epilepsy sufferer in the past, since changing to a whole food plant-based vegan diet, I don't remember the last time I had a seizure. So as far as I'm concerned, keto isn't good for anything except for making us sick. What a great statement. And realize that diet was a very specialized diet for helping a very small amount of children. That doesn't mean that we are supposed to eat that diet. And so how about Tammy Kramer's class, which are a far cry from the ketogenic recipes, and you are going to love her Mexican Fiesta class. Okie doke. Let's see. 2 more prizes. We have Gary Antonacci. Sorry, I'm not good with name pronunciations. It's great to know from you and Dr. McMacken that this way of eating could be so affordable. In Northern California, we can get very affordable organic fruits and veggies at grocery outlet and a variety of whole grains and legumes at Winco. This is the way we are intended to eat. Our bodies heal themselves when we treat it properly. Thank you, Chef AJ, and thank you so much, Gary, for your comment. And let's see, there we go. What can I give you? You know, you're so right, because Darshana Thacker, who was our chef yesterday, I believe, talked about how she did experiments and was able to completely eat this way for something like $150 a day. If we had $1.50 a day, boy, can you guys tell that I'm tired? Absolutely. So Gary, I agree. I have a Winco near me, and it's fabulous. And so since you're able to get those wonderful veggies at the outlet, how about some California balsamic to put on the veggies to make them taste absolutely delicious? From Brooklyn, New York, I want to introduce you, Leota Green, to Diane Neary. She says, I have struggled with my weight since I was small. Diabetes runs in my family, high blood pressure, and high cholesterol runs in my family. My mother died about 5 years ago from diabetes, and I'm very sorry about that. My father takes a lot of medication every day. He has high blood pressure and a stent. I've been trying to get him to adopt a whole food plant-based diet. After listening to this summit, I've been starting a whole food plant-based diet. I have more energy than I've had in a while. I sleep better, and I realize that I'm not easily angered. My doctor always told me to go low carb, low fat diet. Thank you for not listening to him. So it was great to hear Dr. McMacken say that doctors should tell you what should be eaten and not use carbs or protein. I told my doctor that I was going on a plant-based diet, and she told me to make sure I get enough protein. Chef AJ, thank you for the summit, and it has given me a lot of information. Well, thank you so much. And because we want you to look as good as you feel, even though I looked at your picture and you look beautiful now, but we are going to give you a $25 gift card to Tress Spa so you can get some organic, cruelty-free, PETA-approved products to pamper yourself while you're going through this. And you know what? I actually think I have one more, if I remember to do it. Maybe not. Let's see. Sorry about this, guys. It's, technology is not my best thing in the whole world. So let's see if I can pull. Yes. From Springfield, Missouri, we have Bob Andrus. And he said that I love the statistics that Dr. McMacken brought. One that hit home with me was the LDL statistics. She mentioned a study that showed LDL went up 44% in 1 year on the keto diet. So that is really a very important takeaway, Bob. And so how about what I know you've won a couple times before. I don't want to give you the same thing, so I'm pretty sure you didn't get this. So how about some Beet Boost, Bob? Because your name starts with B, and Beet Boost has a lot of B's in it as well. Okay, so now we have a legend, truly a legend. Such an honor to have him grace our summit with his just beautiful heart and compassion and knowledge about this, because he was really the trailblazer and one of the first. And understanding of calorie density came from the title of his best-selling book, which you're going to learn about in a moment. Please welcome to the summit, Dr. Dean Ornish.
Hi, Dr. Ornish, and welcome to the Real Truth About Weight Loss Summit. It is an honor to be able to talk to you today.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Dr. Ornish, you are the father of lifestyle medicine. And if it wasn't for your pioneering work and your trailblazing, none of us that work in this field would even have a voice. So I'm so humbled to be talking to you. And it really is a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor. Thank you.
Well, that's very kind of you. Yeah, lifestyle medicine is the idea of using lifestyle changes not only to help prevent disease, which we all know, but to treat it and often even reverse it. And I think our unique contribution over the last 40 years has been to show that these simple lifestyle changes, eat well, move more, stress less, love more, boom, that's it. The more diseases we study and the more underlying biological mechanisms we look at, the more reasons we have to explain why these simple changes are so powerful and how quickly people can get better in every way we can measure, and also in the ways that are the most meaningful for people, including losing weight, but not limited to that.
Well, since this is the Real Truth About Weight Loss Summit, I need to ask you a question about a book that you wrote. It came out in 1993. It's the best-selling book. It's one of my favorite books. And by the way, it has the best title of any book. Did you come up with that yourself? That title.
I did, actually.
It's a great title because it's actually what you say is true, eat more, weigh less. But what I always wanted to ask you, what I always wanted to know, even though you are mostly known as being the very first person who reversed heart disease with a low-fat, whole food, plant-based diet, when did you discover that it was the same diet that was really unparalleled for weight loss?
Well, I so appreciate that. Yeah, I wrote that book many years ago. I actually began doing research in this field over 40 years ago in 1977. And we found that these same lifestyle changes not only help people reverse heart disease for the first time, but they could reduce and reverse high blood pressure, high cholesterol, early stage prostate cancer, and by extension, early stage breast cancer in selected patients. That when you make these lifestyle changes, it changes your genes and turns on the genes that causes us to get sick. Turns off the genes that cause us to get sick and turns on the genes that cause us to get healthy. We did a study with Elizabeth Blackburn where we found who got the Nobel Prize for discovering telomeres, the ends of our chromosomes that regulate how long we live. And we found we could actually lengthen telomeres for the first time. And when we published this in the International Medical Journal, The Lancet, the editor who sent out the press release called it reversing aging at a cellular level. And we're now doing the first randomized controlled trial to see if we can reverse Alzheimer's disease. Now, it also turns out that this is the best way of losing weight and keeping it off. Now, you can lose weight in lots of ways, but many of which are harmful to you. You can lose weight by smoking cigarettes. You can lose weight by chemotherapy. They're taking amphetamines. Just because you can lose weight doesn't mean it's healthy. And so we found that these same lifestyle changes can help you lose weight and keep it off. And in our randomized trial, we found the average person lost 24 pounds in the first year, which is really better even than Weight Watchers, and kept off more than half that weight 5 years later. Now, the reason for that is that these same lifestyle changes affect all of these different biological mechanisms. And it's not just how much you eat, it's what you eat that matters. Because some foods are much more dense in calories. Fat, for example, has 9 calories per gram, and protein and carbs have only 4. So when you eat less fat, you're consuming fewer calories, but you're eating the same amount of food. So you get full before you get too hungry. And the other reason people get too many calories is they eat too much sugar and refined carbs. And when you eat a lot of sugar, it's like mainlining sugar because the sugar goes straight into your bloodstream. It not only adds all these calories, but it makes your blood sugar spike. And so that makes your pancreas cause it to release insulin. And insulin lowers your blood sugar, but also accelerates the conversion of those calories into fat. So you get a double whammy. You get all these calories that don't fill you up, and you're more likely to convert them into fat. And, I debated Dr. Atkins a number of times before he died, and his autopsy showed that he died of heart disease, heart failure. And he was right that Americans do eat too many refined carbs, sugar, white flour, white rice, and things like that. But what you want to substitute them with is not, I mean, love to tell people that bacon and sausage and pork rinds are health foods, but they're not. But you substitute them with what are called good carbs, fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, soy products in their natural unrefined states give you a double benefit instead of a double whammy. They fill you up before you get too many calories because they're so high in fiber. I mean, you can only eat so many apples, you're going to get full before you get too many calories. And because they are high in fiber, they have a low glycemic index, that means they get absorbed into your blood slowly. So instead of getting these wide swings in blood sugar that can cause an insulin response, you get more of a constant level throughout the day. Now, I just wrote a new book that came out recently called Undo It, which is shown here. If you go to ornish.com or undoit.com, you'll see it. And it's putting forth this radical new theory that I was trained to view heart disease and diabetes and prostate cancer and Alzheimer's disease and obesity and so on as being fundamentally different diseases. But, they're not. They're really the same disease manifesting in different ways because all of these chronic diseases share the same underlying biological mechanisms, such as chronic inflammation, oxidative stress, changes in the microbiome, changes in telomeres and gene expression and angiogenesis and so on. And each one of these mechanisms in turn is directly influenced by what we eat, how we respond to stress, how much exercise, and how much love and support we have. And so it's not like there was one diet and lifestyle program for reversing heart disease and another one for prostate cancer or for diabetes or whatever. It was the same for all of them. And it's one of the reasons why you often see that many people have multiple diseases, chronic diseases at the same time called comorbidities. They may have diabetes and high blood pressure and obesity and heart disease because they all come from the same place. And so with all this talk about personalized medicine, if you're talking about a targeted immunotherapy for a particular melanoma or pancreatic cancer cell line, that can be life-saving. But for the vast majority of chronic diseases, including but not limited to obesity, it's these same lifestyle changes that can prevent and even reverse all of them because they all have these same underlying biological mechanisms which are directly influenced by eat well, move more, stress less, and love more.
Wow, that's fantastic. You have so much research to prove that your low-fat, whole food, plant-based diet reverses heart disease. It's unparalleled for weight loss. So how do books like Eat Fat, Get Thin come to be? It drives me crazy.
Well, it drives me crazy too, because unfortunately, there's some authors like that one who will say pretty much anything to sell books. And by telling people what they want to hear, it's a good way to make a bestseller. It just happens to be irresponsible because it's not true. I debated Dr. Atkins many times before he died. And as it turned out, he died of heart failure, as I mentioned earlier. But his acolytes since then, the Gary Taubses and others who write books like this, or now the ketogenic diet or the paleo diet, it's the same diet in different forms that keeps rearing its ugly head because people want to think that eating meat is good for you. And it's not. There are so many studies have shown that and it goes beyond the whole fat versus carbs debate, that animal protein itself causes chronic inflammation and oxidative stress and all these different mechanisms, alters your microbiome in ways that increase the likelihood you're going to get sick in different ways. And so it's good to lose weight, but you want to lose weight in ways that enhance your health, not in ways that mortgage it. And there was a wonderful review article in the New England Journal of Medicine by Dr. Stephen Smith, and he actually showed diagrams of what your arteries look like on different diets. And on a whole foods plant-based diet, like I recommend, your arteries are clean, the blood is flowing normally. On a standard American diet, which has the unfortunate acronym of SAD, it's a SAD diet, your arteries are partially clogged. But on a ketogenic or Atkins or paleo or whatever the latest iteration of this diet is, your arteries are often severely clogged, even though you're losing weight. And so the goal is not just to lose weight, but to do it in ways that enhance your health rather than ways that mortgage it. And when you change the type of food, you can eat whenever you're hungry, you can eat until you're full, and you can still lose weight and keep it off because you're actually eating a greater quantity of food because the food is less dense in calories. As we said earlier, fat has 9 calories per gram, whereas protein and carbs have only 4. So when you eat less fat, you're getting fewer calories, even though you're eating the same volume of food. And it's the volume of food that fills you up, before you get too many calories. So you don't have this daily battle of deprivation and self-denial.
I almost feel sometimes it's harder for people to go low fat than it is to give up sugar. It seems like the fat tooth of America is insatiable.
Well, they're both important, and the problem is that people say, oh, it's all fat, or it's all sugar, it's all this, or it's all that. And it's not, it's all of these things, it's not just one cause. That's why in my new book and in all of my books, really, it's not just even about diet. It's diet, exercise, stress management, and love and support. They're all important. But even within the realm of diet, an optimal diet is low in fat and low in sugar and low in animal protein and low in refined carbs. So what do you eat? Well, it's primarily fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, soy products, and so on as they come in nature. And then you can eat whenever you're hungry. You can eat until you're full, and you still lose weight and keep it off, for years, not just for a month or two.
Do you think people vary genetically in their ability to eat fat and be fat? Like there are some people that just for some reason, because it wasn't until that I adopted a diet style that you recommend, low fat, because I was overweight or obese most of my life, even though I was vegan, but it wasn't until I went low fat that I really could lose the weight and keep it off. And I'm wondering, because now even in the vegan world, they're pushing nuts on us, like everybody's got to eat nuts or drop dead. And when I look at your book, which is to me like a Bible, this chart you have for the maximum total intake of fat for men and women. If I were to eat even an ounce of nuts at my weight, I would be over that limit. It's still the same to me.
We've made very few changes in our diet over the last 40 years, but one of them is we actually are now including small amounts of seeds and nuts. And the reason is, even though they're high in fat, seeds and nuts are about, they have a germinative quality. They're about creating a new life, a plant growing from them. And there's something that's really actually powerfully healing. You don't want to eat too many of them, but a small amount can actually can be a good thing. But again, it's not this or that. I think that optimal diet is low in fat and low in sugar. And so unfortunately, the sugar mavens are saying, Americans have been told to eat less fat. They're eating less fat. They're fatter than ever. Low fat is dead and it's all sugar. Well, I went to the U.S. Department of Agriculture database to say because they track the entire United States food supply every decade since 1950. Not what people say they're eating, but what they actually are eating as a country. And every decade since 1950, as a country, we've been eating a lot more fat, a lot more sugar, a lot more meat, and a lot more calories. So not surprisingly, we're fatter, not because we're eating too little fat, but because we're eating too much of everything. But they're both important. And the animal protein itself is also important because it's so inflammatory, which is a underlying cause of so many chronic conditions. And so the unifying theory that I'm putting forth for the first time in this new book called Undo It, and I called it Undo It, by the way, because my favorite key on the keyboard has always been the undo button. And I thought, wouldn't it be nice if we had one of those in our lives? And now we do. And I also wanted to make this as radically simple as possible. People get so barraged by so many conflicting claims. And I think our unique contribution is that we actually do studies proving that. But you asked earlier that, are some people more carb sensitive or fat sensitive? And to address this question, Dr. Chris Gardner at Stanford did a large randomized trial published in the Journal of the American Medical Association about a year ago, thinking that there would be differences. And when he found that there really wasn't, that they both, the low carb and low fat group, they did their genes and they said, okay, this group is more fat sensitive, this group is more carb sensitive. They tailored their diets and they lost the same amount of weight. It didn't really make any difference. And again, it's the same diet and lifestyle program that we found over 40 years can help you lose weight. It can get you reduced or get you off of those blood pressure medications, those diabetes medications, your high blood pressure medications. Again, of course, under your doctor's supervision, can reverse heart disease, even severe heart disease at any age, can slow, stop, or reverse the progression of men with early stage prostate cancer and by extension, early stage breast cancer. So again, this is how we've evolved to eat. And you even see this in entire countries, like in Japan or China 50 years ago, they had very, very low rates of these chronic conditions. And when they started to eat like us and live like us, now all too often they die like us because those genes now get expressed in ways that weren't there when we were eating more of a whole foods plant-based diet.
Right. So I know you don't recommend oil. None of our speakers, our medical doctors did. So what is your recommendation though now that you've changed it to include nuts and seeds? And does it matter if somebody already has heart disease? You still would like them to include a little bit? And if so, how much?
Well, we don't prescribe nuts. We say if you want to have a few nuts, just like small, we're talking about small quantities here. I think the germinative quality outweighs the fact that they're high in fat. We do exclude all oils, although we include, if you're vegan, the plankton-based omega-3 fatty acids or flaxseed-based, or if you're not, the fish oils, because the omega-3 fatty acids, despite some of the review articles recently, I do think have significant benefits. But you don't really need to add them to your food because so often, 1 tablespoon of oil is 100% fat, any kind of oil. And because fat has 9 calories per gram, if you put 1 tablespoon of oil on your food, you're going to be eating, over 100 calories per tablespoon. It's like about 130 calories per tablespoon. So people like, oh, olive oil is good for me. They pour it on their food, they drench their bread in it and so on. And they're getting tons of calories. And one of the easiest ways to lose weight is to eliminate oils because, it's such a dense form of calories.
Absolutely. I once heard you say that it's sometimes easier to make sweeping changes than to make moderate changes. Do you still believe that?
I think there are 2 basic approaches. One is the small gradual approach. And I wrote a book years ago called The Spectrum, which was based on the finding in all of our studies that the more you change your lifestyle, the more you improve at any age. And when I started doing this work, I thought the younger patients with less severe disease would do better, but turns out I was wrong. It wasn't how old they were or how sick they were. It was mainly a function of how much they changed their lifestyle. The more you change, the more you improve, both in how you feel, which makes you want to keep doing it, and also in every metric we can look at, including but not limited to your weight. But the other approach is to change a lot of things at the same time. And that may sound counterintuitive, like, wow, it's hard enough to make small changes. How am I going to make big ones? But again, because these underlying biological mechanisms are so dynamic, when you make big changes in your lifestyle, not just your diet, but exercise and stress management and love and support all at the same time, most people find they feel so much better so quickly. It reframes the reason for making these changes from fear of dying, which is really not sustainable, to joy and pleasure and love and feeling good, which are. So if it's pleasurable, it's sustainable. And if it's meaningful, it's sustainable. And so there's another aspect to it that we really haven't talked about, which is that, all religions, all spiritual paths usually have some kind of dietary guidelines. And often they're in conflict with each other. One religion, you can eat this, but not that, or certain days of the week, or certain times of day, or whatever. Like, is God confused? I don't know. But what I do know is that just the act of choosing not to do something that you could otherwise do imbues those choices with meaning, And so, and also the other thing that imbues it with meaning is so often people say, gosh, global warming is such a major problem and feeding the hungry is such a major problem. What can I do as one person to make a difference? Well, when people learn that more global warming is caused by eating livestock than all forms of transportation combined, then suddenly it's like, oh, I'm choosing even just to have a meatless Monday or whatever, just not to eat meat all the time, because knowing that something as primal as what I put in my mouth every day is not only helping me, but helping the planet, imbues those choices with meaning, and that makes them sustainable. And likewise, it takes 14 times more resources to make a pound of meat-based protein than a pound of plant-based protein. So if enough people started to eat plant-based meals, it would free up tremendous amount of resources so that literally no one should ever go hungry on the planet. And so if we know that something as simple as choosing to eat a plant-based meal or a plant-based way of living can actually help feed the hungry and help slow the global warming, you can, have hotter sex and a cooler planet. There's a great scene in a movie coming out that great James Cameron did called Game Changers with Luis Hoyos. And they interviewed a lot of world-class athletes who went on a plant-based diet as a way of increasing their performance. And they found that they became Olympic cyclists and runners and heavyweight boxing champions and mixed martial artist national champions and so on. But I've been writing for years that even a single meal that's high in fat and cholesterol can cause your brain to not get enough blood flow. But what it turns out is that he interviewed these 3 elite athletes in their 20s, and they gave them one meat-based meal, and it was organic, grass-fed beef and so on. And then they measured the frequency and hardness of their erections at night, because having erections when guys sleep is a natural phenomenon. And then the next night, they gave them one plant-based meal, just one meal. And they found when they compared their erections after one plant-based meal compared to one meat-based meal the night earlier, they had 300 to 500% more frequent erections and 10 to 15% harder erections after the plant-based meal than after the meat-based meal. Apparently, the film crew became vegan after shooting that scene. So again, it reframes the reason for making these lifestyle changes from fear of dying, which is really not sustainable, to joy and pleasure and feeling good, that there's no point in giving up something that you enjoy unless you get something back that's better and quickly. And when you make these lifestyle changes, your brain gets more blood, you think more clearly, you have more energy, you can actually grow so many new brain neurons, your brain can get measurably bigger. Your face gets more blood, so you don't age as quickly, you know. Your heart gets more blood. You can reverse heart disease. And someone who has angina or chest pain who can't literally walk across the street without getting pain, or make love with their spouse without getting pain, or play with their kids without getting pain, or go back to work without getting pain. In just a few weeks, in most cases, they're able to do all of those things without pain. Then they say things like, I like cheeseburgers, but not that much, because what I gain is so much more than what I give up. And one of the patients that I describe in this new book, in the book Undo It, that we've been talking about, he is a doctor himself, an internal medicine specialist, who had such a massive heart attack that his heart was pumping blood so poorly, he was told he needed to have a heart transplant. And while waiting for a donor, he went through my program at UCLA, my reversing heart disease program, which, by the way, Medicare and most insurance companies are now covering my program around the country. And if you're watching or listening to this, just go to Ornish, ORNISH.com. There's a listing of all the sites that we've trained. And so this guy who was told, this doctor who was told he needed a heart transplant, after just 9 weeks of going through our program, his heart function improved so much he no longer needed one. You know, so like people often have a hard time believing that these simple changes in diet and lifestyle can be so powerful. We often tend to think it has to be a new drug or a new laser, something really high-tech and expensive. And I think our unique contribution has been to use these very high-tech, expensive, state-of-the-art scientific measures to prove how powerful these very simple and low-tech and low-cost interventions can be in every way we can measure.
Wow. Dr. Ornish, if lifestyle medicine is so powerful, and I believe it is, why are so many people not embracing it and so many doctors not telling it to their patients?
Well, they are finally. It's taken 40 years, you know, but if you wait long enough, things happen. And the reason is that there's a convergence of forces that finally, after 4 decades, make this the right idea at the right time. I mean, there's a chest pain, and yet, you know, we paid, you know, tens of, now close to $100 billion a year for this intervention that's dangerous, invasive, expensive, and largely ineffective. Now, if you're in the middle of having a heart attack, it's different, but most people are not. The same is true for type 2 diabetes. Studies are showing getting your blood sugar down with drugs doesn't prevent the horrible complications, you know, blindness and amputations and impotence and heart attacks and kidney failure of type 2 diabetes. But if you can get your diet and lifestyle down through diet and lifestyle, get your blood sugar down through diet and lifestyle, you can prevent all of them. And in the case of early stage prostate cancer, there are 2 major randomized trials in the New England Journal of Medicine. And after 10 years, men who did nothing lived as long as those who had surgery or radiation. And here again, the surgery and radiation often maim guys in the most personal ways, often becoming impotent or incontinent or both. And it turns out that maybe 1 out of 49 or 50 men who has early stage prostate cancer actually benefits from these interventions. And yet my colleagues and I did a study, a randomized trial in collaboration with Dr. Peter Carroll at UCSF and Dr. William Farah, who was the head of urology at the time at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, that these very same lifestyle changes may slow, stop, and even reverse the progression of men with early stage prostate cancer. So, you know, for all of these reasons, you know, what's good for you is good for the planet. What's personally sustainable is globally sustainable. And now that Medicare, after 16 years of review, created a new benefit category to pay for my program for those who have heart disease, and most major insurance companies like Aetna and many of the Blue Cross Blue Shield programs are paying for it as well, we're really creating a new paradigm. Because if you change reimbursement, it changes medical practice and even medical education, especially now that we have the science. The science was important, but now that we have the reimbursement, I think it's a lifestyle medicine is really, our time has come. And it's really a tidal wave that hasn't even begun to crest yet.
Well, my brother was a medical doctor. He actually passed away from complications from his obesity. But
I'm sorry.
thank you. He actually went through your program in Pittsburgh, and it was the only time in his 60 years that he ever lost weight was doing your program. So thank you for that program. I recently saw a movie called First Man about the life of Neil Armstrong. And I think you're sort of like the Neil Armstrong when it comes to medicine, and maybe, in 100 years, there'll be a movie about you because you weren't just the first person to successfully reverse heart disease, but you really were the first person that talked about things like love and compassion and meditation. And you don't get that a lot from doctors in general or the plant-based doctors in particular. You really have like a whole person approach.
Well, thank you. I mean, love is one of those 4-letter words that we don't talk much about in cardiology, even though ironically the heart is the symbol for love, in so many cultures. And I think as an example of that, Dr. Kim Williams is the chief of cardiology at Rush University Medical Center in Chicago. And a couple of years ago was the president of the American College of Cardiology, which is the professional society of virtually all cardiologists. And he found that his own LDL cholesterol was elevated. It was around 170. And he knew all too well the effects of statins and wanted to see if he could do this for lifestyle. So he did a literature review, and he came across our work, and he went on my program just from reading one of my books. And he cut his cholesterol basically in half down to, about 90. And he got so excited about that he had the first meeting, the first colloquium on lifestyle medicine at the annual scientific sessions of the American College of Cardiology in Chicago about a couple of years ago, 2.5 years ago. And over 1,000 cardiologists came. They were turning people away at the door. And I gave what may be the first lecture on the scientific basis of love and healing to a group of cardiologists at this meeting. And it was extremely well received. Most doctors are not happy these days. If you have to see a new patient every 10 minutes, you don't really have time to talk about their diet, their marriage, what's going on with their jobs, their kids, their school, and so on. You basically go through the medical record, you listen to the heart and lungs, you write a prescription, go through the problem list, and they're out the door 10 minutes later. It's not fun for doctors or patients. But we're creating a new paradigm of true healthcare rather than sick care, where instead of it being a 10-minute visit, Medicare and most insurance companies are now paying for 72 hours of training. And we partner with a company called ShareCare, and we're training hospitals and clinics and physician groups around the country. And it's working. We're getting bigger changes in lifestyle, better clinical outcomes, bigger cost savings, and better adherence than anyone's ever shown before. And it's really gratifying that so often people think, oh, I can't get my patients to change their lifestyle. But in this case, the doctor leverages his or her time. It's a doctor, a nurse, a meditation and yoga teacher, exercise physiologist, dietitian, and psychologist, and they all work together in a common way to help these patients, and it's working. And it's really fun practicing medicine this way, because instead of just telling people, when they say, okay, you need these pills to lower your cholesterol or your blood pressure, your blood sugar, and they say, well, doctor, how long do I have to take these? The doctor usually says, what, forever? And I usually show a cartoon of doctors busily mopping up the floor around a sink that's overflowing. And how long do I have to mop up the floor? Forever. Well, why don't we just turn off the faucet? And what we're finding is that in study after study that we've been doing now for decades, is that our bodies often have a remarkable capacity to begin healing, and much more quickly than we had once realized, when we can treat the underlying cause of the problem.
Right. In all the research you've done, what was the most surprising thing you found, or the most exciting?
Well, there's so many things, but I think, again, one of the most surprising was that even someone who was so sick they needed a heart transplant was able to get so much better in just 9 weeks going on my program that they didn't need one anymore. It was like, what's the more radical intervention here? Heart transplant, or eat well, move more, stress less, love more. But the other was, I thought when I began doing this work that the younger patients who had less severe disease would be more likely to show improvement, but it turns out I was wrong. It wasn't how old they were, it wasn't how sick they were. It was simply a function of the more they changed their diet and lifestyle, the better they were in every way we could measure at any age. And that's a profoundly empowering message to give people, that it's never too late to begin making these changes as long as you're, alive and stable. To the degree you make them, you're going to look better, feel better, lose weight, and gain health.
Is there a story that you could share with us, perhaps from someone that went through your lifestyle program, or a patient that comes to mind?
Well, we have over 100 video testimonials on our website. Just go to ornish.com. You can kind of go through them. But, whether it's for, avoiding the need for a heart transplant, or, several patients who literally couldn't walk across the street, they couldn't make love with their spouse, they couldn't play with their kids, they couldn't work. Literally, within just a few weeks, they're able to do all of those things. And often, again, under the doctor's supervision, medications they were told they would have to take forever, they were able to reduce and in many cases get off altogether. And I'm, after 40 years of work, I am still so passionate about doing this work because empowering people with information they can use to empower their life, to turn suffering into joy, is why I think we're here. If it's pleasurable, it's sustainable, and if it's meaningful, it's sustainable. And one of the other things I've learned is that, again, just as we talked about earlier, by choosing only to eat certain foods, that can be deprivation, but it can also be profoundly liberating because it imbues those choices with meaning. And likewise, in terms of love and support, you can only be intimate with someone to the degree that you can let your emotional defenses down, open your heart, if you will, and be vulnerable to them. But we've all experienced that sometimes when we're vulnerable, people can hurt us. So there's a tendency to kind of shut down. And, one of the studies I quote in my new book, and Undo It, is that the more time people spend on Facebook, the more depressed they are, because it's not really an authentic intimacy. It's like people just post the best parts of themselves. It looks like everybody has this perfect life, but you, like, what's wrong with you, So people get depressed. But in our support groups, and for that matter, 50 years ago, when people had an extended family they saw regularly, or they had a neighborhood with 2 or 3 generations of people that all lived together, and you grew up with this group of people, they know you. They don't just know your Facebook profile or your bio sketch. They know your dark side. They know where you messed up. They know when you got arrested or you were on drugs or, whatever it happened to be. And they know that and you know that they know that and that they're still there for you. And there's just something primal about kind of being seen in that way. Like in James Cameron's Avatar, he says, I see you, not just your best side, but all of you. And so in our support groups, they're not really designed to help people stay on the diet or lose weight, although they do. It's really creating a safe environment where people can let down their emotional defenses and talk openly and authentically about what's really going on in their lives without fear that someone's going to judge them or hurt them or, give them glib advice or reject them, but just to listen to them, again, to recreate what we've lost when we had those social networks, real social networks. And it's the part of our program that people often have the most confusion or apprehension about. It's like, I get I have to eat something, so let me eat healthy food and, exercise, I'm really doing something, but love and support, what does that have to do with it? And, study after study have shown that people who are lonely and depressed are 3 to 10 times more likely to get sick and die prematurely than those who have a sense of love and connection and community. I don't know anything in medicine that has that big a factor. And it's one of the reasons why people are able to lose so much weight in our program, because we're not just giving information, we're drowning in information. Google, you do a search in a fraction of a second, you can go through 1 million articles, literally. We don't need more information. And it's not enough. It's not like people who smoke don't know it's bad for them. It's on every pack of cigarettes. And likewise, it's not enough to just focus on the behaviors. We need to focus on why people do things. That's really the essence of my lifestyle medicine program, is to treat the cause. And so when I'd ask people, I'd say, why do you overeat? Why do you drink too much? Why do you work too hard? Why do you smoke cigarettes? Why do you abuse opioids? Why do you spend so much time playing video games? Those behaviors seem so maladaptive to me. And they look at me, they go, Dean, you don't get it. You don't have a clue. You don't understand. I said, well, teach me something. They said, these behaviors aren't maladaptive. They're very adaptive because they help us deal with our pain, our loneliness, our depression. I've had patients say things to me like, I've got 20 friends in this pack of cigarettes and they're always there for me. You're going to take away my 20 friends? What are you going to give me? Or fat, a well-known food writer told me, fat coats my nerves and numbs the pain. Food fills that void. Alcohol or opioids or other drugs numb the pain. Video games numb the pain. Working all the time is a more socially acceptable way of kind of numbing or distracting yourself from that pain. And so if we just focus on information, that's not going to do it. But if we can focus on dealing with people's emotional pain, their loneliness, their depression, their isolation, their alienation, by teaching them ways of communicating in ways that are more likely to bring people in, by creating these support groups and so on, then they're much more likely to make lifestyle choices and to stick with them that are life-enhancing than ones that are self-destructive. One study showed, for example, that people who were sexually or emotionally or physically abused as kids were much more likely to gain weight because the weight was almost literally a defense against people getting too close to them because they felt like they couldn't trust people. And if you have nowhere that feels safe enough to let down those emotional defenses and no one that you feel open enough to do that with, then those walls, those defenses that are designed to protect us can actually harm us or even kill us, because if they're always up, they isolate us. And to the degree we're isolated, then we're much more likely to get sick and die prematurely, both because we're more likely to make unhealthy changes, but also through mechanisms we don't fully understand. And so to me, part of the value of awareness of research is to raise awareness. And awareness to me is always the first step in healing. And so when people know that because of the 40 years of research we've done, they can actually lose weight and keep it off. They can reverse heart disease, make their pain go away, get off, in many cases, medications they were told they would have to take for the rest of their lives. Sometimes they'll go back and say, being overweight or having a heart attack was the best thing.
One is trying to affect permanent lifestyle change, just to be with a group of people that are like-minded, that are doing what you're doing. You don't feel so alone while everybody else is out smoking and drinking and eating, McDonald's. So
That's right.
I completely agree. I'm wondering, there's an old saying, physician, heal thyself. Do you follow the Ornish program? Do you meditate? Do you exercise? Do you follow the whole food plant-based diet? Obviously, you're full of love and compassion.
Yes, I do. I've been doing this since I was 19, and I got interested in doing this out of my own pain because I was profoundly and suicidally depressed when I was in college, and I wrote about that in a couple of my earlier books. That was my doorway into this. And I grew up in Texas eating, cheeseburgers and chalupas and meat 5, 6, 7 times a day. So it was a big change for me when I went on a plant-based diet. But I felt so much better that it was like, okay, when I eat this, I don't feel so good. When I eat that, I do. So let me eat more of this and less of that. And when you connect the dots between what you eat and what you do and how you feel, then it becomes much more sustainable, because you find that what you gain is so much more than what you give up. And that makes, those are choices worth making, not to live longer, although you probably will, but to feel better, which is ultimately what makes it sustainable.
Absolutely. Where do pets fit in, I wonder? Because for me, they're love and compassion, and they'll get you to exercise. I never hear you mentioning, do you have any pets? This has nothing to do with the topic, but I don't know when I'll ever talk to you again.
No, I've almost always had a dog. Dogs really, most of them anyway, embody kind of unconditional love. You come home from the office, your dog doesn't say, how much money did you make? How many books did you sell? It's like, it's just, just loves you. Now, there's a famous cardiologist years ago named Paul Dudley White. He said, well, walk your dog whether you have one or not. Just the companionship itself is so healing for people. And, I sometimes joke that if you have a pet, you're less likely to need a PET scan, because you can get that unconditional love from a dog in ways that are just really, really meaningful.
That's great. I'm glad to hear you say that. I've heard you say that maybe we shouldn't be labeling certain foods as good or bad, because then we start feeling that we're good or bad from eating them. But are there perhaps certain foods that maybe, really are bad that maybe we shouldn't be eating?
Well, there's a difference between healthful and bad, or unhealthful and bad. The whole language of behavioral change often has this moralistic kind of shaming, guilt-inducing, what I call fascist quality, There's a very small step from eating, once you label the food as being bad, to being a bad person because you ate bad food. And at that point, you might as well just, finish the pint of ice cream or the burger because you're a bad person. And I don't think that's helpful. So instead of saying foods are good or bad, when I wrote this book years ago called The Spectrum, I categorized food, instead of saying eat this and don't eat that, or this is good and this is bad, to say food is just food, but some foods are healthier for you than others. So I categorize foods from the most healthy, what I call group 1 foods, to the least healthy group 5 foods, and said what matters most is your overall way of eating and living. So if you want to reverse disease, that's more the pound of cure. You really need to eat healthy most of the time in order to do that. But if you're just trying to lose a few pounds or get your cholesterol down a few points, or your blood pressure, your blood sugar, what matters most is your overall way of eating and living. So if you indulge yourself one day, it doesn't mean you cheated or you're bad or you're guilty. Just eat healthier the next. You don't have time to exercise one day, do a little more the next. You don't have time to meditate for an hour, do it for a minute. Whatever you do, there's a corresponding benefit. And then you decide. I chaired Google Health with Marissa Mayer 10 years ago, and we were trying to come up with all these complex algorithms to personalize a diet and lifestyle intervention. And one day I said, I think we're going about this in the wrong way. We should make this radically simple for people. It's not that hard. And you decide. Sometimes when I lecture, I'll joke that the first dietary intervention was when God said, don't eat the apple. And that didn't go so well. And that was God talking, and apples are good for you. And for me, the message is, even more than being healthy, most people want to feel free and in control. And as soon as I tell somebody, eat this and don't eat that and do this and don't do that, they kind of hunch up their shoulders and they walk out and they immediately want to do the opposite. It's not only not helpful, it's counterproductive. But if I say, look, if you go on a diet, chances are you're going to go off it. And then you have, because diets are all about what you can't have and what you must do. And then you have all that guilt and shame and all those really toxic emotions. Just say, look, what matters most is your overall way of eating and living. So if you're just trying to lose a few pounds, if you indulge yourself one day, it doesn't mean you cheated or you're bad. Just eat healthier the next. I find that much more sustainable and a lot more fun and pleasurable.
Yeah, so many people beat themselves up for any slip, and it prevents them from getting back on the plan. You're a wonderful speaker. I'm sure you know that. I've heard you speak down here in Los Angeles at Jeff Nelson's Veg Source Conference probably many, many years ago. I've heard you speak at the McDougall Advanced Study Weekend. But most recently, I heard you speak at the Plantrition Conference, and you said something that just blew me away. You said that obesity is contagious, and that we're more likely to be overweight or obese if our friend's friend is overweight or obese than even a family member. And, most people say, well, I can't help it. It's genetic. Well, apparently it's not just genetic.
No, our genes are a predisposition, but in most cases, our genes are not our fate. And we did a study which we published with Craig Venter, who was the first to actually decode the human genome. And we found in just 3 months, over 500 genes were changed in a beneficial way, turning on the good genes, turning off the bad genes, particularly the genes that cause weight loss. Turning off the genes that cause weight gain, chronic inflammation, oxidative stress, and so on. And I also mentioned a study that you're referring to by Nicholas Christakis at Harvard, where they found that if your friends are obese, if your friends are obese, you're 45% more likely to be obese yourself. If your friend's friend is obese, you're 25% more likely to be obese. And if your friend's friend's friend is obese, you're 10% more likely to be obese, even if you've never met them. That's how interconnected we are. And so part of what my new book, Undo It, is about is that these, the ancient swamis and rabbis and priests and monks and nuns that developed meditation and these practices didn't do them to lose weight or unclog their arteries or whatever. They're powerful tools for quieting down our mind and body to experience more of an inner sense of peace and joy and well-being, and to realize that's really our natural state, is to be healthy and happy. Now, that's a very radical shift from the way how I was raised. In fact, the whole advertising industry is based on the idea that you have to get your happiness from outside yourself and get your health from outside yourself. And once you set up that view of the world, then it's like, wow, if only I had whatever that is, more money, more power, more sex, more beauty, more accomplishment, then I'd be happy. If only I could lose weight, then I'd be happy. Once you set up that view of the world, until you get it, you're stressed, wow, I hope I get it. The stress levels go way up. If someone else gets it and you don't, then it really feels stressful, and it kind of reinforces that we live in this myth that we live in this zero-sum game, dog-eat-dog world, that the more you get, the less there is for me. But even if you get it, it's great for a moment. It's very seductive. I got it. I'm happy. But it's soon followed by either now what? It's never enough. Or so what? Big deal. It doesn't really provide that lasting meaning. And so people say things like, I make sure I've got a dozen projects going at the same time so I don't have to spend too much time thinking about that. But what these meditation and these practices do, what we label as stress management, is they can help us quiet down our mind to experience more of an inner sense of peace and joy and well-being, and to realize that's always there until we disturb it. And when you experience that, it's a game changer, because now it's like, oh, I'm the one who's disturbing my own inner peace, not someone else. I don't have to play along with that. I'm empowered, not to blame myself, but to empower myself, because I can do something about that. And then when I'm feeling anxious or distressed or stressed or worried or depressed, I can say, what am I doing that's causing that? And then I can just stop doing that. Or we're put in another sense, we're born with a sense of ease, and we disturb that, become diseased, or we're born fine until we define ourselves. And then if you take the meditation a step further, it gives you this transcendent experience that on one level we're separate, you're you and I'm me, but on another level we're part of something larger that connects us all, whatever name you give to that. And the whole idea again of why our friend affects us through mirror neurons, through what's called quantum entanglement. There are these physical actually direct connections that between us that we may not necessarily see, but they're real. And to me, the spiritual practices of altruism and love and compassion that Aldous Huxley called the perennial philosophy, because you find it in virtually all spiritual paths once you get past the rituals that people fight and kill each other over. Love and compassion and forgiveness and so on for yourself and for others flow naturally from that direct experience that that on one level we're separate, you're you and I'm me. But on another level, we're part of something larger that connects us all. Even to give it a name is to limit what's really a limitless or an ineffable experience. And so when you can have that kind of double vision, the paradox, you can go out in the world and often accomplish even more without getting stressed and sick in the process.
Wow. If lifestyle medicine was a stool and one leg was diet, one was exercise, one was love and compassion, one is meditation, do they all carry equal weight? Do we need to do all four every day, or is perhaps one more important?
Well, it varies on the person. Some people are more stressed. For them, the stress management may be important. Others eating a not a very healthy diet. For them, it's the diet. But there's also a synergy that comes when you do them all at the same time that's more than just additive. Because when you make all these changes at once, as we mentioned briefly earlier, you really feel so much better so quickly. It reframes the reason for making these changes from fear of dying or fear of preventing something bad from happening to joy and feeling good and pleasure and love and intimacy and connection. And ultimately, that's what makes it sustainable. So the paradox is that sometimes it's actually easier to change all of these at the same time.
That makes sense. I'm really great with the diet. I'm pretty good with the exercise. I do my best with love and compassion. Boy, but that meditation, just for 25 years, every day I attempt to do it. And some days why is sitting still doing nothing so much harder than doing something?
I studied with an ecumenical spiritual teacher for many years named Swami Satchidananda, which is part of the reason why I named the book Undo It, because people would say, what are you, a Hindu? He'd say, no, I'm an Undu, And meditation is really the practice of just quieting down your mind enough to experience that inner sense of peace and well-being. Because you don't have to sit down. If you have trouble sitting down, you can do it while doing a walking meditation, And everybody's mind wanders. I can teach people watching this right now how to meditate. You can do it in 30 seconds. You just close your eyes and you repeat a sound. It can be, it's interesting to me that, different cultures and different, spiritual paths have sounds that sound very similar. Om is kind of the classic one, or shalom, or salam, or amen, or even the word one. So you close your eyes, take a breath, say Om until you run out of air. Or if you want to be a secular way, one, and then you do it again, one. Now what'll happen is invariably your mind will wander. Everybody's mind wanders. Even I was talking with the Dalai Lama about it. Even his mind wanders, but probably not as much as mine does. But the more you do it, the better you get at it. And just the practice, instead of saying, oh, I'm not doing this right because my mind is wandering, just realize that's part of the practice. When you are aware that you're thinking about something else, just gently bring it back to the sound over and over and over again. And what happens is that, first of all, your mind quiets down. So you begin to get more in touch with that inner sense of peace and well-being. You become better at focusing. So whatever you do in athletics and school and the boardroom, if you can focus and concentrate better, you can perform better. It's like a laser is just focused or coherent light. You can burn through steel as compared to regular light. The third thing is that you become more aware of what's going on inside you. We all have a teacher within, a spiritual teacher within, the God within, the guru within, whatever name you want to give to that, the still small voice within. It's the voice that speaks very clearly but very quietly. They wake you up at 3 a.m. and say, hey, listen up, pay attention. You're not doing something that's in your best interest. And I've learned at the end of a meditation to access that more directly. And then I'll ask that little voice to say, what am I not paying attention to that I need to pay attention to? And just listen. And it's amazing the kind of useful information that you can get. And I've learned to rely on that. And then if you take meditation even further, you get that transcendent state of oneness that we talked about earlier. So don't be discouraged if you feel like you're, quote, not doing it right. If your mind wanders, that's just part of the process. You just keep bringing it back over and over and over again, and it's worth it. Now, sometimes I'll say, I don't have time to meditate for an hour. I'll say, well, do I have a minute? And if I have to meditate, if I have to admit that I don't have time to meditate for a minute, then I have to admit my life is so out of balance, it's easier just to do the minute. And of course, once I do a minute, chances are I'm going to do more than that anyway. But when you meditate, even for a minute, it carries with you throughout the day. It's like your fuse gets longer. Things don't bother you as much. It's like if you've ever heard a song on the radio and you find yourself humming it later in the day. It's the same idea that subconsciously that meditation carries with you throughout the day. And so you can do even more without getting stressed in the process.
Thank you for re-inspiring me to start doing that again. So there are going to be people watching this summit, Dr. Ornish, that perhaps are new to plant-based diets, maybe even haven't heard of you yet, which is hard to believe, but it could be possible. And maybe they have 100 pounds or more to lose. Where does someone start?
Start at the beginning. You know, the journey of 1,000 miles begin with a single step, all of those sayings, and it's true. So start where you are, you know, and don't be so hard on yourself. If you're just trying to lose weight, say, okay, to the degree I do this, I'm going to indulge myself one day and work harder the next, you know, just move in that direction. The problem is when you start to gain a lot of weight, you get stuck in these vicious cycles. You don't like the way you look in the mirror. That makes you depressed. You eat more food and fat to kind of cope with the pain, which makes you will gain even more weight, which makes you more distressed, and on and on and on. But just the act of empowering yourself by saying, okay, I'm going to take a few steps in this direction, and I don't have to be perfect. And if I get off the wagon one day, I'll just get back on it the next. No judgment, no shame, no guilt, no pressure. Just, every moment is its own unique moment. My wife and I are totally committed to each other. And when you're totally committed to someone, you know that if you have a fight, you're going to get back to a good place sooner or later. So we say, let's just get back to that place right away. I don't have to be right. I don't have to blame myself. I don't have to blame you. It's the same when you're trying to lose weight. If you make a mistake, it's like if you ever watch a kid learning how to walk when they're like 1 or 2 years old, they walk a few steps, they fall down. Then they go, oh, what's wrong with me? I'm no good. I can't, how come I can't do this? I'm a terrible person. They just get up and start walking again. And then you get better at it. It's the same here. You have that same kind of compassion for yourself, and then you'll be able to have more compassion for others as well. It's the most unselfish thing you can do is to take care of yourself. The heart pumps blood to itself first so that it can then take care of the rest of the body.
Oh my God. That's a brilliant metaphor. I mean, that's fantastic. Thank you. So many people have tried to lose weight. Maybe they've lost weight through a great deal of suffering and deprivation only to gain it all back. And a lot of people have just given up hope. What do you say to the people that have given up hope that they could ever lose weight or get healthy?
Well, when I was suicidally depressed, it's all about giving up hope. And then you have this reality distortion feel where you think you're really seeing things clearly, like, oh, things were bad. They'll always be bad. They've always been bad. And anytime I thought otherwise, I was just fooling myself. That's where the hallmark of depression is that sense of helplessness and hopelessness. And that's where it comes from. It's a reality distortion. And so I would say to you, that's not true, that you can change that. Every moment is a new moment. We don't have to be stuck in the patterns that we were in the past. And if you start to make these changes, because these underlying biological mechanisms are so dynamic, most people feel so much better so quickly. And not only feel better, they are better in ways we can measure. You start to lose weight. Your chest pain goes away. If you have heart disease, you just have an overall improved sense of well-being. You sleep better. We find that depression scores are cut in half in our patients. Then you get into what's called a virtuous cycle where you start to feel better, which makes you want to do more, which makes you continue to feel better, and so on and so forth. And we've had patients lose 100 pounds or more in our program.
That's fantastic. I've interviewed hundreds of people now, mostly doctors, mostly plant-based doctors, and I always wonder who inspired them. And your name is always on the short list. I have to wonder who inspired you when you were the first man. Who could have possibly inspired you?
Well, as I mentioned to you, when I was 19 and when I was suicidally depressed, I met a spiritual teacher, an ecumenical teacher named Swami Satchidananda. There's an old saying that when the student is ready, the teacher appears, and that was certainly true for me. And my parents, he'd really helped my older sister. This was back in 1972, a long time ago. And so they decided to have a cocktail party for the Swami, which back in Dallas was a pretty radical thing. I mean, even today in Dallas, it probably would be. And so in walks this central castings view of a Swami, long white beard and saffron robes and everything. And he sat in our living room and he gave a satsang and he said, nothing can bring you lasting happiness, which I had already figured out. That's why I was so depressed. But he was glowing. I was like, what am I missing here? And he went on to clarify that while nothing can bring us lasting happiness, we don't have to get those things. We are already, that's our nature, is to be happy and healthy and peaceful in most cases. And not being mindful of that, we end up running after all these things that we talked about earlier, thinking that's going to bring us that. And then what is perhaps the greatest irony is that in the process of running after all these things that we think are going to bring us happiness, you disturb what we have already if we just stop doing that. That's where we're undoing it. And so I thought, okay, I can always kill myself. I'll move that down to plan B. Let me try all this weird stuff. So he said, look, eat a plant-based diet, meditate, do yoga, exercise, have more love for yourself and other people. And I did that, and I began to get glimpses of what that felt like, and it just completely transformed my life. So I went from feeling like I was totally stupid and was never going to amount to anything, and I couldn't really read a headline on a newspaper and tell you 5 minutes later what it said. Went back to school, graduated first in my class, gave the baccalaureate, went on to medical school and so on. But because I changed, because to the degree I needed to do all those things to thinking that was going to make me happy, I had so much stress around it and anxiety, I couldn't even function. But to the degree I became more inwardly defined, I didn't need those things to say I can love myself and I can love other people. Then the paradox is because that removed most of the stress, I could go out in the world and accomplish so much more without getting stressed and without getting sick in the process.
And
So that's probably a good note to close on. Just to say to the people who are listening to this, never underestimate the power that you have to transform your life. Every moment is a new moment. It's all degrees of freedom, all possibilities are contained within it. And no matter what's brought you up to this moment, you have the power to change that in ways that you can directly experience very quickly, because these underlying biological and psychological mechanisms are so much more dynamic than we had once realized, for better and for worse. And so I want to, again, awareness is the first step in healing. When people become aware of the power that they already have, it can truly be transformative. And so I'm grateful to you and your colleagues for giving me this opportunity to hopefully raise awareness. And the new book, Undo It, is really kind of a map of how to do that step by step, which also reviews the science to, again, provide the credibility that hopefully will provide the motivation.
And Dr. Ornish, we are so grateful to you, not only for being on this summit, but for all the work you've done and paving the way. A true trailblazer. Thank you so much, Dr. Ornish.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Don't you just love Dean Ornish? What a man he is. Boy, it was such a privilege to interview him and meet him. I was so humbled, and he's so kind, as all of our speakers are, because they all care about your health just like I do. I want you guys to feel better and live long and healthy lives in the body that you were meant to live in, It means so much to me that you've spent these last 8 days with me. I can't tell you how much your comments on this live feed have meant to me, and all the beautiful emails that we're getting from you, sharing your journey, sometimes your struggles and your triumphs. I think I'm going to cry. So this is not the end of the summit, though. So don't think just because we don't have, quote, expert interviews tomorrow that it ends, because I kind of think I'm a little bit of an expert in losing weight, because I'm one of the 2% of the people in the world that has actually been able to keep their weight off more than 2 years. It's been over 5 for me. And as you know, if you want to win a prize, the only way you can do that is by listening live. And we're saving a lot of our grand prizes for tomorrow. So that's another reason to come back. And as you know, to win a prize, you share your comments in real time on Facebook, putting them on this thread right here. And always please tell us where you're from, because we're hooking up people left and right, creating community, because as some of you have commented, that's the biggest struggle, is that there's nobody near you doing this. So many takeaways from Dr. Ornish. I'm so lucky because I have the physical package, so I can refer to the book, the 450-page book that you get when you get the transformation package with the 8 CD set. And the font is big enough for me to read without my glasses and actually to write in. So I did write in the margins of my book some of the things that were my key takeaways. He mentioned something that Dr. McDougall's often mentioned, that Dr. Atkins actually died of heart failure. The man died obese from his own diet. Not making fun of it, but I mean, let's tell the truth about these dietary styles. And, I recently been to Japan for a job, and it's amazing for Asians, even though they have the lowest obesity rate of 3%, how heavy Asians are becoming when they adopt our diet. That Japan and China, when they eat like us, they become big like us and they get sick like us. And that's not how it was historically, the more you change, the better, regardless of your age. It's inspiring to know that it's never too late. And he talks about the biological mechanisms that are cause of most chronic diseases: the inflammation, the oxidative stress, the telomere length, and the gene expression. But 4 simple changes can impact all of these things: what we eat, how we manage stress, how much we move, and how much love and support we have. And all the speakers were talking about some of those, if not all of those, in their talks. It's amazing that our expression of our genes can change in just 3 months, and that 500 genes can be expressed differently in just 3 months. 90 days. You guys got 90 days to try this, don't you? The fear of death may motivate us to start, but it's not going to be sustainable in the long haul. But once we feel better, the joy becomes sustainable and the motivation becomes feeling good. And that's what we want, is for you to feel good in your own body. So we know if you have extra weight, that it's not just about looking good, but that it's a real health risk for diabetes, heart disease, autoimmune disease, and now we know even cancer. Every moment is a new moment, and every moment has transformative potential for you. So why not share this summit in this moment to help someone else that could be struggling? So let's share some of the great takeaways that you guys had. So Carol Campbell, you've had quite a few, but I really love this one. Brilliant takeaway from Dr. Ornish: if you have a pet, you are less likely to need a PET scan. So true. I have my little Bailey right here on my lap during this whole summit. She's actually asleep now. And so you'll be getting a $28 gift certificate from our friends at Local Spicery. This one does not include shipping, but you'll get so many delicious sugar-free and salt-free spices, like sweet without sugar and taste without salt, my favorite being the pepperoni spice and the gingerbread spice. Corey Kearns from Ohio had many wonderful comments, such as like obesity is contagious. But my favorite one is: this information regarding sexual performance is exactly what most men, including my husband, need to hear to help them jump into plant-based. And to make sure that your husband doesn't have any arterial problems, like that could happen from eating salt or too much salt, we're going to be gifting you with some Benson's Table Tasty, my favorite salt-free spice that tastes just like salt. Thank you, Corey. And Zlaya Raha, you said, even after following McDougall's way of eating for several years, I still have an enormous amount of adipose. And you're saying that you were able to lose and keep off 50 pounds, which is tremendous. You're stuck with another 50 and struggling. So what we're going to do, because you said you're struggling, is we are going to give you, from our friends at the Forever Diet, Kristen Bummer, her 14-day reboot. And that program can hopefully jumpstart you into continued success. But realize what you heard from some of the other doctors: the fact that you have lost a significant amount of weight and maintained it, as far as I'm concerned, is a huge win. So congratulate yourself for that. Okay. Deanna Baumgardner says, been waiting to hear Dr. Ornish this whole summit. Just finished reading his book, Eat More, Weigh Less. And the biggest takeaway is what you get is so much more than you give up. And since you said you were from Idaho, I figured what could be better than a book about potatoes. So we're giving you the potato reset. And sometimes I'm not reading all your comments, not because they're not excellent, just because they're a little bit long, and hopefully you guys will read that. So congratulations, Deanna. Okay. Daleen Yandel says, I'm struggling with keeping a healthy environment in my kitchen because I'm the only one in my home that wants to eat better for my health. My family still demands that I cook meat for them. We live in a small town in California, so I haven't met anyone here to connect with. I will keep trying. Maybe say what city you're from in California, and maybe consider watching some of the YouTubes I did with Dr. Lyle about mastering the environment and how to deal with people that aren't being loving in supporting your lifestyle. In the meantime, we will be giving you Kristen Bummer's class, The 14-Day Reboot. She's from theforeverdieet.org, and hopefully that can help get you back on track. Christine Serrano, you're named after one of my favorite peppers, from La Grande, California, who's wishing me happy birthday and is saying that I am a fat vegan that is in the process of adopting this whole food plant-based lifestyle. Don't worry about that. I was one of those too for the first 26 years or so of being one. So let's get you some recipes that'll help you get to a body weight that you will be happy with. That would be Kathy Hester's Instant Pot class. I find that having the Instant Pot really is the secret to getting the healthy food ready very quickly and affordably. So congratulations. Heidi Herney from Southern NH, New Hampshire. My husband came very slowly to a whole food plant-based diet after having a 6-way bypass. Wow. So his conversion wasn't complete enough to save him from dimes. Very, very sorry about that, Heidi. And we'd like to save you from dying prematurely. So I'd like to give you the Pardon My Turkey book with absolutely delicious recipes that I think you will enjoy. And again, I'm so sorry that you lost your husband. Sarah J. Patterson from the UK talks about how Dr. Ornish is a legend and how she's trying to spread the word in the UK. So you'll be getting Tammy Kramer's Mexican Fiesta class, and I know you'll enjoy that. And Shauna Sawyer Ajagba talks about how she believes this works, and she's already lost 7 pounds. That's terrific. My favorite quote says, "Change doesn't have to take months or years. Real change occurs the moment you decide it and mean it." That is fantastic. And so how about some Benson's Table Tasty so that you can change your palate even more quickly if you already haven't? Okay. One more prize, I believe, in this segment. Oh, and this is a really, really good one. This is a first time we're giving this. This is to Raj Almanjet from Austin, Texas. It's not how much you eat, it's what you eat that matters. And just eat vegetables. Just you can eat whenever you're hungry and still lose weight and keep it off. No daily battle of deprivation. And you talked about the importance of vegetables in your post, Roz, and we know from Dr. Goldhammer that it's impossible to sustain obesity if you're eating enough vegetables. And he said that anytime he's met an overweight person, it's because they're not eating enough steamed vegetables and raw salads. And as Dr. Gordon said, eat a salad every day the size of your head. And to make this easy and delicious, our good friends at the Holland Mill Bowl are gifting you with a one-of-a-kind handmade chopping bowl set. And if you want to learn how to use this, guys, Tammy Kramer just put up a video on Nutmeg Notebook today showing you how. So we have one more inspiring story today from John McMahon, who lost over 100 pounds after suffering with terrible diabetes, had a heart attack, food addiction, neuropathy so bad that he burned his feet in a bonfire and didn't even know they were bleeding. And this will definitely inspire you that no matter how many times you've fallen down, all it takes is getting up one more time.
Hi, John, and welcome to The Real Truth About Weight Loss Summit. Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. Good to see you, Chef AJ. I'm really excited about the summit.
Yeah, well, I knew you when. You don't happen to have a before picture on you, do you? We could post one, but you have a very remarkable story of health, hope, healing, and over a 100-pound weight loss, and I'd love for you to share it with our viewers.
Yeah, I do, actually. I don't know how we'd post it here, but I'm sure the guys will get it and figure it out. But yeah, it's been quite a journey, you know, and it started at a place that's near and dear to both our hearts, right?
True North.
Yeah, it was, you know, my whole journey really started with Dr. Goldhammer and Doug Lyle and a good friend of theirs that, you know, kind of woke me up, you know, so that was kind of the start. let's see, where do I start? What do you want me to do?
Well, let's start with your weight loss. 108 pounds, that's a lot of weight. That's like a person.
Yeah, well, it is a whole person, you know, and you know how it starts is actually starting. You know, a lot of people, you know, including me, you know, it didn't just happen from the time I started losing. This has been a cycle. This has been a journey for a long, long time. People say, John, you lost all this weight in just, you know, 8 or 9 months, you know, and mostly in like 5, 6 months. And I say, well, that start happened over and over and over and over for like 10 years, right?
Were you overweight most of your life, or was it more a more recent phenomena?
I was overweight later in life. In fact, strangely enough, you know, I was raised a vegetarian. You know, I really didn't even have any meat, you know, until I was in my late 20s. One time I had something that really put me off. I had meat at a friend's house when I was 16, and it was terrible. And somehow I snuck it out. You know, I spit it out of my napkin and kind of hid it under the table. And but then afterwards, you know, a friend of mine introduced me to the Jewish deli and a hot pastrami sandwich, and forget it. From there, it was to fast food, and it was downhill after that.
Oh my goodness! You remind me of that Seinfeld episode where he spit out the mutton in the napkin, and then the dogs followed him home. You know, in your case, John, though, it wasn't just aesthetics. That for your wanting to lose weight, you were really sick.
Yeah, I was really sick. And in fact, you know, I used food to really isolate and numb myself from the world. And it just became a pattern of choice. And I didn't even know that that was even possible, that what I was doing, you know, consciously. But over the years, you know, I developed diabetes and heart disease and hypertension and neuropathy and you know, high cholesterol and, you know, just across the board, blurry vision and angina and just was slowly cooking myself to death from the inside out, and didn't really know it because I was in this mentality of, you know, tomorrow, you know, when I finish this, you know, then, you know, I'll hire a personal trainer, I'll get this, I'll do this program, I'll reach out. But, you know, I just kept thinking I had to do it on my own, pull myself up by my own bootstraps, you know, until I just had a real wake up call, you know.
What was your wake up call? Was that when you burned your feet?
Well, yeah, it was a combination, you know. When I burnt my feet was really when I really realized that what I needed to do. My wake up call came before that, when, you know, friends of mine would like Larry, you know, disagreeable Larry. He gave up on me, you know. Some of you guys have had that experience, perhaps, of a friend that cares, or you care so much about someone that you know, you might put them off, or you're trying to get them to be more healthy or heal themselves, and with food or whatever, change their ways, or, you know, do something, and they don't want to hear it. And finally, you know, I had friends like that, my sister and Larry, and finally Larry said, John, I'm not going to bug you anymore. I'm not going to call you. I'm not going to check on you. I'm not going to, you know, you keep just doing whatever you want to do, and I'm not going to waste my time. He said, I care more about you than you care about yourself. And he said, and this really hit home. He said, you have to decide whether you want to live. John, wow. Do you want to live? And I'm like in my head, trying to talk, and all of a sudden my tongue like got cut out. And in my head, I'm saying, yeah, I want to live. What a stupid, I will automatically answer that. Yes, I want to live. But the words wouldn't come out. And in my heart, I knew that what I was doing was I was killing myself. I had this super awareness in that moment of having to really ask that question deeply. And I didn't have an answer. I could not answer him right away, because I knew the actions I was taking were acting like I didn't want to live. And then in contemplating that question, it begged another question: why? And I had to stop and think about both questions. And that was a sobering moment. And that's when, you know, I didn't have an answer for him right away. He said, I don't know, Larry, I really don't know. I have to think about it. Think about, do I want to live, and why? And in thinking about that, you know, there was a time when I was sitting on the beach, you know, thinking, contemplating these things, and my journey back to health, and whether I thought I could do it or not. I didn't know if I could do it. And I saw this little family playing out on the beach. They had 3 little girls, and one of the little girls was very obese, like 12 years old, but completely carefree. She didn't know it yet, 11, 10, something like that. And they were running around. They were having fun and joy and playing hula hoops and chasing each other and playing tag. And I was watching this. I just had this vision of a tsunami that was coming towards her, that she didn't know the world was going to come crashing down on her. Like she never had a chance, with this weight and food and this environment. And on top of that, you having the pressures, the body image pressures of being a woman. And I just, I cried and I thought, I don't know if I can beat this myself. And I really didn't know, but I thought if on this journey, somebody else might get inspired. And that's the reason why you've got this summit now, the weight loss summit, to bring hope and inspiration. If on some journey that I could go on, regardless of my outcome, if somebody else could be saved or be inspired or have hope, I'm going to do it. And that was at that moment that I committed to doing that, even though just before that I had burnt my feet in a fire. And that would talk about a wake-up call. I'll tell you the story of the real wake-up call, which is, these factors that make you really have to sit up and face where you're at. It's like you've got this closet in your life, in your head, for me, and you don't want to open it. You don't want to look at it. You don't want to look in the mirror. You don't want to face the reality of your health conditions or where you're at. And so I was numbing myself out with food. I was isolating myself from the world, from feedback. I didn't want to see myself in the mirror. I was just kind of in this little la-la land, and slowly killing myself. Or I would overstimulate myself with whatever it was, coffee or excitement or some new project or some new idea, whatever, to drown out the real thing that my body was trying to tell me what to focus on. And so with burning my feet, the story went like this. I was in a little bonfire. I was at the beach, and I was sitting with friends, and I held my feet up to the, kind of, far away from the fire. And I was just kind of holding them up there. And then finally I got tired of holding them up, and I put them down. And then the rest of the evening was kind of running around. And then when I got home, I was in the light, to put my key in the door. And as I looked down, I saw that my sandals were soaked in blood. They were just red, just dripping with blood. I thought, what in the world? And this, it's a cut piece of glass or something, no big deal, I went in, and then I saw, clearly, and I was tracking blood all over the carpet. I went right to the bathroom, and I put my feet to wash them off. And while I was cleaning them off, I realized I don't feel a thing. I'm sitting here, I've got something wrong. And I'm sitting here washing this off. I can't even tell if the water's hot or cold. And I had to look in the mirror, and I lifted my foot up and I stuck it up against the mirror. And here was all across a band on both feet, 2nd, 3rd degree burns, all blistered up, bleeding, skin coming off. Thank God, I just got tired of holding my feet up. I mean, we would have just burned them black. And that was a huge wake-up call. I mean, I was in shock, and to realize, that I could let myself go that far, and to realize, and then it was overwhelming, like being at the bottom of the well, like, oh my God, how do I get out of this? How am I going to get back? And it was at that moment, just after that I was sitting on the beach thinking about all of this and thinking about interviewing these doctors and doing a transformational, documentary and all of that. And could I do it? And then I burnt my feet, and the podiatrist said, "You're not going anywhere. You hello, McMahon, you're going to be off your feet elevated in bed for 2 months. And then we'll see if we don't have to do skin grafts." Right. And, that's when I was watching that little girl, and I thought, she doesn't have a chance. And when I started to read some of the statistics, I started to do some of the research on diabetes and obesity, and seeing, hearing some of the top doctors in the world and scientists saying this is going to be worse than the Black Death of the 14th century, worse than the plague. The body count's going to be higher. The head of the Oxford Diabetes Center wrote a whole paper, presented it on on this very topic, all of the vectors of disease, and showed exactly how it hit the same different areas. And it's going to be devastating. And Neil Barnard, right after that, said, Dr. David Matthews said it's going to be like the Black Death. The body count's going to be higher. And I decided right then, I'm not going to wait another day, another month. I sat in my car, I saw that little girl. She doesn't have a chance. People need to know. And so I decided to do this documentary series. And a friend of mine's brother had done one. He said, okay, we'll help you. We'll tell you what to do. You got to do it. And so, I made these little boots that would elevate my feet and put a bunch of pads that would hold the front of them up. And so I was walking around like a duck, and I carried all this stuff on my back, and I went across the country for 3 months and did a documentary.
And the rest is history. Yeah.
The rest is history.
Yeah, well, your I Thrive documentary series has helped so many people and inspired so many. I just want to go back a second in case people don't understand what some of the side effects of diabetes are, why you were not able to feel your feet so that you were able to burn them.
Yeah. Well, peripheral neuropathy, diabetes is this thing that affects you from your head to your toe. Type 2 diabetes. There's type 1 diabetes. There's type 2 diabetes, there's type 3 diabetes, there's type 1.5 diabetes. And type 1 diabetes is typically associated with a genetic inheritance, which is autoimmune and attacks the pancreas. But now, you know what we're finding? About 1 out of 10 children that are susceptible to this, it's triggered by dairy products. It is not, in fact, some have caught it, like even Dr. Furman have caught it early on, type 1 diabetes in a young person, and have reversed it before there was too much damage done to the pancreas. Type 2 diabetes is like what I had. That's brought on, and what it does is it totally constricts the microvascular system and also prevents it from being able to process insulin and glucose properly. And it creates a terrible condition in your body with high blood sugars out of control and insulin resistance. And this is a metabolic disaster. And it affects everywhere, your entire support system. Everywhere the blood and oxygen need to go, diabetes is literally cooking you from the inside out. And it's killing your nerves. And when your nerves are dying, your sensation is dying. That's why it's like the frog, that's slowly cooking. His ability to sense that it's hot is numbed out, and he doesn't even know. And that's what happens with peripheral neuropathy. You get tingling in your extremities. It starts in your feet, and then it goes to your hands, and then you get something like what's called a silent diabetic heart attack. So type 2 diabetics, they have I think it's like 1 out of 2 or 1 out of 3 that are diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. They will die of a heart attack. And their first symptoms, Dr. Neil Barnard said, lights out. That's kind of how he said it. It's not going to be like TV and you get resuscitated. It's, for the most part, it's lights out. And diabetics sometimes don't present symptoms like a normal person with a heart attack. It's called, you can Google it, silent diabetic heart attack, and you'll see, it doesn't, feel the same. It doesn't present the same way. And I had one of those. And so that's type 2 diabetes, really dangerous. And type 3, well, man, that's when it really starts clogging up your brain. And type 1.5 is when you've been on medication so long, and all the drugs do mostly is they're pounding on your pancreas, they're squeezing it to work harder and harder and harder and harder, and to create extra insulin to push the glucose into your cells. And finally, the pancreas starts to give out. Done, finished, cooked. That's type 1.5 diabetes now. So that's the range of kind of what we're looking for. It's a devastating disease, and 1 out of 2 people are going to have diabetes in our lifetime. Most
Incredible.
people don't even know it.
Were you on medication for it, and have you gotten completely off your medication?
When I went in to see the doctor, when I kind of got this wake-up call, originally, my worst triglycerides were 2,170. He said and this was years ago when I was still kind of ignoring it. And he said, you probably had diabetes for 5 or 6 years, didn't even know it. And he prescribed me a bag full of medicine for, managing my blood sugar and for cholesterol and for hypertension and for depression and anxiety and neuropathy. I mean, it was a bag full of medicine. And I just kind of did what he said. And he said, John, you're going to be managing diabetes for the rest of your life. You're going to be taking this metformin, whatever, everything else for the rest of your life. And here's where I want you to get educated. Didn't ever said a word about food or nutrition, nothing. And I took that bag from the pharmacy and I threw it in the trash. Not because I was smart, not because, I thought I knew better. It was just too overwhelming. But the problem was when I did that, I didn't even, I didn't take a healthy route. I didn't do anything. I just continued to ignore it until, I told you the beginning of the story.
Yeah.
And so every doctor would have had me on medication. I wasn't on medication and I wasn't eating right until True North.
Right. Well, did you ever attempt to improve your health or lose weight before this wake-up call?
Absolutely. Yeah. I went down the road, paleo and keto, and just, and my breakfast was cottage cheese and an egg and some vegetables, that whole route. And I was eating yogurt and, and I just could never stick with it. And I ended up falling off. And next thing I knew, a little bit of stress, I'm ordering a Domino's pizza. And I didn't really educate myself on nutrition. I just kind of knew. And I'd buy a bunch of food and get in a frenzy and I'd be juicing and then I'd fall off of that. And then I gave up. I just gave up. I quit trying.
Wow. Well, I'm glad you didn't quit trying because you're helping so many people now to try. So what led you to True North? Because I know you have a really interesting story about going there once before you actually had your, breakthrough.
Yeah, well, a couple of years before, in 2015, my friend Larry again, who, God bless his soul, I probably wouldn't be here without him, and Doug Lyle. I finally, just to shut him up, he said, you got to go to True North. You got to go to True North. And I said, okay, I'll go. He said, just even for 7 days. And so he actually bought me 7 days to go to True North. And I didn't fast. True North Health Center is in Santa Rosa, California, where I'm at right now. It's a medically supervised fasting center, but they prepare salt, oil, sugar, whole food, plant-based, no flour, no alcohol, no caffeine, amazing, beautiful food there, and education, both behavioral and food-wise and cooking and recipes. And he said, you got to go there just to kind of get grounded. And I went for 7 days, and it started me on my journey. And so that's how I got introduced to True North, was a gift from a friend.
What a friend and what a gift. I bet he's so proud of you now.
Yeah.
His investment paid off.
It did pay off. I owe him a great debt. And my sister, of course, could never stop talking about Chef AJ.
Yeah. And she's a nurse too. Yeah. It's funny. You don't listen to family. You don't listen to friends.
No.
It sometimes takes almost a life or death situation like you had.
Yeah.
Incredible. So you went to True North in 2015. You ate the food. What'd you think of it? Did you have some results in improving your health? Because at that time you weren't quite ready to stick with it.
Well, you know what I did for 6 months? I got the religion and I went home and I did the thing. I cleaned up my environment. I filled it with mason jars and labels and nuts and seeds and grains and food and whole plants. And I had my juicer and I had my Vitamix and, I had my Instant Pot. The sister's like, yeah, you got to get an Instant Pot of Chef AJ. And I did really, really well for like 5 or 6 months. And then, but, I was lacking one thing I'll tell you in a minute, but, I went traveling and I thought everything was cool. And I'm in London and I thought, oh, I'm going to have some fish and chips. I'm going to go to a pub. I want to have a pint of Guinness and throw that back. And I'm not going to leave without that experience. I had to have that experience. And I did. And that led to, the next day I had some chips and then, and then I'd have some greens and beans. And then, it was just kind of, it just started this little roller coaster, and the waves got a little bit bigger and bigger, and I'd come back, and then I'd go up and down, and my weight started to slowly climb and that was in January. So in July, I went to True North. I did really well. I lost like 40 pounds, and I felt great, 45 pounds. And then in January, I'm in London. I had this experience, and then start the roller coaster. By April, I gave up. It was the craving. I could not just get past the cravings. And I was missing two things from that journey that I discovered later on my second journey, which involved me producing the documentary series. And that was, I found out about food addiction. I didn't know that was a real thing. And it was really, really real. And it was shocking. Two, community and connection. I still was immersed in the mentality of I got to do it myself. I've got to be independent. Then I'll interact. When I'm strong, when I'm whatever, then I'll go out in the world. And just totally relying on myself and not connecting with others. Those two things, those two pillars, I had missed the first time around.
And they're crucial.
They were crucial for me, that's for sure.
I interviewed for this summit an expert in food addiction, and so many people resist that label. I personally thought it was empowering to find out that I was a food addict and there was something I could do about it. How do you feel about just the whole idea of food addiction? Because a lot of people think it's ridiculous.
Well, the people that aren't stuck in it and have escaped it think it's ridiculous. And those that get educated about it don't think it's ridiculous. And here was my experience. My experience was, thank God someone is doing this research, because I thought I was a complete idiot. Because you feel like, what is wrong with me? I'm broken. I should just remove myself from the gene pool. I can't even function right. Who's addicted to food? That's, but what happened was I'm watching some TV show. This was my first kind of where it really hit me. And I think it was something about Sherlock Holmes, and it was done so well. And it shows his journey through his addiction with cocaine and heroin, and how he struggled with it, and he hid, and he would do it alone, and all the things that he went through. And I would watch him, and I'm like, that's exactly what I do with food. I thought, and then you see people, stories about people that are alcoholics and things like that. I started to recognize these behaviors, and I thought, could I really be doing that with that food? Am I numbing myself out? Am I isolating? Am I using this to knock myself out, or to stimulate myself? And sure enough, in doing the documentary series and interviewing people like you and other experts and realizing that it's very real, I found out that it's absolutely true.
We have very similar trajectories, John, because it was the movie Flight with Denzel Washington, where he was a cocaine addict and alcoholic, where I was watching him and I said, that's me, but with food. So I didn't know that it was something that you saw because it really, and I was actually empowered when I found out it was something, because then now we could do something about it. We don't have to feel ashamed or hide, because it's not us, it's the food. And when we don't have those foods, we don't have the addiction.
Absolutely. And then to build on that, to identify, I'm not broken. I'm actually, like with Doug Lyle, Beat Your Genes, and that the pleasure trap, and then these traps after the pleasure trap that we're in our environment, to think, John, you're okay. Just take a breath. Just realize where you're at. Take stock, and you don't have to be perfect, but just go out there and be aware. And here's what you can do, control your environment, and don't yourself be hungry, and just, and here's a toolbox, right? And it was just, and there's other people that are just like you out there, right?
Kindred spirits. So how important do you think the environment is? And what was your environment like before, and what's it like now?
It's everything, okay? The law of conservation of energy, which is at work so strong. It's like one of the top hardware circuits right after sex and reproduction. Conserve energy, right? With the least amount of energy that I can put out for the most amount of energy that I can get in. So if I can be sitting in a car, hardly moving, driving, and kind of stick my hand out like that, and then come back here and bring 3,000 calories, man, that's going to be saying, do that, do that, do that, right? So yeah, your environment is everything. So at home, absolutely, that's got to be clean, absolutely. And to the extent of you're aware of regular places that you travel, If you have places like when you go to the doctor's office, when you go to work, when you're going grocery shopping, if they're passing by places that trigger you, or you're used to that pull into that drive-through, or that pull into that gas station, that pull into that bakery or that coffee shop, find a different route. If it's longer or shorter, it doesn't matter, but it will help you. And that's part of environmental control. It's everything.
Wow. You really understand this.
Man, I lived it.
Yeah.
I still live it. I'm not perfect. I
Right.
still haven't, I'm not where you're at yet, but I've learned another rule, a tool just by experience, and that's keep getting back up. Get up with a smile on your face, but get up right away.
Yeah.
Don't wait till tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Don't wait until, I've shot the day. I'm just going to binge the whole day away. When you are stuck, this is for me. When I've slipped off, and I do, and you know what? Even now, these things happen. And you just learn. You got environment next. You've got not letting yourself get hungry and filling yourself up with good starches, like Doug says, starch, exercise, fruit, and vegetables, and rainbow, and then you're kind of good to go. And then manage the stress in your life. But if you do fall, for me, it's getting back up immediately and getting that sugar, salt, and fat party fire in my mouth, getting it put out right away. The tendency I realized from the time before when I failed was that I would just let it go. And then I'd get stuck in this whole, I'll start tomorrow. And tomorrow, never comes.
It never comes.
So it's today. And so immediately I want to put something green in my mouth. Even if I'm full, I want to get back in some nutrition. So whether it's a banana or an apple, or if it's a kale drink, or, greens are the best thing to get that clean mouth back again, clean palate. I will eat it. I won't say, oh, shoot, I just inhaled all those calories. And then I feel myself with guilt and shame and I beat myself up. Stop all that. It's okay.
Right.
Just realize, oh, shoot, I got trapped. I was in the sand trap. But look, I can walk back over to the green again.
Right.
Walk back up to the green, which is literally the green, drink some green juice or have a salad, or just get that nice taste back in your mouth, calm everybody down in there, and start back right away. That's kind of been my trick.
I think that's the best advice I've heard, because people will have a slip or a relapse, and it's not how many times that happens that's going to define their success, but how many times that they ultimately get up. And the sooner you get back on plan, the easier it is to stay on plan.
And don't be alone in it. One of the little tricks I use too is I won't get stuck in this denial. I'll take a picture of the wrappers of what I ate. I will make sure, and I'll make sure I will tell somebody that this happened, so that I'm not in some weird denial space, or I'm realizing, hey, this happened and I need to take action and right away.
Yeah. When you do have these minor slips, can you always trace it back to something like maybe you did get too hungry, you didn't have enough food prepared?
Yeah, there's a couple. Number one is you're letting yourself get way too hungry. So you didn't eat that nice big, get used to eating vegetables and that warm, hot breakfast in the morning. Lots of greens, when I think about eating, I see a plate and the first thing I see is greens and vegetables, and the rest is, I fill out from there. So that was number one. And then, the stress of life, this all happens. And sometimes for me, I'm pulling 100 different directions, and then combine that with something else, and then maybe traveling or being away from home, or I haven't got the basics. I haven't been to the gym regularly. I haven't had my fresh air. I haven't been having my sleep and my water, these 4 pillars of natural hygiene and health. You start to let those slip. And what happens is the hardware circuitry starts to take control of your new plan, and you're along for the ride. Just forget it. Combine, drop a few of those pillars down, and then put yourself hungry, and then put yourself in a supernormal stimulus environment. Forget it. You're on the ride, man. You got to come back and realize, okay, I need some air, I need some sleep, I need some water, I need to, get my meal under control. And then you've got armor. It's like armor, right? You can go out into the real world.
It's amazing looking at you and talking to you, because I knew you at the start of your journey. you look 20 years younger, but you just look like you feel so much better. You're like a whole new person. You just seem like such a happy, joyful person now.
Hey, you know, you can relate to this more, or anybody that's been through this journey. A lot of people on the outside may say, they'll say, wow, you look like a new person. When you look in the mirror, do you recognize yourself? You know, what's it like? And I always say, it's not like a new person at all. What I see finally is me. What I feel is me. I feel like I got out. I feel like I escaped from jail. I feel like I got out of an insane asylum, you know, and out of a straitjacket and out of the rubber walls and of the Thorazine, being drugged up. I'm out. I'm alive. So I feel reborn. Is how I feel. You know, that's what it's like, right? You feel like that person that was always stuck inside. It's like, let me out, let me out.
Right. I like your imagery of the insane asylum, because the pleasure trap is like being in prison or an insane asylum.
I mean, can't you picture being in locked in a rubber room and shot up with Thorazine, and so you're in the white room and you can't get out, and you have moments of lucidity when the drugs start to wear off and you're like, oh, I want to get out, and then you're trapped. And that's what it's like. Trapped by your own genes.
Yep. So you went to True North, and you didn't fast the first time. You followed their plan of a sugar-free, oil-free, salt-free diet, but you had come from a background of junk food, pizza, burgers. How long did it take you to get used to the food? Because I know people watching will say, well, gosh, if I have to, fast on water or eat that kind of food, I'd rather die. I've actually heard people say that.
Yeah. I can relate to that, and I thought that too. But here's your choice. You are dying. Okay. That's number one.
Yeah.
You are dying. I grant your wish. You're dying. You're choosing to die. But what's going to happen is it's going to be a horrible death. And so if you want to live, what Chef AJ and I would do is invite you to say, yeah, it's going to be hard. Yeah. When you look at giving up all of that food in the position where you're at, where you're stuck in it and you're craving it right now, man, it is like looking up from the bottom of a well to a tiny little light, and you think that I can't do it. And many times in the documentary, you'll see that where I just said, I don't know if I can do it. And I'm interviewing all the top experts in the world. I'm thinking, not sure I can do it. So I can relate to that. But what I would invite you to do is your environment. Remember, we said that's number one. Surround yourself with people, educate yourself, clean out your environment at home, clean out your environment at work on your stress, because that's the key to success. And once you clean that up, you can make it. What happens is you just got a few months of journey. Really, you push through like the first week. And what happens is you will get it. You just push through. This is just grit. You just push through the first week. And what happens is you'll get a taste of what it's like to have lower inflammation. And you'll go, oh, wow. Did I just walk up the stairs really fast? I feel pretty good this morning, and that's what hits really right away. Your blood pressure starts to come down. This stuff happens within days, right? Your first week. And then you've got something to build on. Hang on to that and connect with other people that are on the same journey, just a couple steps ahead of you. And you got about a 3 or 4 month journey, and your taste will start to neuro adapt, and your cravings will, instead of being 9, 10, 11, 12, they'll be manageable. They'll be down 2. You'll experience things that you thought you couldn't control yourself with 2 or 3. When you're filling yourself up in the morning, and you're getting the exercise and the stress, and you're lowering the stimulants in your life. I'm telling you, and Chef AJ will tell you the same thing, that it will go away. This is just a few months, and we're begging you, just make this journey. Just come over to the other side. You've got this little bridge, right? And it's about 3 months long. First week, you start to see over the hill, and you think, oh, okay, it's not so bad. Oh, wow, that was really good. Oh, this Southern stew, and there's other things that I can eat. These other things, these really fun. Okay, I can do this. This tastes pretty good. About a week goes by, 2 weeks go by. I've lost 5 or 10 pounds, and I haven't had any salt. There goes 10 pounds right away, right in the first week. And then, but just a few months is all we ask. And then what happens on this journey, you'll be over this bridge, like one of those arched bridges, right? Those Japanese or Chinese bridges. You get to the middle and there's this little tipping point where all of a sudden there's going to be a connection between what you're eating and how you're feeling. You'll have that intellectually, but there's going to be a tipping point where you feel, and all of a sudden you'll feel your body, your craving for what you want to do be driven by how you want to feel. And then when that shift happens, you're like, wow, it's like getting glasses. And you're like, oh man, I'm craving some greens, some chard. Man, I want some of that Japanese sweet potato tacos. Or yeah, you start craving what your body needs, right? Because I remember having a dream as I was trying to start this journey. And just like many of you out there that, you know, are saying, I can't beat these cravings. First of all, I get it. I'm with you. Good. This is trust. I'm asking you just to trust us. Trust Chef AJ and I. I dreamed of a bag of Doritos that was the size of a pillowcase. And it was a lucid dream. And I just went through the whole thing. And this was at the beginning of my fast. And at the end of my fast, I was dreaming about chard. And I'm just saying that this is the tipping point. It will happen. You just come along the journey. And the way you feel, forget it. I mean, you will have escaped the insane asylum.
Absolutely. So when you were producing your docuseries and interviewing all these experts, wondering yourself if you could even do this, what was it that gave you hope, John, to continue?
Oh, man. You know, there are many times that I didn't have hope. You know, I was in tears. I didn't think I could make it. You know, I mean, imagine going to the Chef AJ Ultimate Weight Loss event in Las Vegas and then interviewing all of these people that were successful and it changed their life. And then going downstairs to the Italian restaurant and eating like probably 5,000 calories of steak and pasta and bread and oil, you know, 2 baskets of bread, and, you know, and then going in your room and thinking, believe me, I know you guys, if you think you can't do it, I didn't think I could do it. Yeah, it was hard. But what I did was, because I kept surrounding myself and educating myself, I didn't quit. Every morning you just get back up and you just tell yourself, I'm not alone, I'm not broken. I'm just going to get back up and try again and try again. And if you never give up, then you'll make it.
I love it.
And you ask for help. Ask for help and be vulnerable.
Right. Well, the purpose of doing this summit is because we hope it will give people the hope they need and the help they need by interviewing the experts and people that have had amazing transformative stories like yourself. So if somebody was about to give up hope, what would you say to them? Call. Yeah. Yeah. Because they're, or get to True North.
Oh, for sure.
Or the fasting escape.
Fasting escape, Balance for Life retreat, you know,
right.
True North, Eat to Live, whatever it is. Yeah. Go get help. I had to go get help and figure it out. It's worth whatever it is, and anybody could figure it out, even for a short period of time, just to get over the hump, you know. Yeah. And
did you have to learn how to cook? Because I imagine before your transformation, you were eating mostly at restaurants and fast food, and you really can't do that anymore. Not to the degree that you did, and not certainly not the kind of foods you were eating.
No, I eat fast food all the time, you know. So it was pizza and fast food and going out to dinners, you know. So the only thing I ever cooked at home was I might, you know, just scramble eggs and make quesadillas or something stupid like that. But yeah, so I had to learn how to cook. You know, I'm still learning, you know, and I don't know, but I know enough. I know enough to feed that tipping point that I talked about, to say, hey, I know how to steam vegetables. I know how to use my Instapot. I know how to use my Vitamix barely. I can make some hot soup that's delicious just in a Vitamix with a few simple ingredients. I can steam some frozen vegetables. I can throw some beans in the Instapot. I can cut some potatoes in half and roast them in the oven. And with that skill, and I can make a salad, with that skill, you can do this. And it happens fast. Man, I've lost 108 pounds in like 8 months. I lost most of it in 5 months. My A1C is 4.9. A1C is a measurement of type 2 diabetes. It's the definitive measurement, and insulin resistance as well. You know, was like my fasting insulin was like 28 to 30. It's 4. My A1C is now 4.9, just like somebody in their 20s. That's what Dr. Wes Youngberg said. You know, he was looking at my blood work. He said, your A1C is lower than people I see in college.
That's
So,
incredible.
yeah,
Absolutely incredible.
You know. Yeah.
Well, you were wearing those special boots while your feet were healing. So it wasn't like you were getting really any exercise other than walking. So you were able to lose all this weight without an exercise routine.
Yeah. Okay. So weight loss happens in the kitchen. Fitness happens in the gym. And you know what? We're dealing with mental blocks and behavioral change and beating our genes first. Focus on one thing at a time. Okay, everybody out there, you're not going to exercise that fat off. Forget it. That's all a myth. Okay, and the summit will probably go into all those myths later with other experts, but that's a myth. The only thing that you need to do when you're doing this is master your environment, learn some basic cooking skills, surround yourself with good people, and eat right and get rest and just walk. What we're trying to do is get your lymph system working, get things moving, get your blood flowing, and just walk. If you just walk a little bit for 20 minutes every day or an hour a day, or if all you did was walk for 12 minutes after each meal, okay, that would be enough. And it will get you to the point where your body will heal and lose enough weight to where, and I've gotten to this point, I'm telling you, you can get there. You will be sitting, you will not be able to sit still. You will not be able to not want to exercise. Your body wants to move, and you'll move. So do not stress about exercise when you're just starting out.
A lot of people say they don't have the motivation to do what you did. They don't have the willpower. What would you say to them?
I'd say you're not in enough pain.
Sounds like Dr. Goldhammer.
It is. But here's the thing. It gets back to that first thing that I talked about, facing reality. If you think you can't do it, start to get honest with yourself and look at really where you're at. And I would invite you that this doesn't take any time. Go get a full blood panel done. Get a 4-hour glucose and insulin resistance and C-reactive protein, C-reactive homeocysteine. Get a thyroid panel. Get a real clear look at where you're at, your triglycerides across the board, so that you can look and see and say, you are in trouble. Hello. Get some stress tests done, and get out of denial first, because that's the first step. And then, we talked about educate yourself and surround yourself with people like Chef AJ.
Oh, thank you. So many people watching the summit probably have lost weight once or many times in their life. And it seems that most people that lose weight through a great deal of suffering and deprivation gain it back. Are you worried that could happen to you? Because how long have you maintained this?
No, I started a year ago, almost, not even a year, but ask me the same thing. If anybody's out there that's watched that famous movie, Joe Cross, Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead, I had someone ask me this in an interview earlier, hey, what about Phil? Man, look at Phil. He did really good, and then, man, he went off the wagon, and it's a terrible, tragic story. How's that not going to happen to you? Well, I'll tell you what, I can't predict the future, but I'll tell you what, I've made this my life purpose, and waking up is not something that I want to go back on. And the first time I did fall off the wagon, and I missed those pillars of community and connection and support in my environment. And to that question, I would say, no, I'm committed now to the way that I feel. And there is a tipping point. Once you get past it and you make that huge neural connection with eating for what you feel, even though you might slip under certain circumstances, you're not like whoosh, going off the bandwagon. So that's kind of what I would say to that.
That's great. You've inspired so many people to take this journey. Do you have any stories about some of the people you've inspired that have followed in your footsteps?
Oh man. It's overwhelming, actually. It truly is. Chef, You know what it's like. You run the Ultimate Weight Loss Program, and you've been doing this for years. And it's what gets you up in the morning when someone instant messages you and says, Chef AJ, I want to thank you so much. You've inspired me. And then they start rattling off. I've lost 41 pounds, or I've lost who was it that lost 200 pounds?
Yeah, Heather, right.
Heather lost 200 pounds, and they'll say, I did this. My life has changed. I can move. Here's my sugar, my numbers, and all this. It works. And those stories come in day after day after day. And that's what's really motivating, is to hear that and to be moved by that.
Yeah. So some of the doctors that you saw before your transformation, have you been in touch with any of them? Have they seen what you've accomplished?
Yeah, they couldn't believe it. I'll tell you a story. I was at Dr. Furman's home, because I did all these interviews at home in person. I flew all around the country, lugging the stuff around. I'm in a wheelchair, it's kind of funny. And and Furman told me later, when I saw him after, just recently, looking like this, he said, John, when how he is, John, when I saw you, I didn't know, he saw me. Joe Cross came in here, and he interviewed me for Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead. And he had a whole crew in here, lights and cameras and sound guys and he's looking around, he's going, it's just you're by yourself. And I'm kind of clonking around in those my feet, and I'm taking my tripod off and the camera and the sound and putting up a couple lights, and it's taking a couple hours to get set up. And he told me later, he says, who is this? He's thinking in his head, who is this guy? He's coming in here. He says, I don't know about this guy. I asked him, what do you think? And what were my chances back then? He says, I thought maybe about 50-50, I know a lot of people start this journey and they don't make it.
Yeah.
And that's why we're doing things like this, The Real Truth About Weight Loss and these summits. And I do the documentary series because we don't want people to give up. And
right.
We know it's hard. But he was really excited. So that was the one big story. And of course, Alan, I went back and saw Alan. Alan said the same thing, how cynical he was. He said, yeah, it's this crackpot coming in here to interview me, and, he's in trouble. Maybe he had to go take care of himself and then do the documentary. Yeah. But I wanted to show my transformation. And Alan's like, man, he's a poster child now.
That's what was so great about it, is that you actually, it wasn't that you had this success and then did a documentary about it. You did it the whole process. Yeah. So people could really see how genuine it was and your struggle. So what's next for you?
Well, as you know what the numbers are for obesity and even diabetes, it's half our population. In fact, if you talk to Dr. Wes Youngberg down there at Loma Linda, he'll tell you that 80% of the U.S. population is diabetic or pre-diabetic, and they don't even know it. Doesn't matter. If you think you're skinny and you're off the hook, forget it. You are not. And so, as much of the reach that we've had so far in this message, there's millions and millions of people just in the U.S., let alone around the world. The number one killer in Mexico, type 2 diabetes. India, China, it's a real pandemic. So this is my life's work, to just say, hey, you can turn it around.
Yeah. So many people that are diabetic or pre-diabetic or have insulin resistance, they go to their doctor and their doctor tells them to go on a low carb diet, keto or paleo. And what would you say to that? Because did you try those diets at all? And did you have success before ultimately landing on the whole food plant-based SOS free diet?
Yeah, SOS and flour and alcohol and caffeine.
Yeah.
I did, and here's what I have to say about diets. Look, this is going to work, and the reason why that it's going to last for me is that it's not a diet. I don't want you guys looking for a diet. You need a lifestyle, something that is sustainable. It's going to be about the way you are going to live the rest of your life. So this is what you're crafting, and this is what we want to talk about, is the life that you're going to live. The weight will come off by itself. The chronic disease will reverse. The inflammation will go away. The congestive heart disease, the diabetes, all of those things, the autoimmune conditions, for a large majority, all of this will diminish. Pick a lifestyle. Don't go on a program or a diet because that's not sustainable. That's why I'm just saying, it's eat real food from the garden.
Yep, absolutely. So your rock bottom was burning your feet without even knowing it. How are your feet now? Did they heal? Can you feel them again?
Well, they took 9 months to heal the burns. They were open like raw flesh for 9 months before they healed. And I didn't want to get skin grafts, and so it took a long time. Now, the neuropathy, that's a long-term reversal. I've done a lot of damage, and I'm exploring all kinds of modalities to help nerves regenerate. But I can tell you one thing, that I was with my neurologist, and I had an MRI. I've had nerve conduction studies. So I've got good before, numbers afterwards. And this is something that you don't hear a standard allopathic neurologists say very often. This word, renervation. Okay, so a lot of the impingement and the stenosis and the problems of the capillaries start way back up in the spine. And she's seeing renervation. That means the nerves are growing. And they're making their way back down, the feeling down to my feet. And there's a bunch of other body work that can be done that I'm trying to, let people know about. This whole organ that now we're finding about, the fascia, that holds everything together. That can get all adhered and pinch off nerves and blood vessels as we abuse our body with these toxic foods that we're putting in. So, yeah, just struggling with the neuropathy, but it's reversing.
That's terrific. That's terrific. So many people seem to do well during certain times of the year, but then they get to the holidays, maybe starting with Halloween or the more difficult ones, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and it completely derails them. How do you navigate social situations in general and holidays in particular that seem to be so difficult for people, whether they're a food addict or not, that are just trying to be healthy and lose weight or at least not gain weight?
Well, you're the master. You've got a whole toolbox for them. And I'll tell you what, I'm not perfect. A lot of times, here's reality for me. I've gone to a wedding and I've, just gone through Halloween here and we got Thanksgiving coming up, and I haven't been perfect. I've been in an environment where that candy or that thing was like right in front of me. And I'm telling you, that trigger and that straight, and it's in your mouth so fast before you can say Jack Robinson, but then, you realize, once you've had so much clean food, you're like, that doesn't taste very good. And you start to associate the feeling with not eating that food. But one of the things is not being hungry when you're going to these parties and events, and bringing your own food. I mean, all the tricks. You can talk about it better than I can. Not being hungry, bringing some of your own food, some of your own snacks. You were a pastry chef and you've created a whole bunch of great SOS-free holiday, awesome, dishes and foods and little treats that you can have and you could bring with you so you can participate with people and really still be healthy. So those are some of the techniques. And then it's just always have, contingency plan. You bring stuff in your car, and when you go back home, you eat a good meal. And then I start thinking too about different ways to connect. And I realize that, wow, it's not about the food. I'm here to connect with my friends. I'm here to play with these kids or catch up with my uncle or my best friend. And then you just get better and better and better at it the more you try. And in your community, reach out.
Yeah. So what was life like before you lost 108 pounds, and what is life like now?
Oh, man. Oh. Okay. Let's start with this. What was your biggest dress size?
16.
Okay. And I'm going to guess, what are you, 4?
Yeah, 2'4". Yeah.
2'4". You've got some designers you can wear 2?
In some, yes. Mostly a 4.
What's that feel like when you go shopping and when you walk into the front of a store where in the front is where they're going to put their most stylish, hottest stuff, right? When you walk into the front, you tell me what that feels like when you walk up and just start looking what's on the rack and take it to the dressing room and put it on without a thought. What's that feel like?
It's the best.
It's the
That's
best.
I think that's my favorite thing because I remember one time I was attending a funeral and I literally forgot to pack clothes and I sent my husband into Ross. I said, just get anything. This is I don't care. And most of the time I couldn't even shop in regular stores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can just go anywhere and just, oh, what's on the rack? Okay, yeah, I'll try that on.
I know.
There it goes. It looks great. Hey, wow, I can dress to look good. And you kind of like, you know, so I got to buy a whole new wardrobe now. You know, I've just got a couple of shirts and even those are still a little bit big.
Yeah.
So that's one of the biggest things is just feeling good about yourself and self-love, you know, and starting to really like yourself. It's that shift, right? You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, oh, I like myself. And that's kind of a new feeling. Oh, that feels good. And that just spills out into every dimension of your life.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's so great that I knew you then and I knew you now and I got to see you go through this. And it's so incredible. And then you're so inspiring. I feel like we're such kindred spirits.
We are.
John, what would you say is the real truth about weight loss?
Oh, the real truth about weight loss. It's the food. It's the food. It's the food. It's the food. Dr. Clapper is what I would say.
That's great. That is so
I'd say Google Dr. Clapper.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. It's just been such a pleasure talking to you. And thank you so much what you are doing to inspire so many people to get up one more time.
Thank you, Chef AJ.
Wow, does that not make you want to get up one more time, guys? I don't know if you're familiar with a poem called The Race, but it's about a little boy that was not succeeding in an actual race, a running race. It's the most beautiful poem. Google it. But the idea is you were not meant for failure here. Get up and win the race. I truly know what it's like to walk in your shoes if you are overweight or obese or suffering from food addiction, or even if you're not overweight but maybe have an eating disorder like anorexia or bulimia. I had it all. You're going to hear from me tomorrow. You're going to hear my story, and you're going to know that no matter how long or how deeply you suffered, I promise you there's hope. And that begins with getting the food right, by doing what all the experts in this summit have said, implementing it. Give it at least 30 days. What have you got to lose other than unwanted pounds and diabetes and heart disease? He really did, like Rich Roll in Hannah, feel like truly a kindred spirit, somebody that really understood that food addiction was real and that you can change the course of your health destiny when you change your diet. I mean, it cracked me up when he talked about dreaming about a bag of Doritos the size of his pillow. Boy, did I used to like those. We actually call them death triangles now, the nacho cheese Doritos. But now he craves chard, and it's true. It sounds crazy, but you can wake up craving greens for breakfast. You just need to give it more time. And I like how he talks about escaping the insane asylum, because that's really what it is. When you're caught in this food addiction, it's like being in you're being controlled by it. Every waking moment is, when am I going to eat? How much am I going to eat? What am I going to eat? Who's going to know what I'm eating or what I'm not eating? And there's no reason to feel shame or blame or guilt. You know now that if you're struggling with this, it's not your fault. Now, your genetics did play a role, but we know that we can change our genetics. We can change 500 genes in something like 3 months by eating the diet that's consistent with our species' natural history. We've got a lot of great prizes that we're going to give you right now. We've given almost 50 today. You've noticed that we're giving a lot today because we want you to come back tomorrow when you hear my talk, because we've got multiple grand prizes for tomorrow. You do need to be listening live in order to win a prize, but everybody is a prize winner, because all you have to do is sign up for the free 2-week trial of the Forks Over Knives meal plan. You can customize it for any allergies, intolerances, or preferences. If you don't eat nuts, if you don't eat gluten, if you don't eat soy, if you don't eat sugar and salt, they use very minimal amounts anyway, so they can be omitted. The same with flour. But thank you so much to the generous folks at Forks Over Knives who is allowing us to give everybody that's watching this summit or listening to this summit a 2-week free trial. You will get not only delicious recipes that aren't in their books, but shopping lists and step-by-step directions to make this so easy for you. So I'm going to read some comments, and just because I read your comment, it doesn't mean you want a prize. It just means I like your comment. So please understand, because a lot of people saying you said my name. Yes, I'll say if you get a prize, I promise. But I just take a lot of comments down when I'm reading your comments. So Hank Green, you said that John's story is your story, that your wife was pestering you constantly to go to plant-based, and you had a close friend whose leg was amputated from diabetes. Same thing happened to my grandmother. It's horrific. And as you know, Dr. Luenda's father, he died from that, to a double amputee. And he said the withdrawal of fat and sugar was not pleasant. He lost over 100 pounds. Congratulations. His A1C came down in 5 months to non-diabetic. Please don't listen to what your doctor says if you're diabetic. Type 2, at least, is completely reversible with this way of eating. He says, I miss meat and cheese and my best friends Ben and Jerry, but now enjoy an active lifestyle with his family. Congratulations, Hank. Well, maybe John and AJ can be your best friends now. But as far as missing meat and cheese, we're going to send you a bottle of Benson's Table Tasty, because meat and cheese have more of that savory umami flavor, and I think maybe you'll like this Benson's because it may give you some of what you're missing. So congratulations to Hank. All the way from my favorite state in the United States, where Dr. Shintani is from, Hawaii, from Kailua Kona, Teresa Ann says she is in tears relating to John McMahon. She's a nurse, plant-based nutritionist, and certified diabetes educator for the Ornish Reversal Program, vegan for 6 years, and a food addict. She struggles with each meal. She wants to get back on track, and to help her, we're gifting her with Kristen Bummer's wonderful 14-day reboot program from the foreverdiet.org. Darla Gentry is now retired in Panama for the last several years, has watched the change in obesity as people here have adapted to a junk food vegan American diet. So very sad. While she's at the veggie stand buying beautiful fruits and veggies. She says that this summit is helping her to become refocused and do what she needs to do to lose the excess weight she's still carrying. Thank you, Chef AJ, for hosting all these great experts. Absolutely. And to help you get refocused, we're gifting you with Kathy Hester's wonderful Instant Pot cooking class. She really knows how to make healthy food delicious. Okay. For Cottonwood, Arizona, Susan McLean says, thank you so much for re-inspiring me. I started a whole food plant-based diet, no oil or sugar or salt, in June 2018. I've lost 50 pounds so far. Congratulations. But I've been at a plateau since December and was getting pretty frustrated, needed this to spur me on. Please realize that plateaus are wonderful, because that means you aren't gaining any weight. Your body's finding a new equilibrium, like Dr. Lyle talks about, and now perhaps you just need to tighten the screws a little bit more, maybe eat some more vegetables. And to help you do that, we are giving you the wonderful ebook from Elsbeth Feldman from the Speedy Vegan called Pardon My Turkey. Okay. Caitlin Britton from Modesto, California says she went Monday through Thursday with no nuts, coffee, chocolate. Wow, I feel amazing. Had some nuts on Friday because it was in my environment and felt terrible and bloated. And that's the thing, guys. You know, this is a one size fits most, but there's certain foods it's not going to be one size fits all. So instead of listening to your favorite guru, listen to the wisdom of your own body. You can do experiments, taking out certain foods, putting them back in, as long as they're plant-based and healthy. Some people just do better on certain starches than others. Some people do better on certain vegetables than others. So in different amounts. So do your own experimentation with these healthy whole plant foods and see what makes you feel your best. So she thanks us for this amazing seminar. She said she went back to veggie, beans, and potatoes today. And to make her potatoes even more delicious, we're giving you, from Janine Elder, a Potato Wisdom, the Potato Reset book with 35 delicious starchy recipes with no added fat, and there are 15 sauces. Okay. Speaking of tummy feeling better, I'm just going to read this comment from Martha Sturmer, who says her tummy feels better after hearing early in the week that nuts, coffee, and oil can hinder the last several pounds. In just a few days, she feels the difference, less bloating and digestive issues. So congratulations for that. Mel Zinberg from Austin, Texas says, "Thank you so much for this summit. All of the speakers have been so informative and inspiring. I have lost 60 pounds on low-fat, whole food plant-based and the ultimate weight loss program thanks to Chef AJ. I'm hoping to help my cousin in Austin, Texas, and hoping I connect her with a community there." And there is not only a community there, Mel, of a previous prize winner, Roz Althamajamed, but there is the most wonderful plant-based doctor who spoke on this summit that she could even see as a patient, Dr. Linda Carney. And Mel, you are winning a 2-pound bag of Benson's Table Tasty. All the other winners were getting just a bottle, but you are getting 2 pounds because you're trying to help your cousin, so I figured you're going to need the 2-pound bag so you can split half the bag with her. Or him. You didn't say, I'm just assuming it's a girl. Okay. Joy Blom, watching all the way from Johannesburg, South Africa, says the summit has been life-changing. Here are some key takeaways I have. Animal products, sugar, flour, oils are not health-promoting food. Eat in reverse. Breakfast the biggest meal. Environment is key. Absolutely. Manage stress and need love and support. You will eat something less health-promoting, and when you do, be kind to yourself and carry on. Absolutely. So thank you so much, Joy, for your wonderful comment. And let's see if I have another prize I could give you. I'll keep looking. How about Tammy Kramer's Mexican Fiesta class? All right, there we go. Okay, so, oops, oh no, this is the worst, when you drop your phone right in the middle and everything is on your phone. All right, so I just want to read a few nice comments now from people that are just inspired me. Stephanie Jackson from Houston. Food addiction is truly not talked about, but it's a real struggle that I've actually been able to identify in my life. Thank you for bringing this to light, Chef AJ. I've learned so much this past week, and thank you guys for being willing to learn this and also sharing this because we still have one day left. And Jill Coleman from Oak Point, Texas says, best advice ever, if you slip up, immediately get back on plan. Even if you are full, eat something compliant like a salad or an apple. Don't wait until tomorrow with the urge to binge the rest of the day. Put out that salt, oil, sugar party in your mouth right away. Absolutely. That's great advice. All right. And let's see. Here we go. So Flory White Wallace from Tyler, Texas, is said that I'm so impressed with John McMahon's turnaround and his passion for this lifestyle. I've learned so much from Chef AJ in the plant-based community. I have lost weight before, but always felt like an imposter in a slim body. This time, I know I got there the honest, reasonable way. So I'm embracing this healthy new body. Thank you for bringing together so many luminaries for this speaker. And to thank you for your comment, Flory, we'll be giving you the California balsamic vinegars in my favorite flavors, Simply Lemon and Sweet Heat. Donna Brown from Alameda made a great comment that her takeaway is to not let yourself get too hungry by not filling up on greens and veggies and by letting the stress get to me, that then I'm not in the driver's seat of my life. I'm being driven. I need to stop trying to do this on my own. I need community. Absolutely. Community is key, guys, and it's just really, really important, and that's why we're asking you to say where you're from so that we can connect you. So now I'm going to read some nice, but what is that for? Is she getting something? No. Oh, just reading it. Okay, sorry. Emma Smith, it's just two of us here, just so you know, me and Toby, that's it, that we're the team. So Emma Smith wrote a really nice email to us, and I'm just going to read the parts of it that are highlighted because I didn't read the whole thing, and I apologize. I'm going to read the whole thing, but she says, I am like John's friend who cares more about my parents than they care about themselves. It is really taking a toll on me. I try to share my lifestyle and they ridicule or shoo my ideas away. It was getting to the point I didn't even want to visit with them because I'm so sad and devastated during visits. Both parents have been in a coma and miraculously came out. My father has woken up blind due to high blood sugar. They each have a newly diagnosed ailment, it seems like weekly. It is such an emotional roller coaster. I live my life and how great I feel and I'm thriving, despite the fact that they tell me I will get everything they have since everything is genetic. I have plans to, again, prepare every single meal and show them how easy it is. I am putting them in my pristine environment. I am giving them the Instant Pot for Mother's Father's Day Chef with Chef AJ's recipe. The tears are now flowing with me, maybe because it renewed the hope of me preventing them from killing themselves. Thank you, John and AJ and Toby. Wish me luck on their upcoming visit. Well, I wish you luck, Emma, and that's really wonderful that you care so much about them and want to see them get better. And I'm sorry for the problems that they're having so far. And I'm so glad that you're taking control of your health destiny. I want to read an email that came into us. And, well, actually, you know what? What did she win before? Okay, this email came to us from Barbara Banaski. And Barbara says, the summit has been the most comprehensive grouping of speakers that I have ever heard. Fantastic. Thank you for dedicating so much time and effort that can benefit so many lives. I live with my husband and family in Melissa, Texas, and I'm a March babe just like you. Yeah, you're a babe. I'm a babe. Thank you. Forging the path into my 60th year after a few days back. She says she plays the normal flute, not the nose flute like me. If you want to see me play the nose flute, just go to my YouTube page. You can see me on Johnny Carson when I weighed 180 pounds, actually. My husband and I started our whole food plant-based journey as April Fools on April 1st, 2016, diving into this lifestyle after watching the documentary Plant Pure. I am a mom of 10 kids and have our 11th grandchild on the way. Gosh, that's incredible. In 2011, she weighed 213 pounds. She was invited to participate in a weight management study, and she lost 45 pounds. Afterwards, her weight crept back up and found it very hard to maintain her weight loss. Finding her way back into this lifestyle in 2016, she went from a 22 to size 10, back to a size 16, but now she's holding her own at a size 4'6" and at her old high school weight. So she consoles herself that her environment will improve once everyone else is out of the house. She works in a medical office and sees firsthand the debilitating effects of the standard American diet. She founds a doctor that leads his practice with nutrition. And she's learned, it's okay, she says, so much of this success comes to you, thanks to you as my inspiration. I found your testimonial on YouTube while listening to Dr. McDougall. Because you shared Dr. Lyle's experiments, you helped me to get over hurdles that had previously eluded me and to where I currently am today. My husband thanks you as well, as he loves my sexy new self. Thank you, Chef AJ, for being so transparent. Thank you for this summit. Blessings and many happy potatoes. I purchased the Platinum package to afford every opportunity to share this vital information. And to thank you for your wonderful testimonial, and because you have so many children, I figure you're going to need another Instant Pot to cook those potatoes. So we'll be sending you, Barbara, a 6-quart Instant Pot. And there's still many Instant Pots left to win tomorrow. And of course, that annual Forks Over Knives meal plan. Emma, I had just shared your beautiful testimonial of how you want to help your family. So I thought what would help possibly is giving you the summit for life so that you can share that with them. And perhaps while they're staying in your pristine environment, you could have these playing either subtly in the background or maybe not so subtly as you hold them hostage in your clean environment. So this has been an amazing 8 days. We thank you for coming on this journey with us. It is not over, because tomorrow we have the summit finale with yours truly, your host, Chef AJ. I'll be sharing my key takeaways from the summit. I'm going to be sharing my best tips for effortless and sustainable weight loss. And I will be giving you my most popular PowerPoint presentation on calorie density that I give at obesity conferences, at 5-star resorts, on cruise ships, even in doctors' offices. It's called Eat Up, Slim Down, and Get Healthy. And giving away many, many wonderful more prizes. such as several Instant Pots that we still have, an annual Forks Over Knives meal plan, and who knows what else. Remember, everybody can have a 2-week free trial of the Forks Over Knives meal plan simply by signing up, no strings attached, risk-free for 2 weeks, and you can custom design your own to exclude any allergies, intolerances, or preferences. And if you'd like to upgrade into the transformation package, you will have till Sunday, because the physical package we can't print on demand. It's just too expensive to print a 450-page book in an 8 CD set. So once we have all the orders in, we push the print button, and that's going to be it. So if you have any hopes to owning the physical package, which includes an 8-disc set, 7 are DVDs with all the speakers, 1 is an audio CD with the same thing on audio, plus the live summit with all the takeaways, and this beautiful 450-page book with a large enough font for me to see without my glasses so that you can take notes and refer to it. That physical package will only be available till Sunday. However, and that includes a buddy pass, so you can give the virtual package to somebody else, even to 2 people if you want to, so it's almost like 3 for the price of 1. The digital package will be available at an ongoing basis. However, if you wait till the summit's over, the price will increase. It will greatly increase. So to get it for the best rate, you would want to do that now. And we thank you so much when you do support our work and our mission, because like I said, we are not a team of people. This is our passion, and it's just been me and Toby the last 8 months working on this to bring this to you. A summit of this caliber does not happen overnight. There's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that you can't see that Toby was able to do, and just it was really a labor of love. So we do appreciate it when you support our mission so that more people can benefit from the real truth about weight loss. So look forward to seeing you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Don't forget to sign up for your free Forks Over Knives trial. And thank you so much for sharing the summit with your friends and loved ones. You mean a lot to us, and we want you guys to have the health and the body that you deserve. Thank you.